I did actually. I said I like him, so I can look after him.
Members of council, if you can please take your seats. I will call this meeting to order. Would you please stand for the national anthem? Please remain standing for a moment of silence, and during this time, please remember Councillor Ron Moser. Thank you. I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I begin this morning by acknowledging on behalf of all of our colleagues here on City Council the presence of Heather Moser, wife of our late colleague Councillor Ron Moser, as well as Ron's daughters Tammy, Cindy and Selena, his son-in-law Mark, his nephew Michael, and his niece-in-law Holly. If I've left somebody out, I apologize, but we welcome all of you, and may I say that we offer our sincere condolences on the loss of a husband and a father and a friend and a colleague and public servant. And I'm especially pleased that you're here this morning at a very difficult time to hear the tribute that will be paid to Ron Moser, and I hope that my words and those that follow from colleagues on City Council will give you a measure of the kind of public service that Ron Moser rendered and also the respect in which he was held in this building. I want to note from the outset how grateful we all are for the fact that Councillor Ron Moser kept at his civic duties even when illnesses might have caused others to step back. I can well remember the very difficult situation that he faced with his foot, but he was nonetheless on the job. I did have to go to see him at his office in Scarborough, and he was clearly in considerable discomfort there, but there he was, barely able to walk, but meeting with constituents and meeting with me to discuss the city's affairs and the affairs of his ward. And the same can be said, of course, during the illness which ultimately claimed his life. He was here for some of the very important debates and votes that took place on his job in his office much of the rest of the time. And as you know, Heather quite insistent on speaking to me the last time I spoke to him when he was barely able to speak. It's typical of Ron Moser that very few people here knew just how sick he was. And that is because about his illness, he was the same as he was about everything else. He was low-key. When I went to see him shortly after my own swearing in, he was still recovering from his foot issues, and as we discussed the various issues, there was one word he probably used 7 or 8 times during the course of that discussion, and that was the word practical. We kept talking about all these issues, and each time he would come back, whether it was with regard to the expenditure of money, we were talking about the budget, or about transportation issues, he would say that he wanted a practical approach taken to how we spent the people's money. a practical resolution to some of the transportation issues we were discussing at that time. There was no grandstanding. If he'd wanted to do it, he certainly could have learned easily enough in all his years here. But instead, he was practical. He would have, as opposed to a press conference or any kind of other grandstanding exercise, one of his famous round tables, where he would bring people together from all sides of an issue, people from the community, and see if there was some way in which an issue could be resolved. He was also somebody who was respectful of our city staff. That is something that is vitally important to the integrity of this place. And the best proof one could ever have of the respect he accorded to our staff, and they accorded that back to him in return, was the fact that a former public servant in this building chose to work in his office on political staff, which is something that is not a very usual thing to see happen in this building. And it wouldn't have happened if Ron Moser hadn't respected our public service and treated them accordingly. On the political end of things, the record will show he was a survivor. Various people over time took him on in the democratic process and lost. And that doesn't happen unless you are sufficiently respected by the people such that they send you back after careful scrutiny that happens during an election campaign. I will conclude my own remarks before the Speaker calls upon others who wish to say a few words by saying that while we're very sad that he's no longer with us, I hope he is in the next life happy and taking some satisfaction from progress being made on the very issues he raised with me the last time we reviewed his list of issues. And these were issues he'd been fighting on for some time. I know he'll be pleased as he looks down to see that Rouge Park is a reality, and that as the weeks pass, governments are coming together to make that happen in a proper manner, whereas previously, I think, as we all know, there was a degree of friction and tension between the governments about something that will be one of the great legacies of this generation in the City of Toronto, and one of his great legacies because he was involved with others in helping to make that happen. Well, it was a difficult issue here, as many are. The Highland Creek matter received the next stage of provincial approval just last week, and Ron Moser was deeply committed to moving that forward. I know it's an issue that when I was seeking to become mayor in 2003 and went to visit the Mosers at their home, it was an issue raised at that time, it was an issue raised subsequent to that, and it is moving forward and has received the next stage of provincial approval, and I know that would make him happy, and he can receive from us a lot of credit for all of his hard work on that. That does leave, I will note, so that I can be sure to do justice to his priority list, the major reconstruction of Port Union Road. And I just want his family to know, and him to know, if he's able to hear us today, that I won't forget about his strong feelings about that as a part of our transportation challenges in the City of Toronto. And so I say to you here today, thank you for sharing him with us. Thank you to him for his quiet, diligent manner of public service over many years. Thank you for his decency, which I think in an era of highly polarized politics, unfortunately, his decency stood out throughout his period of public service. And I hope that our brief but heartfelt words of tribute today coming from all of us are a comfort to you as we all together mourn the loss of a friend and a fellow councillor, Ron Moser. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the utmost respect for Ron. He was a devoted and dedicated councillor and esteemed colleague. Even as Ron battled cancer, he still advocated on behalf of his constituents. And it was an honor to have known him, and he will be greatly missed. I've sat on a number of committees over the years with Ron, on the Budget Committee, Civic Appointment Committee, and he was always dedicated to the committees, and always dedicated to the work that he did over the years. And I know that he cared for his constituents, and during the time that he was battling cancer, he was still there representing his constituents, and I admire him and have a lot of respect for him. My thoughts and condolences to Ron's family, friends, and staff during this very difficult time. And Ron, may you rest in peace. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Ron Moser made a commitment to public service in the fall of 1988 and honored it with one interruption until his passing 1 week ago. In 1988, the population of Scarborough was 500,000 people in a rapidly expanding metropolitan area. Growth aggressively seeks out empty or underutilized land, and at that time, a lot of it was in Scarborough, particularly in the area that Ron was now representing. During 3 decades of change, Ron sought to protect and promote the quality of life that characterized his ward. I've printed out and will distribute a list of Ron's achievements on green paper. And I deliberately chose green because Ron's ward is, I believe, the greenest one in the city. 2 river valleys, the Rouge and Highland Creek, and a beautiful lakefront from the bluffs sloping eastward to the mouth of the Rouge define life in that far southeastern part of Canada's premier city. His residents kayak and canoe in the lake, play hockey on natural ice on a pond that rivals High Park's Grenadier Pond, work out on lush grass in the backyard of the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, frolic on the Port Union Commons, walk along a lakefront trail or along winding, tree-lined roads that make you think you're in a semi-rural area outside of Toronto. And they chow down at iconic Ted's restaurant in the authentic village of Highland Creek. With this information in mind, Speaker, one can appreciate the close inspection that Ron gave to any proposed development in his area of responsibility and understand the initiatives that he vigorously supported. I know that over the past few months, Ron reflectively reviewed his political career. We have that opportunity, Speaker, to do so today as well. It's natural for one to think, was it important that I was there? Did I make a difference? Ron, it was, and you did. May you rest in peace. Life's mission accomplished.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to rise and thank the Moser family for sharing the most important person in their lives with us, with Scarborough, with the city, and with the region. Ron and I, back in the 1980s, did a lot of guerrilla political warfare to help create the largest urban park in the world. You sometimes have to pause and think about that. It's not just a park. It's just not a spectacular park. It is the largest urban park on planet Earth. And that Rouge Valley National Park should have Ron Moser's name on it, should have Joyce Trimmer's name on it, should have Frank Faubert's name on it, should have Edith Montgomery's name on it, and many, many, many more names on that park, because that is a park that was created by the people against a long line of experts who said the highest and best use of the 5,000 acres in Northeast Scarborough was actually for a garbage dump and for urban sprawl and for an 8-lane highway that would have gone through the Toronto Zoo, through the largest Carolinian Canada forest in our nation, right up to the town of Markham, up into Highway 7. All of us collectively were able to stop those, what I'll call, incompatible uses with a national park, and instead flip it on its head and create something that will be there for Ron's grandchildren and all of our grandchildren. Before there was PowerPoint, there was Ron Moser and his slideshow, and as we all called it, his dog and pony show. So he would go out with all of us, because there's a large group of us, with his big, clunky old machine, and we would put it in any ratepayers association, any church, any MP. I think we met with every single MP in the GTA back in those days to help create this park. That big, clunky machine went all through the GTA, went up to Ottawa, to the Prime Minister's office, and had prime ministers come down to Scarborough to tour what would become the largest urban park in the world. That alone would be enough, I think, for most people to say, I'll retire after that. I've made my contribution. But Ron, as we all know, quietly and without a lot of noise and without a lot of squeaking, marched on with his head down, just doing the work and getting the job done. I certainly look at our waterfront. We don't effectively have a waterfront trail in Scarborough, but we have the beginning of one thanks to the determination, the 25-year determination of Ron Moser. Ron went to the Budget Committee, like all of us did, and begged, borrowed, and stealed during the budget process. Stole during the budget process to make sure that we had a waterfront trail from the mouth of the Rouge River over to Port Union Village, and from Port Union Village over to the mouth of Highland Creek. It will be for the rest of us to carry that torch to make sure that waterfront trail goes from the Scarborough-Pickering border over to Victoria Park, where it will join our friends in the beach community on the Martin Goodman Trail and go all the way over to the Humber River as one city. Councillor Moser, Ron Moser, started that in Scarborough, and it will be up to us to carry on. One of the things that I think he's most proud of is something that would shock many of us, and I think his family will sort of chuckle at this. Ron Moser built a parking lot. And many of us don't aspire to build parking lots. But when you have 2,000 families a weekend going to the Port Union Village that he created out of nothing, and at that time there were only 20 parking spaces, you can imagine the chaos that ensued. So that gentleman quietly, tenaciously went through budget processes, worked with the GO Transit, and was able to create a parking lot that not only helped thousands of people access Port Union Village and that spectacular waterfront trail out in Scarborough, but actually got them onto the GO train a lot easier. So it was a dual purpose. Ron was a very practical, frugal man, and he did it very well. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say to the Moser family, thank you for sharing the most important man in your life with us. And I know all of us, when we hike through the National Park, when we hike on the waterfront trail, Ron will be with us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi.
I've had the privilege of working with Ron for 23 years now, and I too want to wish the family my condolences, and anyone that Ron has touched over the years, condolences. While Ron, as we know, sat quietly in the chamber and in committee and the boards that we sat on together, we knew that the silence was actually the strength, and that all you needed to do was look at Ron and find that level of intimidation that most people would find in anyone that is very loud, perhaps, or wanting to speak their mind. And that strength was powerful. It was powerful in the chamber. It was powerful when, and I think that Councillor McConnell will recall this in the Lastman era, when he appointed a few of us to review the user fee policies. And those of us that were either sitting on the fence with this or had one place in our mind as to where it should go, Ron had already been determined that his constituents were going to go one way and one way only. And so some of us were saying, well, why don't we just go out there and find out whether or not that's the case? Quickly we learned, as we sat down and talked to his constituents, that Ron was right, and he knew his constituents more than anyone. So while people might be silent, and I know that some of us, myself, envy that, because we just can't be at times, Ron has taught us that if you're silent most of the time, you can be more powerful and have more strength than anyone else that might want to say something. And the last thing that I remember about Ron is that down here, there are alliances, as we know. We try to reach out to each other and lobby each other regularly and try and figure out where the votes are going to go. Ron didn't belong to any alliance. Ron belonged to his constituents. And those of us that have attempted over the years to try and change his mind on issues were quickly turned away with our tail in between our legs and sent back to our seat. And he didn't even have to tell us to do that. He did it with the strength of silence.
Thank you. So we'll have a 5-minute recess before we continue. Okay, we can give our condolences to the family. Members of council, if you can please take your seats. Thank you. We acknowledge that we are meeting today on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of New Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and home to many diverse Indigenous peoples. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. I will now call for a motion to confirm the minutes. Councillor Perks, you have a motion on the minutes from the last meeting.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that City Council confirm the minutes from the Council meeting held on March 28 and 29, 2017 in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker. I move that the report for meeting 24 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. We dealt with a number of matters at the meeting, and I want to, as always, thank the members of the committee and other members of Council who visited with us to take part in the discussion. And just to touch on a couple of the matters that we'll discuss here today, Madam Speaker, first I brought a motion to the Executive Committee to try to formally put on the record something that has been discussed here before and certainly discussed by Toronto community housing tenants, namely some legislative changes that would make it much easier for us to be able to provide for our tenants in TCHC the kind of safe and secure environment that they have the right to expect. When we had the Eggleton Task Force on Toronto community housing, it came back with the results of a very widespread consultation and reported to us all that the number one concern, even ahead of the state of repair, and that's not to say the state of repair isn't an urgent matter requiring our attention and that of the other governments, but it indicated that safety and security was of primary concern to the tenants, and that they felt that more needed to be done to deal with the, I'll call it the inevitable story that you get no matter what building you go to, of the guy right across the hall or the person living right down the townhouse units who is dealing drugs out of their unit, and where we've been to some extent helpless. The police are constrained in terms of what they can do, but we're certainly constrained in terms of how we can try and deal with those people, say on the question even of rehousing them after they've been evicted already for that kind of criminal activity, drug dealing, firearms, and the like. I made a point, and some of the visiting councillors, including I think Councillor Fletcher, and I was much appreciated that they made the point, as I would make again today. This is not about people who are having trouble paying their rent. There are ways in which those kinds of instances, most of them, as you know, are dealt with by way of having a repayment or a catch-up program put in place to help them get back on track with that. But this is not about that at all. This is about people who engage in repeated criminal activity inside those buildings that really disrupts the lives of the rest of the people who live there. And I think for us now to formally put on the record a request to the province to make the changes to legislation that will assist us in producing that environment of security and safety is an appropriate thing to do. And I commend those changes to you. We also dealt with quite a few housing matters, on other housing matters on the agenda, Madam Speaker, and I will just say that we continue to move forward. And we move forward on a scale that is not big enough to have us meaningfully address the issue. And again, I'll repeat on pre-budget day, pre-Ontario budget day, that we desperately need the partnership of the province of Ontario in allowing us to move forward on a scale that is going to allow us to make meaningful progress on the affordable rental housing issue in particular. I was just down in the West Don Lands this morning expressing the hope to some of our friends in the media that when the province says they will make land available to us, and specifically make mention of the West Don Lands, that includes some of the parcels that presently stand there as very nice parking lots, but which could be put to much better use, housing hundreds of families in our city in affordable accommodation. And I also expressed the view, as I would repeat here again, that, and we discussed at the Executive Committee, that when they say they're going to make land available at less than market prices, I kind of had it in mind that it was maybe like a 95 or 99% discount as opposed to 5. We don't know the answer to that question, but I hope we find out. The last thing I'll make reference to that we discussed at some length was the Fir Grove matter, which is also before us today, coming from the Executive Committee. And I'll just say, and I was chatting with Councillor Mamalidi about this, we went forward in good faith, and I think he was there with me and others were there to announce some of this reset money to be spent on refurbishing the Fir Grove units. And as it turned out, when they went to literally start the kind of preparatory work to making those repairs, it was concluded, and there were some who pointed out the other day that there were studies going back saying this was the case, including perhaps Councillor Mamalidi. Bottom line, they came back and said, you shouldn't repair these because they're not really reparable. And so we are now going to authorize here the demolition of some of those units. That's very unfortunate. I think we learned out of the meeting at the Executive Committee about the need for always, as we saw in Regent Park and as we've seen elsewhere, a very diligent, very thorough program to make sure the tenants are fully informed as to what's going on and not feeling under undue anxiety or pressure about moving, but that nonetheless the unfortunate conclusion we came to is that these units have to be demolished, with the question now in front of us, of course, how we end up replacing those units. But the demolition is here because they are better off to be demolished, frankly, than they are to attempt to be repaired with our precious funds in that regard. So we'll look forward to discussing those matters, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Audit Committee report.
I do, Speaker. Thank you. That the report from Meeting 8 of the Audit Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And I'll take a quick moment to draw some highlights for members of Council. First up, it was in the media quite a bit and generated a lot of discussion, and that is the detection of warning signs for potential bid rigging should be strengthened. And in this audit, the auditor considered that the city does about $1 billion annually for major works and looked at about $100 million worth of road paving. And along with her 6 audit recommendations that would help mitigate the city's risk, she identified $2 million in the first half of her audit that could be saved by addressing unbalanced bidding, and what she called inflated prices by Contractor A that cost the city an additional $2.5 million. The next major piece of the audit committee, this past audit committee, was management of the city's employee extended health and dental benefits, Phase 2, ineffective controls and plan design, leaving the city vulnerable to potential benefit abuse. And I would just remind members that this is a part of a series of work, and would invite you to familiarize yourself with some of the other earlier audits. But to put this into context, the city self-insures the benefits. From 2006 to 2015, the cost went from $33 million to $56 million, to give you an idea of the size. And the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association estimates that 2 to 10% of all healthcare dollars are lost to fraud each year. And in the sampling work that she did, she identified $75,000 in overpayments due to adjudication errors, along with a number of recommendations that I hope members will familiarize themselves with. Among the things we looked at was demonstrating value of the auditor's office, and here's a clear example of that. Audit of water billing and collections, Phase 2, water billing and water meter management controls require strengthening. And just this one particular audit found $3 million in revenues from sampled properties, and the potential for another $1.3 million, which may be recovered in the future. And finally, we had the review of the annual report of the Fraud and Waste Hotline, something I know members are familiar with, but it's always worth having a look at the report. The report reminds us that in 5 years, this hotline has identified $6.3 million in cumulative losses, $4.5 million actual losses, and $1.8 million potential losses. And just in 2016 alone, identified $290,000 in actual losses and $72,000 being recovered. But most importantly, the purpose of this line is to deliver some confidence of the public and, of course, public servants that we are paying attention to these matters and we are continuously improving. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce Community Development and Recreation Committee report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 19 of the Community Development and Recreation Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I bring to your attention the item of the Child Care Growth Strategy, which is the Mayor's key item. I won't go into detail, but a vital conversation that was passed unanimously by committee that's here before us to chart a creative and innovative and valued roadmap for childcare in the coming years. You'll also note there's a new engagement and planning process for emergency shelters. As many of you know, the debate over where emergency shelters go is extremely divisive, often driven by misinformation and ignorance, and it is very important that you take a close look at the process that's being planned and recommended for Council approval so that we can better handle many of the concerns and misconceptions about our homeless and the need to put up to 15 new shelters in various communities throughout the city. I also bring to your attention an update and information regarding refugees, refugee claims, and undocumented Torontonians, the new pressure on our shelter system from the increasing number of refugees coming to our city. While we welcome them, we also need the resources from the federal government, which is in charge of immigration policy, to ensure that we make sure they have a soft landing, that they're properly accommodated and housed, and that private sponsorships succeed and the process works. The city is stretched to the capacity on the shelter system because of this influx, and while we welcome people from all over the world, we want to make sure that we're doing it properly. I want to take the opportunity to thank Councillors Nunziata and DeGiorgio for their hospitality as we opened, and the Mayor was there as well, the York Recreation Centre on Sunday. Hundreds of people attended the opening of this remarkable recreation facility, and as I was leaving, one of Councillor Nunziata's biggest fans wanted the centre named in her honour at a future date, which I said I would mention to my councillor colleagues and take it under advisement. But it was a marvelous afternoon event, enthusiastic community, and it's truly a remarkable recreation centre that Councillor Nunziata and Councillor DeGiorgio fought for many years to get. I also want to thank publicly all the recipients of the Long-Term Care Excellence Awards for Volunteers, which we gave out in the Members' Lounge some days ago. It was a great honor to see the dozens of people who've made a great difference for those in our 10 long-term cares. These are people who have given thousands of hours of volunteer work and dedication to make sure that people are treated with respect and dignity. Those who are lonely have visitors, and those who need help are given so. I also attended the North York Women's Centre redevelopment funding announcement, a remarkable $8 million announcement by the federal and provincial governments to redo the site up in North York, up in Ward 10. Remarkable and very visionary design. It's unfortunate that we need a facility like this, but if we're going to have a facility like this is going to be able to accommodate families who've been victims of violence. It's a remarkable site and design that will help families in distress and provide a safe haven for those in need. And just a few days ago at Northview Heights Secondary School, we had a town hall regarding the closure of the Branson division of the North York General Hospital. Hundreds of patients came out shocked and dismayed that they were pulling these medical services from a community and trying to centralize them on Leslie Street near the 401. Unfortunately, the leadership of the North York General Hospital didn't come, but I wanted to thank all those who did attend. It was a remarkable conversation, and the plan to save those medical services continues this evening with the working group meeting. Finally, I would just like to publicly thank Interim Fire Chief Matthew Pegg and Fire Services for the dramatic rescue this morning of a woman who was somehow stuck on a crane. We don't often see heroic feats on live TV,
but certainly we did today, and I'm sure we thank everybody. On their
Thank you,
behalf.
Councillor Pasternak. You just remind members that when you present your reports, you need to speak on the items that are on the agenda. It's not an opportunity for announcements. So please. Councillor Thompson. Councillor, you have a motion to introduce economic development.
I do, Speaker, and good morning. That the report from meeting 20 of the Economic Development Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And Speaker, I just wanted to briefly highlight two specific items on the agenda. That's the first one's ED 20.3, and that's a startup ecosystem strategy that has been implemented and ongoing with respect to our staff. The attempt here, obviously, is to make Toronto a place globally recognized as a ecosystem, a place to easily start and set up a business. That's going extremely well. I invite members of the public who are interested in terms of getting involved with this particular process to either contact any one of our enterprise Toronto offices or our test offices, and or to go on our website to check with economic development. The other area, Speaker, that I wanted to draw our attention to, because I think it's extremely important, it's the report ED 20.4. That's the Workforce Development 2016 annual report. Speaker, this is that particular document. In this document, I want to just highlight just a few things. One of those things that I wanted to highlight, and I invite members of Council and others to take a look, but we, as a result of the work that the Toronto Employment and Social Service Division has done, and may I say the leadership of Pat Walcock and the team has been absolutely tremendous. Because this year, as part of the report that's being reported out in 2016, they have been instrumental in actually helping 27,231 residents in terms of placing them into jobs. I think that's a significant achievement for this particular group. They continue to work. They work also with the primary care paramedic training program that helps people from the City of Toronto who are actually interested in terms of getting involved in this particular area. That's working extremely well. And as I said, Speaker, this is the report. I invite members of Council to read the report, take a look at the statistics that's contained in the report, because there's numerous stats that are here, and I don't want to waste a whole lot of time. I simply wanted just to finally state on the area or the areas of assisting young people, youth, we have been able to help over 300 young people start businesses, as well as a significant number of young people to actually place them in opportunity and so on through the pay program that the mayor led an engagement evening where the banks and many other organizations who have been participating through the pay program in terms of offering jobs to young people that has been extremely helpful to those who are in need. So I congratulate the staff in terms of the great work that they continue to do, and I encourage those who are interested in starting businesses in the City of Toronto to look at what we have done with respect to the startup ecosystem, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce Government Management Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. That the report from meeting 19 of the Government Management Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio, you have a motion to introduce the Licensing and Standards Committee report.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. That the report from meeting 18 of the Licensing and Standards Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon, you have a motion to introduce the Parks and Environment Committee report.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. We had a few interesting things on Parks and Environment Committee. Starting with my vice chair will put some pictures on there on the screen. We need to remember in this chamber to give credit where credit's due for city staff, to commend them and praise them. And I'd like to do that with Garth Armour and his talented team. They won 3 horticultural awards at the Canada Blooms Festival. They make our city look great, keep up our world-class image, and attract tourists and make us all feel good with their work. So a shout out to Garth Armour and his team. The second thing is, as you know, the Cappy babies were born in February. The doula, godmother, Councillor Doucette has been taking good care of them. There's a big naming contest going on in the City of Toronto, 2,000 names.
I'm sorry, Councillor McMahon, we need to speak only what's on the agenda,
Okay,
the items on the
feel free to name them on the city website. And finally, last but never least, the HELP program, the Home Energy Loan Program, and the High-Rise Retrofit Program have been very successful. So as you'll see in the agenda, we are looking at extending those programs. For our homes, we had 125 homes with completed projects, and for high-rises, we had 5 high-rise properties, and that resulted for the homes in 34% reduction in natural gas and usage, and 30 jobs created, and for the high-rises, 60 jobs created and 27% reduction in natural gas usage. A lot of those homes actually were in Ward 32, wonderful Ward 32, so I would challenge the other councillors to get the information out to green up your wards as well. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can clear the screen now. Councillor Doucette, can you take that off with the slide, the screen? Oh, okay, we have to clear it. Councillor Shiner, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Growth Management Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 19 of the Planning and Growth Management Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. In speaking to the committee reports, at least at first.
Yeah, please. Councillor Pasternak went overboard, and I apologize for that.
We have on the agenda item 19.4, which is 4655 Steeles Avenue East, a zoning bylaw amendment for the Steeles-Redley area. It's a matter of reviewing a site that was considered part of a regeneration area, and the committee sent it here without recommendation as there were varying opinions. I understand most of you have had an opportunity to consider that over this time. I will be moving the staff recommendations as a release, and if we can vote on it, that's fine with me. If members of council want to speak to it, then please let me know and I'll continue to hold it, and we'll schedule a time for it. It was a difficult decision to make on both half because the area was added by a member of council when we looked at regeneration areas to be an area to be considered. Staff did do that, and there's only one site left there. So if you'd wish to speak to it, I'm happy to hear you. I don't know if there's a right or a wrong, but there's a decision that has to be made, and I will continue to hold it so we can have that. If not, it's fair notice that I'll move the staff recommendations, which was to approve that portion that's in front of us for development. In speaking to the item of affordable housing, which is on our agenda today, there are in total 240 units. 160 units are on the Honest Ed site, or $4 million in cash yet to be determined, and I think that's absolutely terrific that that's going forward along with rental units on the site. In total, there are 1,373 units plus the Steeles-Redley on the agenda today, so 160 units out of that is a pretty good number. There are 2 other areas where we did pick up some funding, and that is $270,000 for a development on Scholar Street and $345,000 for a development on Yonge Street, which I believe are both in Councillor Wong's TAM under Section 37, and they're going to Toronto Community Housing, which is, on one hand, very nice to see. On the other hand, taking Section 37 and those small amounts to fix a $2.6 billion problem is nowhere near what it should be, and we really do need, as I think you all believe, the funding from the other levels of government to fix this problem. In total with Steeles-Redley, there's 2,166 units. 240 units then of affordable housing, because Steeles Redley has 80 in it. Unfortunately, what's not on the agenda and was supposed to be here are reports on that we put forward when we put the additional staffing through at the beginning of the year to council, as we wanted to get a timeline. We asked for an end-to-end review to be in front of us on development review process, and we also asked to tell us how and what divisions have key performance indicators and how they're working. That was supposed to be at the April meeting. It's supposed to be at the May meeting. It's not there. It's not going to be here till the fall. And I have, as chair, some difficulty in being able to fulfill my responsibilities to you for supporting those additional staff if I can't even get a timeline to know when we're going to look at those matters, because they should be on the agenda, Madam
Councillor
Chair.
Shiner, it's
So
not on the
I
ag-
will-
It's not on the agenda.
No, but they were in the minutes.
Well, no, we're not talking about the minutes, otherwise we can be here for 3 days.
And I
We'll be here
appreciate
3
that.
days.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that, Madam Speaker.
You're pulling a Pasternak.
Please, in due respect, I am definitely stretching it a little bit, but I'm not pulling a Pasternak. Because then I would be talking about the full design of something that happened somewhere else that wasn't even on the agenda, because I don't have the fire chief in my area, I don't have hospitals closing in my area. I mean, a Pasternak is far out. And I'm at least close to what should have been on the agenda.
Okay.
But I will stop at this point.
Thank you. All right, okay. Councillor Robinson, you have a motion to introduce the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee
Thank you,
report.
Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 20 of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you.
Applaud now.
Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Yes, and good morning, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 21 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ojamari, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Thank you, Speaker, that the report from meeting 21 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holland, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 21 of Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I would move that the report from meeting 23 of the Toronto and East Shore Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration, and also to note that we want to extend our gratitude and thanks to the clerks who provided us support. We had 123 items on the Toronto East Shore Community Council, which is significantly much more than some of the other community councils, and we recognize that that is a large volume of work. This is not a slight on anyone, but we just want to definitely acknowledge that the clerks do a lot of work for us. Thank you.
Councillor Doucette, you have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motions, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the committee, the item, or motion number under and the nature of the interest. Mayor Tory?
Madam Speaker, item MM 2810, unlocking FM radio smartphones, out of an abundance of caution and resulting from my ongoing previously discussed involvement with the Rogers family companies, I will declare an interest in on this matter and excuse myself from the discussions.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item number PG 19.5, Eco Roof Incentive Program application. My family owns property in an adjacent street, so I'll be declaring an interest there.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Palacio?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a petition with 430 names that has to do with one of the items at the Licensing Standards Committee, with patio cafe license and marketing boulevard license as well. The item was deferred to city staff for community consultations. The petition, in essence, I'm just going to read one paragraph. The Golden Wheat Bakery we value time spent with family and friends, and we appreciate that our customers do as well. And we like to be able to accommodate our clientele in a comfortable manner. Thus, our request for enclosed patios. Also, it says, patio enclosures year-round will allow business to flourish and bring life and vibrancy to our local communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've got a petition here that says, Dear Councillors, I'm adding my name to the growing number of people calling on you to support City Planning and Parks' recommendation to make the city-owned property at 28 Bathurst into a park. This item is listed as TE 23.5 on the Council agenda. With our downtown bursting at the seams and thousands of new residents coming in through approved developments in the King Spadina neighbourhood, it is critical that we build more public space and parks for existing and new residents to enjoy. This parkland is sorely needed, and this is a rare opportunity for the city to use city-owned land to achieve our goal. As a resident of the community, I urge you to support the recommendations. It's signed by roughly 900 people from across the city, and it goes up at a rate of about 5 every 10 minutes because it's been up for only just over 24 hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'd like to present to the floor of Council a petition with at least 5,302 signatures. I recognize that there are more coming. And this petition is in particular is addressed to Mayor John Tory, but I think it actually is addressed to all of us in City Council. It's regarding a matter that Council would have voted on and took a principal position on in 2011 when we banned the sale, the consumption, and the possession of shark fin. And I shall read the petition for you today. In honor of Rob Stewart, the ban of sale of shark fins in the City of Toronto. Rob Stewart, a native of Toronto, dedicated his life to changing people's hearts and minds about sharks. Rob showed us sharks through his eyes, up close and personal. He taught us that sharks are not monsters to be feared, but beautiful creatures that play such a crucial role in our marine ecosystems. Ending the inhumane slaughter of sharks for their fins is more than an animal rights issue. It's imperative for the health of our natural environment. On the evening of February 3rd, 2017, we received the heartbreaking news when Rob was reported missing off the coast of Florida, where he was filming his sequel to Shark Water. The new film is called Shark Water Extinction. Rob was diving, and he was with a crew, and I know that many members of council who had the opportunity to meet him will share in the family's grief. In honor of Rob's work, this petition with the 5,302 signatures is asking Mayor John Tory and Toronto City Council to discuss a ban on the sale of shark fins in the City of Toronto. Councillor De Bearmaker and I have a motion on the that will be dealt with tomorrow. It's a member motion that specifically asks that City Council be supporting an effort, our third effort at the House of Commons and through the Senate to ban shark fins across this country. So the petition continues and asks that we try to adopt a new bylaw banning the sale of shark fin in the city. And although that ban was overturned in 2012 by the courts, this petition is asking us to reopen that discussion, which I believe that we will try to do tomorrow afternoon. And so we would like to present this petition to the members of City Council for their consideration and ask everyone to remember Rob's memory and his life's work, and also to take once again the principled stand that Toronto once took before and its thought leadership, and to advocate for this national ban. I recognize also that we will be, just as a note, the Stewart family will be coming to City Council tomorrow to witness the passing of that motion. They will also be here tomorrow morning, part of a press conference. It's the first time that the family is speaking out publicly about Rob Stewart's life and his work, and that will be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want also to remind members of council, when you introduce petitions, you just introduce the title and submit it in. Please, if you no speeches, please. Those are the rules. Councillor De Bearmaker.
Let them all speak.
Yep.
Well, I don't want to. Councillor De Bearmaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, like Councillor Wong Tam, am introducing a petition with 5,303 signatures, one more signature than Councillor Wong Tam was able to present. And I'd like to thank Councillor Mihevik, because although the vast majority of these signatures are in Toronto, there was one signed by a person putting their location as Slovenia. So I'd like to thank Councillor Mihevik for giving me that one extra name, so that my 5,303 signatures is more than Councillor Wong Tam's 5,302 signatures. And the petition is in honor of Rob Stewart, ban the sale of shark fins in the City of Toronto. This is complementary to the City of Toronto motion in 2011 that we passed at this council 34-8, and I'm glad there are Conservatives in the House of Commons and in the Senate that are supporting this new bill, and I hope we support it later on. Thank you.
Okay, members, all in favor of receiving the petitions? All in favor? Carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. We have one deferred committee item on this agenda, EX 23.10 on support for walk for reconciliation. The mayor has designated the following items as his key matters for this meeting. The first key item will be item CD 19.2, headed Toronto's Child Care Growth Strategy. And the second key item will be item EX 20.30, headed Crime and Evictions for Costs in Toronto Community Housing. These will be our first and second item of business today. Notices of motions are scheduled to be dealt with at 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters have been completed. I propose that City Council set a time for a closed session if required later in the meeting. The City Clerk has noted the items that the City Clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will not go through the items listed on the order paper to take additional holds. I will recognize requests to make matters urgent and time-specific after I go through the items for additional holds. Once the order paper has been approved by Council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. Page 3. Councillor Fletcher? Councillor McConnell, please? Can we just take, there's a little bit too much noise. Councillor Ford?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, members of council. This isn't a hold, but it is a removal from committee to add to the agenda. Now, in accordance with Section 27-60 council procedures, that City Council remove item EY 2217 headed traffic control signals on Rackstone Boulevard from the Etobicoke York Community Council and bring forward to City Council for consideration. This item was staff recommended, and then we deferred it so I can have further conversations.
Okay, so
Those have been that's happened, and I'd like to present this.
Okay, so you're moving that motion to bring it forward was a deferred item at Etobicoke. So we need
That's correct.
two-thirds vote, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher and
Yes, yes, yes.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
the motion carries 41-2.
That item will be circulated.
Okay, so the item will be circulated. Okay. Well, Councillor Thompson, you want to reopen it? Okay, all in favor to reopen? By Councillor Shiner. All in favor, carried. Recorded vote. We're voting on the item. We reopened it because Councillor Thompson wants to change his vote. So this is on the item now that we voted on.
Councillor Mihevc, thank you. The motion carries 42-1.
All right. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a referral motion for EX 23.10. I thought dealing with it now rather than holding it and dealing with it would be the best course. The clerks have the motion.
Okay, so Councillor Layton on page 3, EX 23.10. He's moving referral. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Crawford.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a quick technical amendment from staff. EX 24.11, 2017 Education Property Tax Levy and Clawback. I just wanted to move this as a quick item if we could.
Does the staff?
Okay, then I'll put a hold on it.
Okay. Councillor Crawford will hold the item down. That's on page 3, EX 2411. Councillor Davis, you were going to hold that item. Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. EX 24.2, I have a motion. I'd like to have this matter referred back to staff. There's a motion, so if no one has any real objections, then I would refer it back. And sorry, did I hear hold?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay, that's fine. I'll continue holding it. Thank
Continue
you.
holding it. Okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Section 2760 of Council Procedure, City Council, I'd like to remove LS 18.5 headed investigating mandatory.
Well, we're not on that page yet.
This
Oh, okay.
this is a
Okay.
point of order and procedural to take from committee. Can I proceed?
Yeah. So, okay, so it's there to remove from.
Yes,
was-
yes, I've received emails from people who are understanding of the EpiPen issue and are deeply concerned about the information departed at committee, so.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's debatable, Councillor Perks.
Councillor Perks, you became the expert in trying to take from committee, so show some respect for other
Okay.
councillors who want
So
to.
Councillor Pasternak, hold on. Councillor Pasternak, you're moving this to remove it from committee. At committee, it was deferred?
Yes. So
In-depth. So you're removing
Right.
it and you want it to come forward at this council
committee
meeting,
decided
correct?
to defer it indefinitely. We've received other information that makes it vital that it come onto the
So
council
we need a
floor.
two-thirds. Thank you.
Understood.
Point of order.
Councillor Shiner.
Point
Yes.
of order, Madam Speaker. So is it now the rules of the council chambers that we can rise whenever we get acknowledged to bring motions, to bring items back to this council, and the procedural rule is not there? Because I thought we were going through the agenda, and if there was a point to rise on this, it would be at somewhere else, because you've asked us to put our name on the list to rise for items on that page. On that page that we wish to hold. And if you can come back at the next meeting possibly and tell us when we may be able to rise on this item, these items, it would be better than just having people pop up whenever they get acknowledged with items that are not what you called for.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. It is in order. If members of council want to add an item to the agenda, need two-thirds vote, it is in order, and it always has been in order. So if you want the clerk to give you a copy of the procedure about, we will give that to you.
That was not my point of order that you,
Yeah.
my point of order was not that you can't do that. It was that you asked us specifically to put our names on the right column if we wish to hold items on that page of the agenda. And you are not accepting what I'm asking you is, it's not in order then to stand up at any time you're acknowledged with something other than what's in front of you. So I've asked if you can come back to us and allow on the agenda a time when it would be proper to do that, because my colleague, in due respect, has a right to put it on the agenda, but I don't believe he had a right to put it on the agenda at this time, because that's not the item we were dealing with.
Okay, and Councillor Shiner, I'll say it again, it is in order, and I'll give you a copy of it, but it is in order. Councillor DiCiano, you're next, page 3. Oh, sorry, yes, the vote. Recorded vote, we need two-thirds vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 13 to 30.
Okay, we're still at page 3. Councillor DiCiano?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I was looking to get onto page 4. The
Oh,
screen
okay.
had cleared, so I put my
Councillor Mammoliti, are you on page 3? 4. Okay, we'll go to page 4. Councillor DiCiano?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold item AU 8.4, Management of City Employees' Extended Health and Dental Benefits.
Okay, that's on page 4, AU 8.4. Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti?
I'd like to hold EX 24.29.
29?
Yeah.
Okay. So on page 4, EX 24.29, Councillor Mammoliti is holding it. Okay, thank you. Councillor Davis?
Thank you. We're on page 4, EX 24.19, Toronto Water 2016 year-end capital budget and 2017 to 25 capital plan adjustments. And Lou, I just have some questions.
Thank you. Councillor, on page 5. If we can clear the screen. Okay. Counselor Mihevik, page 5.
Yes, for CD 19.3, on staff's advice, there is, to add clarity to the motion, I have an amendment that I think can be quickly disposed of.
The staff have the copy in? So this is on page 5, CD 19.3. Counselor Mihevik has an amendment. It's on the screen.
Can I hold that, Madam Speaker?
Okay, so Counselor Mihevik, would
I'll hold it.
You'll hold it? Okay, thank you. Counselor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold AU 8.
Adding everybody else.
I'm sorry.
Well, I should have cleared the screen like we always do.
No, I know.
AU 8.8 and 8.9.
No, it won't let me add.
Okay, I'm sorry, Counselor
I know, there's a
Crawford,
lot of
I didn't
control.
hear you. I'm sorry. What was it?
AU 8.8 and AU 8.9.
Follow it.
Yeah, can you read the title, please?
Oh, sorry. 2016 Annual Report demonstrating the value of the Auditor General's Office and 2016 Annual Report on the Fraud and Waste Hotline.
2.8, 8.8, and 8.9.
Okay, thank you. That's on page 5. No, I know. I've asked the staff to clear the screen. They didn't, and that's why, Councilor Mamalidi, your name was skipped, because you were on the previous page. So
Well, you should have cleared it to begin with.
well, it's not me. I don't clear the screen.
Oh, relax.
It's Easter.
I cannot clear the screen. Okay. Okay, so we're on page 5 still. Councilor Mamalidi, are you page 5? Okay, Councilor Mamalidi, page 5.
CD 19.9, please.
Okay. Can you read the title?
Refugee claimants, and undocumented Torontonians, recent trends and issues.
Thank you. Councilor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold item AU 8.10, the Auditor General's status report on outstanding audit recommendations for Cluster A and the City Manager's Office.
Thank you. Councilor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. CD 19.1, redevelopment of directly operated childcare at Warden Woods Public School. Thank you.
Sorry, what did you hold, Stephen?
19.1.
Councilor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I wasn't fast enough for page 4, and I'd just appreciate going back to page 4 for EX 24.20, Facilities 2017 Capital Budget and 2018-2026 Capital Plan Adjustments, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Palacio on page 5.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Councilor Mamalidi just beat me on that one. It was CD 19.9.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Thompson on page 5?
6.
Okay.
Screen was clear.
Page 6, Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. ED 20.4, Workforce Development 2016 Annual Report highlights. I can release that. I've got my questions answered.
Okay, so on page 6, ED...
Recorded vote on that, please.
Yes. On page 6, ED 20.4, Councilor Thompson would like to release the item. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Lee, please.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Cole, please. Thank you.
The item carries unanimously, 43 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CD 19.11, service level impact of the 2017 service adjustments to Shelter Support and Housing Administration.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, I would like to hold CD 19.14, opposing the decision to close the urgent care center at the Branson Ambulatory Care Center in North York.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to hold GM 19.8, expropriation of the property known as 1234 Weston Road for a new Mount Dennis Early Learning and Childcare Facility. Please.
Page 7. Councillor Mammoliti.
PG 19.5 Echo Roof Initiative Program application, 700 Ormont Drive.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I'm prepared to release PE 18.4 Home Energy Loan Program and High-Rise Retrofit Improvement Support Program Evaluation.
Okay, on page 7, Councillor Layton is releasing PE 18.4. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Shiner. Sorry, there you go.
Madam Speaker, as I said when I introduced the agenda and when I was on topic,
I don't remember that part.
Before you took my privilege away from me and named my work after somebody else, item PG 19.4, 4665 Steeles Avenue East. I'm prepared to move the staff recommendations and have it a vote if no one else wishes to hold it.
Okay, on page 7, PG 19.4, Councillor Shiner is releasing and moving the staff recommendation. Recorded vote.
Mayor Tory, Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Layton, please.
That's my side.
The motion carries 39-4.
Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 7, GM 19.15, parking ticket activity. I'd like to hold that.
Okay, thank you. That's on page 7, GM 19.15. Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to hold page 7, GM 19.10, application for approval to expropriate 3300 Kingston Road, please. Thank you.
Page 8, Councillor Mammoliti.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to hold anything on page 7. I do want to vote against PW 20.2 and want a recorded vote, if that's okay.
PW which?
The bottom of the page, 7, PW 20.2. I'd like to just vote against it.
Okay, recorded vote.
Okay, but we'll do that at the
Right now.
at the end, or do you want to? Okay. So recorded vote on page 7, PW 20.2.
Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Perruzza, and Councillor Davis, please.
The item carries 40-2.
Page 8. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release EY 21.16.
Okay.
I'll continue to hold it then.
So cat and mouse.
Why, you
And
tried.
And I would also like to have a recorded vote on EY 21.15, application to remove a private tree, 36 Leamington Avenue.
Okay, so you,
Should have held three of them.
so you want to, Councillor Holliday, you want to have a recorded vote on EY 21.15.
Correct. Thank you.
If he votes yes on this, we should get together and buy him an acre of rainforest.
He has voted yes.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Crisanti, please.
The item carries 35-7.
Councillor Doucette.
On page 8, EY 21.1, I have a technical amendment. Staff have given this to me. It's basically to change the south side yard setback, and this was before, so this is just to correct things.
Thank you. So the amendment is on the screen. It's on page 8, EY 21.1. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 8 of the green pages, PW 20.5, site plan agreement with the City of Pickering for the Brock Road West closed landfill administration building. I'll try to work with staff if I can find them offline before we get to it. Thank you.
Cute. Councillor Doucette.
I do have a quick release I can do on page 8 to move things along beautifully. EY 21.17, this is the application to remove a private tree. I have a motion that City Council deny the request, and this would be supporting the staff recommendation before us at Community Council.
Recorded.
Madam Speaker, I still got my microphone.
Yeah, sorry.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crawford, please.
The motion carries 28-14.
Page 9. Page 10. Oh, Councillor Holliday, you're on page 9?
I know I'm fast, but not that fast. NY, if I could request a recorded vote on NY 21.45, application to remove 2 private trees, 33 Aran Crescent. Recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote on page 9, NY 21.45.
Green.
Green saves the trees?
Yep.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor McMahon, please. And Councillor Layton. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
Councillor Grimes, please.
The item carries 37-6.
Page 10. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, page 10?
No, it's just on page 9.
Oh, you're page 9, sorry. Okay, page 9?
NY 2130, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I have an amendment and an addition. for the Latvian Center.
Okay. So on page 9, NY 2130, there is an amendment on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Coe, are you on page 9?
Yes, I am, Madam
Okay.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold item NY 21.35, final report on 713 to 723 Lawrence Avenue West.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence Heights?
Page 10. Councillor Shiner?
I am remiss. I should have declared an interest on 21.35 as I did at the Community Council, as my family owns property in the immediate area. So I'd just like to declare my interest.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it has. On page 10, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. The next three items, I'd like to simply have a recorded vote. The first one being NY 21.47, application to remove a private tree, 14 Prestbury Street.
Okay, so recorded vote on NY 21.47.
Green.
Because you're looking at my note that says no, right?
Oh.
Councilor Perruzza, please. Councilor Giorgio. Councilor McMahon.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
The item carries 36 to 7.
Okay, and also a recorded vote on NY 2150, an OMB hearing?
Actually, Madam Speaker, NY 21.52, an OMB hearing for 73 Elmhurst.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councilor Perruzza, please. Councilor DeGiorgio. Councilor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Councilor Davis and Councilor Shan, please.
The item carries 39 to 3.
Councillor Coe? Oh. Okay, Councillor Holliday?
Thank you. Last one, SC 21.2, application to remove a private tree, 1 Baybrook Crescent. Thank you.
Okay, recorded vote on page 10, SC 21.2.
Councilor Wong Tam, please. Councilor Thompson.
Councillor Burnside, please.
The item carries 35 to 7.
Councillor Coe, page 10.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just would like a recorded vote on item NY 21.38, official plan amendment, zoning amendment, and draft plan of subdivision.
On page 9?
Sorry, page 9, 21.38.
You want a recorded vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll go back to page 9, NY 2138. Councillor Coe wants a recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio and Councillor Fillion, please.
Councilor Perruzza, please. And Councilor Wong Tam.
The item carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Page 11. Councillor Layton, page 11.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I need to hold item TE 23.16, alteration or removal of heritage property, intention to designate under part under the Heritage Act, and authority to enter into heritage easement agreement 738 to 746 Bathurst and a couple other properties. I don't think it's appropriate now, but I'll be asking for it to be heard together with item TE 23.6 as it's the same development application.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to actually just, we can vote on this TE 23.9 with the technical amendment for my Queen Street East restaurant study.
Pardon? Do you have a... Okay, so can you just put it on the screen?
And...
Okay. Councillor Shiner.
I would like to hold down the item as the report, the supplementary report, was only circulated to us while we're sitting in council, and no one's had an opportunity, I don't think, to read it.
Okay,
So,
it's just technical.
in
but-
due respect, these should be here ahead of council, and if they're here on the morning of council, should have a right to at least see it.
So Councillor McMahon, do you want to hold the item down?
I'll hold it then, and I'll speak with Councillor Shiner and assure him that all things are great in the East End. Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher on page... Councillor Fletcher, page 11.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just released 23.14. 395, 387R, and 413 Leslie Street, official plan and zoning bylaw applications, request for direction. Thank you.
On page 11, Councillor Fletcher is releasing T 23.14. All in favor? Carried. Page 12. Councillor Cressy.
TE 23.92, traffic control signals, Richmond Street and Simcoe. And I'll pull a Councillor Shiner here and to say my intention is to release this quickly, and if others have an intention to hold it, I'd be happy to chat with them in advance.
Are you releasing it?
No, I'm holding it.
So hold, Councillor Cressy,
What the hell are you doing?
are you holding on page 12,
I'm
T 20?
page 12, TE 23.92. I'm holding it, but my intention will be to release it quickly later to avoid a long debate, and if any would like to come to me, I'd be happy to chat. It's a Councillor Shiner. I'm holding it.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to, I believe that I may not even need to hold it, but rather to quickly move a motion which is technical in nature on item TE 23.77, which is road alterations, Victoria Street and Shooter Street. It's simply adding a few words from staff. It was omitted in the staff report. It will probably make a lot more sense when we indicate which intersection we're asking for the traffic changes to facilitate the construction of work that is required.
Okay, on page 12, Councillor Wong Tam is moving an amendment on T 23.77. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor DiCiano.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold item TE 23.30. It's the 123 Massey Street front yard parking pad application.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Great, and speaking of parking, I would like to hold TE 23.118, implementation of permit parking on non-licensed streets in my ward.
Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, I would like to hold item, 23.85, payment in lieu of parking, 84.5, 86, and 88 Adelaide Street East.
Thank you. Page 13. That was on page 12, T 2385. Page 13. Counselor Davis.
Thank you. I'd like to hold CC 28.7, Integrity Commissioner Report, etc., regarding the Lee Side and Community Gardens Board of Management sign approval.
Okay. Are there any, I didn't see his name. Counselor Lee.
I'd like to hold CC 28.5.
I'm sorry, Counselor Lee, can you tell me, there's too much noise, I can't hear you. On what page?
On page 13,
On page
CC 28.5. Ombudsman Toronto Report, an investigation in the Toronto Transit Commission's oversight of its transit enforcement unit.
Okay,
What all?
thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Fletcher.
Sorry, Speaker, I missed something on page 3, if you don't mind going back.
On page 3?
Yes, right back at the very beginning of the story. EX 24.13, providing new housing opportunities at 389 Church Street. Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Thompson.
Thanks, Speaker. Page 13, CC 28.4, 1380 Birchmont Road. I can release that item. I think that it says advice and communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege. I'm fine with that now. I've had a chance to speak with the solicitors on this matter.
Okay, so on page 13.
Ordered vote, please.
Yes. On page 13, Counselor Thompson is releasing CC 28.4, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Carmichael Greb, please. And Councillor Perks.
Counselor DeBaremaker, please.
Councillor Carmichael Greb, please.
The item carries unanimously, 43 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Are there any requests to make an item urgent and time-specific?
Yes. I'm seconding that.
Pardon? Okay, Councillor Holliday, you're first.
Thank you, Speaker. I understand that there is a request to hear a presentation from the auditor on detection of warning signs for potential bid rigging should be strengthened, and on the annual report demonstrating value of the auditor for her efficiency. I would suggest we hear that first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I think there's a number of members that are interested in that.
Okay, so what page is that, Councillor Holliday?
Yep, page 4.
Page 4, yes.
And on page 5, all within the, that would be AU 8.3 would be the first item, and AU 8.8 would be the second item.
But also 8.3.
8.3, yes.
8.3, 8.4?
No.
Not 4? Okay. 8.5.
8.8.
8.8. Okay, so
Correct.
you want to make that time-specific tomorrow morning?
First thing.
And 8.9.
You might as well do all the Auditor Generals at the same time.
Yeah, well, why don't we do it all?
I will move that if council's willing to accept all of the audit items at once. I'd be happy to move that.
Yep. All the held items, yes.
All the held items.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Happy to
Okay.
move that.
All right. On favor? Carried. So these are all the audit items that were held down. Will be tomorrow, first thing. Councillor Palacio.
Madam Speaker, on page 7, LS 18.3 review of Chapter 510 holiday shopping. I would like this item to be a sensitive time item after the auditing reports tomorrow morning. We can
After
the auditing reports that we just approved.
Oh, okay. So Councillor Palacio is moving on page 7, LS 18.3, that the item be dealt with following the audit items, correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's more of a question to clerks. It's about if I can bundle the two items so that they're heard together, TE 23.5 and TE 23.16. I don't know if now is the appropriate time, if it was being done anyhow.
Yeah.
They're with respect to the same
Yes.
development application.
Yeah, so they've already been referenced, so we'll deal with it.
Clerks are well ahead of me then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi.
I would like to attempt to hear and debate EX 24.8, page 3. That would be the closure of Toronto Community Housing Corporation units at Fir Grove. And I'd like to do it right after the mayor's key items, if possible.
Okay, so there's been motion by Councillor Mamalidi on page 3, EX 24.8, that the item be dealt with following the mayor's key item. All in favor? Carried. All those in favor of adopting the order paper and all items not held. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Shiner, please, if you're on the floor.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Shiner, please. Thank you.
Councillor Ticiano, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 43 in favor.
Councillor Mamalidi?
Madam Speaker, is it within order for me to ask that all relevant staff, including TCHC and our planning staff, be available when we do discuss 24.8 on page 3 for questions?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Members of Council, I want to stress the importance of preparing your motions in advance. The clerk staff are here to help you prepare your motions. In particular, if you intend to move a motion during the release of polls, I will insist that your motion be prepared in advance and given to the clerk. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, City Council follows a routine for the processing and adding of any motions without notice during the meeting. Please remember that a motion without notice must include a reason for urgency. If you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, please give your motion to the City Clerk staff. They will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. The Chair must agree the motion is urgent before you can seek leave to introduce it at the meeting. It will require 30 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. I will be reviewing all motions carefully and will advise Council after each recess which motions need a motion to add to the agenda. We will now go to the Mayor's key item, which is CD 19.2. Do we have any questions? It's on page 5, CD 19.2, Toronto's Child Care Growth Strategy. Okay, so do we go to Councillor Mamman, do you have questions to staff? Okay, questions to staff.
They're good people, best candidates.
I guess My question is just with respect to where the province is going with this whole growth thing. And on one hand, we're hearing, and you remember a number of years ago, that the province was heading in a direction that they wanted the school boards to be partners in all of this. And somehow it's become almost like a volley back to the city. So how is it that we're going to be able to afford all of the growth in this area with very little resources?
Councillor, we're assuming this growth is only possible with investment from the provincial and federal government. We're assuming our investment would remain at the 20% level. With respect to childcare in schools, it continues to be a priority, especially for kindergarten and school-aged children, which is why this report focuses on children from birth to age 4.
So is there still a plan to relocate some of those centers into our elementary schools?
Absolutely. We're constantly looking for space within elementary schools. When we build new schools or expand schools, we very much try to include childcare and work closely with the boards. The reality is we've been at that for 9 years and we're running out of space. So there's now a need to look for other partnership opportunities, which we have done as a matter of course through all those years also.
But doesn't it make sense, if we're going to move in that direction, that the onus, financial onus on the city be relocated and reallocated in responsibility to the school boards instead of the city? Why is it that we're moving in the direction to move these spaces into schools, but yet the city would be responsible with respect to the administration of the money and all of that?
First of all, increased spaces in schools is not moving spaces in, it's representing expansion of the city, of the system. The city is the legislated service system manager for childcare, which really outlines our responsibilities.
If we want it, right?
No, we are legislated service system managers whether we want it or not.
Every single spot?
For the childcare system by and large.
Even in the schools?
Yes, for childcare in the schools, we continue to manage the system, and it's important that we do because that way we're able to ensure that service gets to the areas where we think it's most needed.
But doesn't it make sense that if they are in the schools, that the province make the necessary changes to allow the school boards to be the managers in those schools? And
no.
to take the financial responsibility away from the city?
With respect to investing in the schools, most of the dollars for retrofitting space have been 100% provincial dollars. We would not want the service system management mandate to be fragmented because it's critically important that we plan the system as a whole to make sure that services are equitably available throughout the city.
But wouldn't it make sense to take the resource money that the city has around this and put it directly into the subsidies in the schools so that we don't have to worry about spending all that money and allow the school board and the province to make their own deal?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Council.
Getting at saving the City of Toronto money and saying that if the province is moving in a direction to either open up new spaces in schools or to give them more resources, why is it that the city has got to spend money? And why isn't it we're not moving in a direction to save that money and allow the province and the school boards to make their own deal?
The reality is the province is investing in system expansion. Where it's possible to have childcare in schools, we are trying to do that, especially for those children who attend school from 9 to 3. Further expansion opportunities in schools in Toronto is severely limited because we've already looked at all those opportunities. We're talking about broader system expansion, and we're recommending that the city's investment remain at the 20% level, which it has historically been at for a number of years.
I'm not suggesting to change the 20%. I'm suggesting that we look at alleviating the costs of child care through the city if you allow the province and the school boards to make their own deal and have the school boards manage their own system.
The reality is the school boards don't have a full system. The majority of childcare for infants to preschoolers is located outside of schools. So we do work very closely with the school board, but we do consider the city as service system management has a responsibility for some financial investment.
All right, I'll pose those arguments for another day. I've already tried to do this a few years ago, and I didn't succeed. But I think eventually, when all the numbers start coming out, it just maybe at that time I'll make another attempt to change the way we do business. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions to staff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Just for clarity's sake, on page 5 of the staff report, you've mentioned that by 2026, the population of children under the age of 4 is expected to grow to approximately 140,000. And then you go on to say that serving 50% of these children will require approximately 30,000 new licensed spaces. I'm just wondering how you get from 140 to 30,000 as being half need.
We assume that there's a need for about 70,000 spaces, and when you combine what is already out there operating and what is currently in development, there will be 40,000 spaces, so we need an additional 30,000 to come to the 70.
So do we have a problem in which we have capacity of spaces but a shortage of subsidized spaces? When we drill right down to the issue here?
We actually don't, Councillor. People have been raising the vacancy rate for a number of weeks now. There is on average 4,000 vacancies on a system of about 70,000 spaces. We found, and we continue to find, that as fee subsidies become more available, it becomes very difficult for parents to actually find physical space. So it's very important that the expansion move incrementally, building capital, adding subsidies, and addressing affordability simultaneously.
So when we come to a number, you're saying there is an X number of spaces that are available because they're unsubsidized.
The subsidy goes to the parents. There's always a certain amount of vacancies in the system. Right now it's about $4,000 spaces. I assume at least half of that is simply because one child is leaving and another child hasn't quite entered yet. The other thing about the vacancy information that I must point out is we're dependent on childcare operators for that data, so we can't really attest to 100% accuracy.
So a question that came up in committee, the federal government has committed in its March 22nd budget to put $7 billion over the next 10 years into supporting up to 40,000 new subsidized care spaces. That's obviously across the country.
It is.
Yeah. And what do you think Toronto's share of that would be?
It's hard to say because the federal government hasn't been involved in childcare for very, very many years. I've heard from some colleagues in the system that it could be up to 20 to 25% of the total, but really there's very little to compare it to at this point.
Maybe 10,000?
Could be 10,000.
Now, I guess the sum of all fears is that we build out on the capital side, build the capacity, and then this is a 3-year program. What happens if there's a phase out or a sunset on that funding? What do we do with those spaces?
Exactly, which is why we recommend moving incrementally. If we build too much space up front, it will be lying vacant and the operators will not be financially viable. If we don't build enough, we will not be able to get the new subsidies into the system.
So when we have a tripartite agreement, we have 3 levels of government. Could you just explain for a second the cash flow? How does the money come into the system and then finally make its way to individual families?
So the federal dollars will flow to us through the province, the Ministry of Education. I understand our first allocation will be coming in around the June area, or June timing. We fund directly to childcare operators what we call the General Operating Grant, which is intended to reduce fees for all clients. We have about $50 million in that right now, so it's not a material amount when you look at the whole system, but it does help. With respect to fee subsidies, we go through a budget process with operators to determine what their per diem per day for families should be. We determine what the family's fee should be through the federally legislated income test, and we pay the difference on behalf of the client directly to the childcare centre that they're attending.
So an average unsubsidized space
Now-
would,
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, I'm going to have to put your time on hold. We don't have quorum. Can I have the bells, please? Can you ring the bells for quorum?
shouldn't lose quorum.
If I can have members of council to please take their seats.
Members, the voting panel is open. Would you please press one of the buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber?
Quorum. It's a quorum call. We don't have quorum.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
You're famous now, you know that, James.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, now you can pull a Pasternak.
That means,
Councillor Crawford, please.
Talk about something that's totally not in front of you.
He's been famous with Chainsaw Jimmy.
well, when I'm gone, maybe you'll remember me.
Sorry.
Councillor Cressy, please. Thank you.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Madam Speaker, quorum is present. There are 35 members in the chamber.
Thank you. So, Councillor Pasternak, you have about a few seconds. Did you want to
Yes,
finish?
I just have one very brief question. We were just going to go through, so just if you could identify the cost of the average unsubsidized space and how important a subsidy means to the average family, what it does to that cost.
Okay, the mid-range, so this is the average cost of childcare for an infant, is $85 a day, a toddler $65 a day, and a preschooler $49 a day. The income test really determines what the maximum a parent should pay. So for a family making less than $20,000, for example, they would pay no fee. For a family earning between $20,000 and $40,000, they would pay 30% of that as their fee. So, for example, if they made $40,000, they would pay 30% of that additional $20,000. And then for those above $40,000, they'd pay an additional 10% on their income above $40,000.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Palacio, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What range of strategies are in place to tackle the childcare shortages?
Sorry.
For example, that we've been talking about incorporating childcare space in new housing developments, for example, retrofitting existing schools, and
What's this question?
and giving parents better information in terms of where those spaces are available and that kind of stuff. But in terms of subsidies, what's the key in terms of moving forward?
We currently have a wait list of just over 15,000 for childcare fee subsidies in Toronto, and we do suspect it would be higher if more subsidies were available. Our growth and demand study showed that 75% of parents would likely to be eligible for some kind of subsidy and found childcare unaffordable. So subsidies are very important in terms of enabling families, whether they're partially subsidized or fully subsidized, to re-enter the workforce or to complete their education.
So the province last year made an announcement that they're going to create approximately 100,000 daycare spaces, which is great news. Now, to your point in terms of subsidies, so the key to the whole dilemma in terms of the affordable and quality of daycare spaces would be subsidies. Is that the case? And if so, If you can just expand a little bit more.
So there's two things that are critically important for the 100,000 spaces to be viable. 30,000 of those spaces would come to Toronto, which is in line with what we're saying in our growth strategy. There would need to be subsidies for some families at all times because they will not be able to afford the fee, but we also need to address affordability for all families, especially the middle-income families who may not be eligible for full subsidy or subsidy at all. So the growth strategy addresses both what we call base funding to reduce costs for all families, and then subsidies for approximately 40 to 50% of families that will always need some assistance. And it's important that that be in place as the 30,000 spaces are being built out, or else the spaces would likely not be occupied.
How are the subsidies divided throughout the city in terms of per ward?
We use what we call age and geographic equity, and we're looking forward to getting the new census data in the fall to update that. What we try to do is look at the number of children living below the low-income measure in each ward. So if 10% of those children are in Ward 1, we would try to get 10% of subsidies to Ward 1. Then within that subsidy allocation, we try to address split it up equitably between age groups. The problem that we're having is that in some wards, there are not enough spaces for families to access. So that's one of the things that we're addressing through the capital strategy that Council approved last year.
My last question in terms of growth forecast for the Toronto child population, let's say within the next 10 or 15 years, what percentage are we looking at in terms of actual need for quality and affordability of the care?
We're assuming that the child population will grow to, for children birth to age 4, will grow to approximately 140,000, and we're assuming that 50% or 70,000 of those children will likely require or desire access to childcare.
How did we get to those numbers, to that information?
The 140,000 came from the province of Ontario based on its population projections. The demand, the 50%, came from the demand and affordability study that we had undertaken with the University of Toronto and which came to Council a few months, late last year.
Thanks so much.
Councillor DeGiorgio, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two quick questions. First of all, I'm very supportive of this vision and strategy. I do have two small reservations, actually. So we are committing to funding 20% of whatever the projected increase in costs for the provision of daycare, correct?
Assuming that the provincial and federal governments also come in with the other 80%.
So it is contingent on the provincial and federal government funding. Well, I'm just asking, would it be contingent, or are we in a position where if they don't come across with the funds, we're prepared to do whatever we can do with the 20%? Because I'm certainly prepared to do that. I'm just need clarification on that.
That would be ultimately Council's decision. The report assumes that the city maintains a 20% of costs and the province and federal government pick up the other 80% of costs.
And so all right, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
One more. To speak, Councillor Wong Tam, you put your name up?
Yes, I did, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify, through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, the cost control measures in the report. It's not clear on how that's going to be dealt with respect to the escalating costs of service delivery, and that was raised by some of the deputants at CDR.
So we've dealt with this in 2016 dollars, but the reality is to maintain service levels, there will have to be inflationary increases across the board by the three orders of government if we're to maintain service levels. Costs will be subject to the usual inflation in the system.
And as the program is costed out in today's dollars, that adjustment for the rate of inflation was not factored in today's report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there will have to be some adjustments there. With respect to the 4.1% allocations for those with special needs, do you believe that's enough in terms of allocation of resources as well as space to satisfy the actual demand and needs out there for families with young children with special needs?
Based on the current system and our current projections, yes, we believe that is sufficient.
Okay, that's encouraging. Thank you very much. And with respect to the centralized waitlist data that seems to be something that that number of parents have spoken to, putting themselves on one list here and then trying to correlate whether or not they're on another list, which seems to be a very onerous process, and I think you'd probably agree to that. What's the strategy for the centralized waitlist data, and when could we expect a strategy around that?
We're working with purchasing right now to do effectively an environmental scan of what the options are out there for developing a centralized wait list. We'll be reporting back to Council on that, I believe, in September. The other issue that we'll need to consider and any recommendations in that regard is we're also working on integrating the intake function across a number of human services. So ideally there'll be a client management system that's part of that that could possibly include the wait list. So there's a number of options, and we'll be reporting back in the fall.
Thank you. And so recognizing that that the report before us has a limit of time. It starts in year 2018 and it brings us 10 years out. If at any given time we don't receive funding from the other orders of government, what will happen to this strategy?
The reality is, if the funding, first of all, if the funding is not committed, we will not achieve the growth, and that's why we're being very careful to ensure that capital, operating, and fee subsidies are moving forward in hand, that we not get too out in front in one area over the other. If we achieve the growth and investments start to be reduced at one or the other levels of government, then it will result in service reductions.
So therefore, the strategy that's before us today could very quickly, unfortunately, potentially be derailed if we don't have the others of orders of government coming with the full-on commitment for this endorsed strategy with subsequent dollars in every single budget afterwards.
That's correct.
That is correct. And so I think that just my final question around the strategy that's before us doesn't necessarily speak to universality in terms of fully accessible universal childcare. This is not the report that's going to give us that big transformational service shift. Is that correct?
No, it does not address universality, but it does address what we believe to be closer to true demand for access to licensed childcare. And that came out of our growth and demand study, where it was determined that if affordability were addressed and if fee subsidies were increased, that about 50% of the child population would require access to licensed childcare.
What would be a better? So you just jogged my thinking. What would be a better? What would be a better overall strategy? Is it universal access to address the principles of equity, or would it be a 10-year strategy that's subject to funding? Like in terms of structural service changed, big transformation.
Big transformation is universal, there's no question, but we're such a long way for it. I think this is an enormous step in the right direction if we're able to achieve the vision that's in this plan. I think this vision gets us a step closer to universality, but there are a number of policy issues that we identify in the report that must be addressed in partnership with the province.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can ask members of council and the staff to try to keep it down, it is very, very noisy in here. Please. Councillor Burnside? Councillor Shiner?
Hi, how are you?
Okay, come on. Like, I know it's... No, I could hear you speaking. I could hear you. I could hear people talking. Okay. Mayor Tory to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say at the outset that I am very supportive of the report and of its recommendations, and I want to say thank you to the city staff for a job well done on preparing the report, and thank you to people who have, I think, consistently shown an interest in this, and I include in that the chair of the committee from which it's coming, Councillor Davis, and others who have had an abiding interest in this issue. It's like a lot of other issues for me that I you know, I don't know what level of knowledge you would ever ascribe to any talk show host, but when I was a talk show host, I had a little bit of a knowledge of the city's end of this. When I was in provincial politics, the same thing. But I've learned probably more in the 2.5 years I've been here, and in particular would say that I learned a lot just at the deputations. It's why it's useful to go to those public meetings that we have on the budget, because people come forward, and I acknowledge the fact that they're coming forward often in an organized manner on a particular issue, which they were this year, which was the school grants with respect to occupancy. But they actually got into quite a bit of a discussion about the workings of the child care system. And it was obvious from listening to them, and I knew something of this before, but I can say from each of those meetings, I attended a couple, I think 2 or 3 of them, I learned something. And I learned from listening to them talk about the affordability problem, which I knew about because people would talk about that in terms of the strain they have affording childcare in the city. But what I probably didn't know to the same extent was the degree to which that can affect the viability of these childcare operations themselves, because as they have spaces that are there and have been funded in the context of the capital needed to put them in place, they literally, in many cases, can't fill them. So you have this very ironic situation at best, and it's nonsensical at worst, where you have a space that's available, a family that badly needs it, in fact, more than one family, obviously, as we know, but no ability to bring those two together because of the lack of subsidies from us. And when I say from us, what is encouraging to me that this report is written on the basis that we've always talked about, and we've talked about it here with respect to transit, and we've talked about it with respect to housing. And what we've said is, if you're there to these other governments who need to be there, must be there, and were intended to be there, I believe, based on the arrangements in our federal system, if you're there, we'll be there too. And so that requires us, when the time comes, to actually step up and be there too. And in this case, there's a clearly defined role for us that is also placed at a specific percentage number. But the report is obviously written in anticipation of the news we see starting to emerge. And I say starting to emerge, there was a forthright statement of intention in the federal budget, a big number, but no details on kind of where, when, how, and all that sort of thing, which is obviously crucial to our ability to move forward with this. And similarly, the province had made an announcement of 100,000 new childcare spaces, which I gather was expanded upon a little bit this morning, by some additional detail. But again, we don't know all the details. And I would draw your attention to, the paragraph that's on page 7, because I just want it noted that I, in reading the report, took careful note of what the authors said, which is that the strategy assumes that funding from provincial and federal initiatives comes with sufficient flexibility in order to allocate between capital-based funding and fee subsidy, and it goes on to say that those kinds of flexibilities are needed to allow us to do what this report contemplates us doing. May I just, in the 1 minute or so available left to me, Madam Speaker, say this. I believe that childcare is an equal part, together with job creation and investment attraction, together with housing, and together with transit, a key element of our ability to build a stronger, fairer, more prosperous city. And I say that because equitable access to opportunity, equitable access to the opportunity that I think is presenting itself in the city right now. I think we're in a good period in terms of opportunity that's creating itself in our city. Equitable access to opportunity includes not just transit, which gets you there, but also the childcare that allows you, a person who wants to leave home and go and have a career, to know their children are going to be properly cared for. Secondly, I think it's a question of affordability of life in Toronto. The reality in 2017 is that if it's a 2-person household in terms of the adults, both of them are not only going to probably want to have a career, but will have to have a career to afford to live in the city. And obviously, again, quality childcare is going to be important to them. It's a question of affordability in another context as well, which is that even the fees for those who are not in subsidized spaces are very burdensome. And then finally, of course, it's a question of quality care for children. And I know from listening to people that you meet out across the city that in many cases people want to have that career, want to have that access to opportunity, and end up doing so in a way that is less than ideal arrangement, shall we say, for their children out of desperation. So I just want the members of council to know that I made this a priority item so that I could stand up and speak in favor of it, so that I could vote for it, and so that we could move forward, subject to the important participation and partnership of the other governments, which I'm confident seems to be coming, and do all of that with the enthusiasm. This is the right thing to do for the economy, for social justice, for families, and for quality child care. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising in support of the recommendations before us, and also I'm glad that and thankful that Mayor Tory made this a key item, and which is essential to, and I'm hoping that Toronto City Council will adopt this Toronto Childcare 10-year growth strategy, hopefully unanimously, and which calls for all levels of government to work together and to create a stronger and healthier social infrastructure in the city of Toronto. Now, in terms of priorities, it's been amazing how City Council has adopted a working plan to deal with the physical infrastructure of the city, and that's within the 10-year cycle. For example, in dealing with public transit, and with roads, bridges, water, and so on, including funding for the arts, sustainable funding for affordable housing. All of this is commendable, is great. But when it comes to daycares, these councils needs to show collectively. It's not only the mayor that has to be in the front line, but this council, all of us, we have collectively to show more determination, conviction, and leadership as elected officials to make sure that, that we advocate to the other levels for the funding that we need so we can have not only affordable but quality of daycare, and mainly the subsidy aspect. It's inconceivable to think, like every time that I have people coming to my office, to my constituency office on Saturdays, it's inconceivable to think that the cost for obtaining accessible, quality, and affordable child care exceeds housing costs, mortgage payments, or university tuition fees. Families on average, overall, they are spending a disproportionate amount of their net family income on child care. And those who are working, they have to struggle and challenge, and they are challenged all the time in terms of balancing their career life with their family life. Every time that we are working, we are thinking about we have to go and pick up our kids. All of that is a real challenge. So it is heartbreaking when people call and they are asking for help. And literally you don't know where to turn. Why? Because we have a long waiting list and there is not much to offer. So equality of opportunity for families in need overall lies in the heart of the daycare issue. And it is essential to achieve an equal playing field for all families in society and provide a kick start for those kids, for those children who need to get a good start in life so they can be productive and achieve their full potential. I think that when I think about affordable child care, in my opinion, that creates a win-win when we have enough in terms of the demand. That brings a vibrant, stronger, and robust communities wherever we are. And people start working, which is great. And people also, for those who can't, they become less reliant on social assistance. So that creates a win-win situation, in my opinion, overall. And moving forward, I believe that what we need to do is to change or to ensure that we have a range of strategies that tackle the shortage of housing overall. As I was, when I was asking questions, I think we need to incorporate childcare into new developments, retrofitting existing space within our local schools, giving parents better information in terms of location where the quality spaces are, And more than anything else, we need to work with the other levels of government because daycare is always one of the best investments that our governments can make for our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Could I have a quorum call? We don't have quorum again. It seems like members of council don't want to sit in their seats today. But you have to be in your seat.
Members of council, please indicate your presence by pressing one of the buttons.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Ainsley, please.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Kelly and Councillor Karagianis, please. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Madam Speaker, there are 37 members of council present. You have quorum.
Okay, thank you. And I would appreciate if members of council could remain in their seats. Councillor Shan, to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to support this report and the plan. I am very excited to support this because this is an issue that has impacted many people in my ward and around the city. I thank the city staff for bringing this forward and advocates like Councillor Davis for doing the advocacy work. Childcare is access to affordable childcare is an issue. It's a human rights issue. It's an equity issue in our city, and needs to be taken seriously. So I'm glad that we are taking a leadership role on this. Even though we have parents and guardians from all genders, unfortunately, women have been disproportionately impacted through a lack of affordable childcare. As many times, it's the women who have been through how patriarchy operates, have been chosen to not be attached to the employment market. And in our areas, many people of color who obviously in the city of Toronto make the least and disproportionately represented in people who make minimum wage are people of color and women. And therefore, to afford a childcare for a month would be more than one paycheck for many of these families. And so it's a racial justice issue, economic justice issue, but also an issue that we need to take a leadership. So I'm glad that we are putting our money where our mouth is and saying that we would commit to a certain percentage of funds to make this happen. But there's a bit of an alignment in terms of federal and provincial governments talking about this issue, and I'm glad that we can form a leadership role to get the federal and the provincial government to commit meaningful resources so we can take care of this issue when the timing is right, how the political environment is functioning. But I also want to say thanks to all the community members who advocated around the occupancy grant issue to bring this conversation onto the forefront so that this doesn't die off and become an issue only of a seasonal conversation. The advocates who have been working throughout the year have made sure that this is on the forefront. It's time for us to take a leadership role, not only through this report, but subsequently in the coming councils to make sure that our advocacy to get provincial and federal funding for this stays on the forefront of the agenda to make that happen. So I would like to thank the staff and the council for bringing this forward, and I strongly support, and I hope we can have a unanimous support on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner to speak.
Madam Chair, I rise to speak on this issue as it's not new. It's been around for a long time at Council. And as a matter of fact, my first experience with the need for affordable childcare came up in the early days of this new Council when the provincial government under Michael Harris was not providing inflationary increases to the cost of childcare, and because of it, we were facing the loss of over 2,000 affordable childcare spaces. And the mayor at that time, Mayor Lastman, said to me as chair of the Budget Committee, take it to the committee, deal with it. Nobody that's in a space will lose it, but we'll just have less spaces. I think I shocked my colleagues that are more to the left when I came back and to council and said, I won't let one space go. Won't let one space go because affordable childcare is so important for people that so many people. But if you're working on a minimum wage or a middle wage job, or even a higher wage job, think over $2,000 a month to get proper licensed childcare. And I said, I can't see one of those spaces go, because if you don't have affordable childcare, then people won't work because they won't be able to afford to work. And we kept the 24,000 spaces that are there, and ever since then I've supported every initiative that we've had to try and increase the number of spaces, because it doesn't hit just one part of the city, and I appreciate my colleague expressing that for the area that he knows. But it expresses people up in decent paying jobs when they're trying to get through in the city and pay for the cost of housing and pay for the property taxes and pay for everything else that they have to do to go ahead and be able to pay the full rate for childcare or even find good childcare in the city is so difficult, and people are leaving the city because they can't afford to live here, and that's one of the areas that really hurts them. To see that we've come to the point now where we're actually going forward to look at the cost sharing to expand to this many childcare spaces across the city and try and make it, as it says, reduce the parents' fees from 25 to 40%, which makes it more affordable for everybody. It makes it fair across the board and provide fee subsidies. I think it's something that we should all take pride in as a council, that we're going forward that way, and I expect it to be unanimous at it, to understand how pressing that need is, how much we all want to take care of the young children that are out there and see them well taken care of, and how important affordable child care is to families right across the city. So I'm rising simply to provide my positive response to a great initiative that I know staff have worked hard on, my colleagues have worked hard on, this council's worked hard on, and it's been 15 years now where we've come to the change from trying to see the reduction in childcare that we were facing, to lose from the 24,000 spaces, to talk about going to 40, 50, 60, and 70,000 childcare spaces, affordable childcare spaces in the city. And I'm very, very proud that we're able to do this today.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to echo many of the comments that have already been said, but I also want to reiterate my view that that daycare is the most transformational social policy of the last generation. It is the tool for which people can participate more readily and easily in workforce, to go back to school for the upgrading of training and upgrading of skills. It is an area of public policy that creates a situation in which there are no closed doors and no glass ceilings, and gives an opportunity for people to not only achieve their financial goals, but also achieve any kind of career or aspirational goals. When I met my future wife in London, Ontario, she was a single mom with a small child, a small son, and it was a safe, affordable daycare center in London, Ontario, that allowed her to go back to university to get her library science degree. And I have had many families come into my office and raise concerns about their desperation to return to the workforce, their desperation to go back to school and upgrade their skills. And it is only through a visionary daycare program that can be done. And before us is a concrete roadmap that gives us some goals, some strategies, and a place to go from A to B. But tripartite agreements come with risks, and when we rely on the other levels of government to come through, we take on that risk. Certainly, when we look at the federal funding envelope, which is a 3-year program, we have concerns that it could expire and not be renewed in 3 years. And this is something we always have to be cognizant of. Are we going to backstop the potential loss of subsidies? That is a question not for this council, but certainly for a future council in which those subsidies could disappear. And we have responsibilities to the people of Toronto to keep that in mind as we budget forward, to make sure we have certain reserve funds secured and available to make sure that we can come to the table should that happen. But more important and more practical is to continue to engage our federal and provincial counterparts and make sure that they understand that this is a long-term commitment, that daycare does not have a sunset clause, and that programs should always come under review but should never be collapsed when it's such an important social policy. So with that, I would like to thank staff, their diligent work for bringing this forward, the advocates, community advocates who have made this a topic of great concern, my committee members of Community Development and Recreation for ensuring that this is an important issue that deserves council support and funding, and I thank the Mayor for making it his key item.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to quickly thank the committee, thank staff, thank the mayor, and in particular thank Councillor Davis for all her continued work on the file. I'm one of a handful of councillors in the room that have a child in care at the moment, and I got to tell you, even with the rather generous compensation we receive as city councillors, it's an enormous cost on our household budget. I can't imagine how it would be for a family just above the threshold for receiving a subsidy, or worse yet, on a list for a subsidy but having to go back to work. There's two issues I see here. One is affordability and one is access, both of which within this report we are trying to address. On the access, I want to put this in perspective. My wife and I got on the wait list for 3 toddler spaces, for 3 toddler rooms, infant rooms in the immediate vicinity of where we live. We got on the list before we told our parents of our first child at 12 weeks. At 11 months old, we didn't have a spot. We didn't get pulled. We were looking at not having a childcare option when my wife had to return to work. It was a very serious conversation in our household about what do we do? Does she go back part-time? Do we get grandparents involved? Do we go and find a private, do we hire a nanny, a cost that would be in far of excess of the rather significant cost it would have been? There was a very, very serious conversation. We were fortunate enough that the person in front of us in line that got called for that spot didn't take it. Bless them, because we had no other alternative. And we're not the only family like this. If my partner needed to go back to work at 6 months, we would have been completely out of luck. If we didn't get this spot, we don't know what we would have done. Quite possibly someone wouldn't have returned to the workforce. And that's a shame, because we should be supporting people's careers. We should be supporting that both as personal development, but also as the economic impact that can have on a city and a jurisdiction. So we need to increase the supply of spaces that exist. And just so just to put that last point in perspective, it was 18 months until we got our spot. 18 months. You got to pretty much have a magic 8 ball to tell you when to get on a list for childcare if you really want to line up a spot at 6 months for an infant. You got to get on before you even conceive. That's absolutely ridiculous. Our family's supposed to plan in that respect. On the cost, $24,000. Think of what $24,000 buys, and think of that as a proportion of your take-home pay after taxes. That's an enormous component of take-home pay, even for those of us in this room. there is a huge affordability problem that we have to get beyond. When 75% of families can't afford childcare, we have a major problem. We have a problem in the priorities that we're making as a city, as a province, and as a country. We need to change that, and we're going to change that here. With 30,000 new spaces and bringing down affordability, raising affordability for everyone by bringing down rates, we are going to help. And I hope that our other levels of government stay involved in this, because we're only going to be meeting the needs of half the families in the city, and we need to be meeting the needs of every family. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would also like to echo my gratitude to the staff for preparing this report. I recognize that the growth strategy is really a document that is to be overlaid on top of the service plan. And at some point in time in the near future, and perhaps in 2026 and perhaps sooner or perhaps later, we may get to a universally accessible childcare strategy that provides all the needs. But that's not where we are today. So I recognize that we operate within the realities of intergovernmental relationships. We are dependent on one another. We have a responsibility to collaborate and to do what's right and to enable all the opportunities that should be afforded to residents be granted to them so that they can fulfill their obligations and goals as Canadians and Torontonians. And childcare is actually one of the biggest obstacles for most young families in this city. It's actually, in Toronto's case, we are the most costly childcare program and service in the country. And out of 35 OECD countries, Canada is actually the most costly as well. So not only is childcare afforded at $24,000 for each child, for each family, it actually causes families, gives families pause to consider whether or not they should have a second or third or fourth child, given the cost of childcare. It's more expensive to send your child to childcare than it is to send your child to university. And that is really one of the greatest obstacles that face families today. It's actually also one of the biggest challenges for women and their full and equal participation in the workforce. And I think it's important for us to recognize who are the primary child care and human care providers in the family. Most of the times, and majority of the families, they are women. And so these are young women, young mothers who are forced to make a decision where they have to think about their careers and then be asked to put that on hold while they are asked to stay home and take care of their children. And on top of that, they're usually the primary caregiver for elderly parents. The plan today is a stopgap. It is not a solution that brings us to big transformational service change. That's not where we are at the moment. And I think that's what, for me, is probably the troubling piece, is that when it comes to universal access of childcare, which is what every single childcare advocate really deeply wants, which is what their major mission is, that is not before us today. So this report is contingent on the support of other governments. It's going to be contingent on funding every year in their budgets, and I think that is something that we have to recognize. So yes, we should adopt this report and let it be unanimous, because we need to send a message to the other orders of government that Toronto is willing to pay its share. However, I think we should also double and triple our efforts to make sure that what we advocate for in the long run is a correction to the service deficits with respect to childcare. In Toronto and in Canada, we need a national childcare strategy, and we need to make sure that it's properly funded, and it can never be at the sacrifice of any budget constraints or cuts. And that's not what's before us today. So this is not a transformational report. This is not going to get us to where we ultimately want to be. And I think that we would like that to be the case, especially if we're going to improve the business climate, especially if we're going to improve our global competitiveness, especially if we're going to create equal and greater opportunities for women and employment for families. This is not tied to that business case analysis. And maybe that will be coming later on, but that's not what's before us today. And I want us to be mindful when we vote for this, is that this is not the end of the work. This is simply the beginning of the work, because by 2026, when this plan is fully rolled out, we will only have addressed and created enough spaces to accommodate the 50% of families who actually need childcare. And that's 10 years out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we recess, I just want to remind the members of the striking committee are meeting today at 12:45 in Committee Room 3. Okay, we'll recess till 2 o'clock. Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. Members? Hello? Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor DiCiano? If I can have members please take their seats. Okay, thank you. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before we return to the mayor's first key item, item CD 19.2, do we have any release of member holds? Okay. Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release EY 22.17.
Page.
What page?
Oh, page, geez. Probably page 5.
You added it.
Oh, no, this is the one that we introduced.
Oh, yes, it was added to the agenda.
Yes.
We removed it from committee, and
Right.
it has been circulated to the members.
Yeah, so Councillor Ford, Councillor Ford, would you like just to move it?
Oh, yes, absolutely, I'd like to move it.
Okay. On EY 20, here it is on the screen. Council is, the staff is supporting it.
Yeah.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 5, CD 19.1, redevelopment of directly operated childcare at Warden Woods, and I thank the staff for answering my questions.
Okay, so on page 5, CD 19.1, Councillor Holliday is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Do you have another one? Pardon? Oh, it's Etobicoke York? Okay, just one sec. Okay, just one sec. All right, so Councillor Holliday on page 8.
Oh, so it's not quick.
It's quick. We just vote. We just vote.
No.
No.
How come you always want to talk on his...
Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 13, item CC 28.5, Ombudsman Toronto report.
Okay, you're releasing?
I'm moving additional motion in addition to the recommendation that the City Council forward this item to Toronto Police Services Board because they authorize those officers. So it's for their information and what they want to do with it.
It's very helpful.
Okay, thank you. So on page 13, CC 28.5, Councillor Lee has the amendment on the screen. All in favor? Recorded vote?
You cannot vote on that because
There's been a request for a recorded vote.
I will defer to my colleague. You have to declare what your interest is. Oh, we're just going to keep running back and forth. Speaker, if I apologize.
Oh, okay, just one sec. Hold on. Yes, Councillor Kelly.
Listening to the sage advice of my colleagues on this side of the chamber, I want to declare an interest. My wife is an civilian employee of the Police Service Board, so I will excuse myself from this vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Karagianis, please.
Is it concerning this item? Okay, Councillor Mahevik, we're in the middle of a vote.
I know, I appreciate that, and I'm sure I got stuck on the elevator.
and I'm a little late.
And a little late.
But basically, it should also be referred to the TTC as well. No, it hasn't been at the TTC. Not the report from the Ombudsman.
No. Councillor Mihevik, it is a report on the TTC, so it doesn't have to be referred to them.
Can I hear it from the clerks that it will go there? I'm not.
Yes. So the clerk will send the copy to the TTC as a matter of course.
To the commission, not
Yes.
just. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, then I'm fine.
Okay, we're in the middle of a vote. I don't know where we are now.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Fillion, when you're seated, please. And Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Okay. Item is amended on favor, carried. Councillor DiCiano.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release item TE 23.
What page, please?
Oh, sorry, page 12. Item TE 23.30. I've spoken with the local councillor and staff, and I'm prepared to release it. Thank you.
Okay, so on page 12, T 2330, Councillor DiCiano is releasing on favor. Recorded? Okay, recorded vote. It's on the item for 123 Massey Street.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Councillor Carroll, when you're seated, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
The item carries 31 to 8.
Thanks. Councillor Shiner.
So, Madam Speaker, the one item that was before us in Planning and Growth Management Committee, PG 19.4, that we all adopted with a few opposed, I have to ask for it to be reopened because there was a supplementary report with some minor changes to the draft zoning bylaw and a reallocation of the section 37. So the one item that I got approved, I have to ask you to unapprove it so we could circulate the amendments and I can ask you to consider it again later. So this is my motion to reopen the item.
Okay, so it's on the screen to reopen PG 18.4.
19.4.
19.4. It's my eyes. On favor, carried. And the item will be circulated. Councillor De Beermaker.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 8 of the green sheets, PW 20.5, site plan agreement with the City of Pickering for Brock Road West closed landfill administration building. I've had my questions answered by staff, and I'm happy to release it. I'll just move the staff recommendations.
Okay, on page 8, PW 20.5, Councillor De Beermaker is releasing. On favor, carried. Councillor Davis, you have your name up there in the middle. Is that to release an item? Pardon? Are you releasing an item?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are there any further releases? Okay, so give a minute for us to put the screen up, speakers. Councillor Mammoliti.
So I won't take much time, Madam Speaker. I just think that certain things do need to be said, and I know that many of you won't agree with what I have to say, but you know, at the end of the day, there's one bottom line, and while we increase our budgets after the province and others decide that they're going to either spend more money in certain categories or certain departments, they'll end up pulling the money eventually, and we're going to end up stuck like we usually are. And with this, there is no difference. And while many of you believe that that child care should be under the scope of the municipalities, I don't. I think the province has to come to the table and take care of every child that needs to be taken care of in the appropriate fashion. And by handing them off handing the portfolio off to municipalities only leads people to believe that the municipality can take care of everybody. And on 8 cents on the dollar, we can't. And so here we've got a report that says, you know, we're expecting more child care to the needs to be increased over the years. And while we've got this major announcement by the province tomorrow that speaks to more funding for child care, many here will say, wonderful, it's a win, we've got it. We've got the money to be able to take care of our children and our communities. Well, the reality is we don't. It's not enough, and we all know that. So what really makes sense is for us to be adopting a package that says take it back. Province, you take it back, you deal with child care, and you make sure that every child in every municipality has the amount of funding needed to be able to take care of their needs. We refuse to do that because I believe that this is very political as well in communities. I believe it's an easy win for anyone to try and get a group of parents and say, look, we need more child care funding, we need another child care center, and it's easy for any one municipal councillor to say, look what I did for you. The question is, look what I haven't been able to do for you, and nobody ever wants to talk about that. Because we're refusing to say, let's get this off of our system, off of our budget, off of our resources, because we don't have any, or future non-resources, and say to the province, take it back. And we should be doing that with a whole bunch, a whole slew of other areas that shouldn't be our responsibility. And if we did that, I don't think we'd find ourselves in the mess that we're in at budget time every year. TTC is another one. You've heard me say that before. Housing is becoming ridiculous. And we can't afford it. And Mr. Mayor, I know that you agree with this. You're spending the bulk of your time trying to figure out how to build more affordable housing and how to deal with TCHC issues and how to make sure that everybody's taken care of. And at the end of the day, we're right back to square one every time we try to do something. Child care is no different. The province, and I led a task force on this a few years ago, and while some will disagree with me, what we've heard is it's not your responsibility, that the province take up their responsibility by funding it all, taking care of it. And a few years ago, they made the move to try and venture into agreements with the school boards so that the school boards become the partner where these daycare centers, these child care centers should be in. They should be in the school where those children are going to be at in just a few years. The province has said in the past, this is what's going to happen. I know, because I spoke to the minister. And you know what stopped that flow, that agenda, that positive move by the province? The City of Toronto. We would rather have all the employees we have, we would rather fund all the salaries we have around this, than actually put those salaries into a program that deals directly with childcare. We would rather be giving that away to salaries and be the middle person, because that's what we're being here. We want to keep trying to be the middle person and spending all the money that I think is unnecessary. Now, many of you are shaking your heads. One day you're going to recognize this. You will realize that some of us are right with respect to recommending to stop taking on programs we can't afford.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have a motion which I'd like to move. I believe it's on the, they can put it on the screen. And it basically reads that City Council direct that all child care issues are report through the Economic Development Committee in the future. So I'd like to place that motion before you, Speaker.
Oh, Councillor, yeah, did you want me to?
Point of order, Speaker, yes.
Just one sec. Yeah, just one sec, Councillor Perk.
Speaker, the duties of committees are described in the procedures bylaw, and we're not able to amend the procedures bylaw using the method that the councillor is doing right now, so I'd ask that you rule it out of order.
Yes. As I was going to rule it out of order before you stood up. So I'm ruling it out of order.
Can I get my 20 seconds back, and I'd like to challenge it?
No, you're not going to get 20 seconds back if you're challenging me. No. I'm ruling it out of order. So, yeah. Councillor Perruzza, you can't challenge me because I'm stating the rules of council. You cannot challenge me. So if you would like to continue speaking, I will turn your time on. No, you can't. No, I'm not giving back his time.
Until we see childcare, and I'm sorry that my good friend here chooses to laugh at it, but until we see childcare as an economic development issue, we are never, ever, ever going to get universal childcare. As long as we continue to see childcare as a social service issue, much to what Councillor Mammoliti spoke to, we will never, ever get universal child care. I understand what's before us today. And I think that our staff have done a fine job. I think they're moving the yardsticks given the hybrid, confusing, expensive, difficult to access system that we currently have. But until we see childcare, like we see our school system, preparing, the workforce of tomorrow, until we look at it as a vital economic issue, we will never have universal child care. You'll continue to have all the problems that Councillor Layton spoke to. About, he's got a good income, his partner, spouse, wife works. They wanted basically childcare in order to be able to get back to work, get back to participating in the economy, sort of happy to pay for it, couldn't find it. Imagine all those other people who A, can't find it, and B, can't afford it. I can't think about childcare without recalling a story I read a couple of months ago in the paper now. Don't remember exactly when. Little girl in Vaughan, 2-year-old. You know what? Don't you please don't me. Because that's exactly what it is that we're talking about. We're talking about creating a great many parents, people who become so desperate, A, not being able to find it, B, not being able to pay for it, C, having to get back into the workforce, D, leaving their children in very, very desperate situations. Shame on all of us. I can't help but recall that story, and aside from all of the other things that went on, what's fundamentally at the root of that is a whole bunch of parents. I believe that there were 35 or 36 kids in that child care there. A whole bunch of desperate parents who are not able to, A, find child care, and B, be able to afford it. So until we take a step back and we see it as an economic issue, we see it as a continuum of basically preparing our young people, getting them ready to participate in our economy, to move on and get good jobs, to get a good education, and do all of the wonderful things that we want them to do. Until we see it that way, we'll never get there. So I move the motion tongue-in-cheek. My good friend jumps up because he thinks he understands the rules. The Speaker rules me out of order and says, no, you can't challenge the chair. Why? Because we see it as a social service issue. We don't see it as an economic development issue. Shame on all of us for that.
Thank you. I gave him, extra seconds. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to come back to that theme in a minute, but first of all, I just want to thank the Mayor for making this a key item. This has gone from being an item that parents and families have been fighting for over the last number of months to being a key item at the City of Toronto Council. And I think that's very significant, and I want to thank you for that, recognizing the critical importance of childcare for the many families in the city and for the city's economy. And as I said, I would come back to that. And I'd like to thank Elaine Baxter-Trahere and her staff. They have consistently brought forward reports letting us know where things are at with childcare in the city, trying to ensure that all of the provincial legislation that keeps getting dropped for early years and FDK and everything, that we're still able to maintain our childcare system, and in this really brilliant forward-thinking report that says, here's a growth plan for childcare. But I do want to say I don't think that this would have rolled out in the same way if it wasn't for a true champion here at our City Council, and I mean a true childcare champion. As long as I've known her, childcare, and she should not put her head down, that Councillor Davis has championed childcare for as long as I've known her as a trustee and as a councillor. And I think that this latest collaboration with staff, motions to get to having a plan, an actual plan that would say here's a funding formula for the plan, here's the requirements for the plan, is such an important milestone in the City of Toronto. So, Councillor, I do want to thank you personally for all the years that you have dedicated to getting to this place, because I think it's a new jumping-off spot. And I want to acknowledge what some have said. We have a growth plan in the City of Toronto. We have a mid-rise plan in the City of Toronto. We want people to move into the city. We are making more dense neighborhoods. Somewhere in there, you know, we say here, is it parkland deficient? Is it this? But the idea of young families and attracting young families into the neighborhood, the importance of ensuring that while we're densifying, that we have access to childcare, it's part of a growth plan. And I think this is why this is such a seminal report, because it gives us that direction. It places childcare within that context, which we haven't ever done before, actually. We just talk about people needing to put their children somewhere. We're not thinking on a big city framework of what does it mean to be a city that grows by 30,000 people a year? What does it mean to be a city that wants to add this many units per year? So this does that. The other thing, and I just want to take a minute to address the theme that Councillor Councillor Perruzza was on, because I happen to agree with him. I understand that there is going to be a report going to economic development from Children's Services about the importance of childcare. And as Ms. Baxter-Trujillo said in the committee, something I've moved countless motions on and talked about a lot, because childcare, as we found out in Quebec, is a foundation piece for a strong economy. Affordable childcare is a foundation piece for a strong economy. It's not just about where can my kids go, it's nice to have them looked after. It's about where does the workforce put the children of the families who have kids. What is our strategy in having a strong economy if half of the workforce can't find somewhere for their family to stay while they're at work? That is the part that I believe Quebec recognized with their incredible child care plan. It's the part that's recognized here in this growth strategy, and it will be further recognized when economic development gets to grapple with why this is such an important issue, without taking it away from the committee that has championed child care year after year after year. So kudos to everyone for this. Thank you very much. I would look forward to seeing this unfold.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that it was worth getting up this morning just to have this debate, because the unanimity around here around this issue is so terribly important. You know, I think that this city really desperately cares about our children, and you see it in a lot of ways. But if we really do care about our children, then there is nothing more important than the investment in those early years. Because if you do not invest in those early years, then you pay and you pay and you pay. These years define these children. And the fact that both middle-class parents and poor parents cannot afford to send their children to our own daycares, whether they're under our umbrella, is quite unsettling to me. And as Councillor Perruzza has said, there are only so many other options, and they are not options that I think that we should ever embrace. And so for me, this was so exciting when I saw the report coming out. And I know that we've waited and waited and waited for it, but it certainly was really astounding. Because what happened in this report was not a philosophical discussion, it was a practical discussion. And it was a systematic way to get to the 30,000 spaces. And it was also a systemic change. And I believe that under the poverty reduction strategy, that's exactly what we wanted to do with one of our top priorities. And we had said in this last go-around, and the mayor had agreed with that childcare had to go along with transportation and housing because of all of the issues of nurturing and all of the issues of economic development. If mothers cannot go back to work on time, they will lose their jobs after having these children, and the children will be shortchanged. And sending them too early and too late is not an option that we should be looking at. So for me, I think it's a seminal moment where we come together as a council and look at how we move forward, not this term, but for many terms. Not this child, but for many children. So from my perspective, you know, I've lived in the last, I would say 7 years in child care depravity. My children can hardly afford to send their children to daycare, but they've had to struggle to do that. In Quebec, that would not be the case. And so whether or not they have the money to send them because they need subsidies, or no money to send them because they need subsidies, or because they have money, but the amount of money, $2,350 $2,350 a month, is sometimes 2 mortgage payments. So it seems to me that that's a lot of money to invest in one child. And then what you begin to do is to decide whether or not you're going to have another. So that's been Nana's dilemma over this period of time, because I've seen it for the first time again from the front lines. And it is bad Pammy's choice, very, very bad. And so I also have seen the amazing work that happens in our daycares. The remarkable work, the socialization of children, the learning of children. When my little Miles went to daycare with me yesterday, he didn't even hardly say goodbye to me. He was gone. He was so excited to be there, and that's because of the quality of our daycare system. Our child care workers are some of the best in North America and probably around the world. But if you live in Sweden, when you have your baby, they deliver you 2 things: your birth certificate for the baby and your enrollment in your child care. Which child care system, which child care location, and when. And so, you know, we're way behind on this. And we can argue, as Councillor Mammoliti is not wrong, the province is one of the only provinces across the country that does not pay for this, and it does not come out of a taxation, income tax. And they should. But let's not spend our time arguing that piece while other babies are being exempted from going into these programs and having to go to these not so good programs.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak and obviously to endorse the report that is before us, and I would also echo all of the statements made today to thank our staff, thank the Mayor, who is clearly supporting what is before us. But I also want to thank parents across the city who have come to City Council, who have written, who have organized, who have spoken out consistently, not week after week, not year after year, decade after decade. And one can only go back to the Royal Commission on the Status of Women in the 1970s when Rosalie Abella said that childcare was fundamental to women's equal participation in the workforce and fundamental to our country. And that is exactly what we are attempting to do today to contribute to building a vibrant, successful city. And part of that is making sure that we are investing in the infrastructure, the social infrastructure that is so critical to doing that, and that includes childcare. I do want to thank parents because they did give voice to the incredible crisis that we have in Toronto. They told us there aren't enough spaces. What there is far too expensive. They've talked about waiting lists and the confusion of the system and how it works. There aren't enough subsidies. They have told us time and again. And over the years, the city has been responsive, and we have had service plans. But those service plans have simply redistributed to achieve more geographic and age equity. But we have never had a plan that says this is where we need to go to address the demand and the need with a growth strategy. And I know that our city manager has said all the time, I asked him at budget time, do we have a plan for growth in our infrastructure or the unmet needs, unmet demand on the social side of this corporation and what we do? And he said, no. We are developing service plans, but this is the first one that says our city is growing and our city has needs. And we are going to address those with a multi-year plan. And the problem, what this plan does is it says we are going to lower the cost of childcare 25 to 40%. And when you're paying $2,000 a month, some might say that's not enough, but it's significant. So to lower our costs, the fees 25 to 40%. It will build 30,000 new licensed spaces. And of those spaces, about half of them will be matched with fee subsidies for our lowest income families. It invests in special needs, which we absolutely have to do to serve the range of children that we have in our city. It also invests in making sure we have a labor force strategy to have people working in our childcare centres with decent wages and working conditions. The other thing that I do want to acknowledge, we do have partners now at the table. The federal government has come to the table and they have committed $7 billion over 10 years. We don't know yet how it's going to be phased in. I think about $500 million in the first year and incrementally increasing. And the provincial government has stepped up, and the minister did an announcement this afternoon, and it looks like there will be funding in 2017-2018 of $200 million, of which we should get a third. So we should be getting about $65 million out of the announcement from the provincial government. We will see it tomorrow in the budget. So the federal government has money, the provincial government has money, and we are committing in this report to a 20% contribution. That 20% contribution has historically been there. It was a legislated requirement, 80-20 cost sharing. And we are the second largest system of childcare in the country. And we have the capacity and we've got the wealth in this city to make a commitment to continue to build childcare for the families in this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor de Barramaker, Councillor Mihevc, please.
The item carries 41-1.
Okay, we'll go to our next item, the mayor's key item, which is on page 4, EX 24.30. Are there any questions to staff? Councillor Campbell.
I just had, one very basic question. I guess it's for legal, city legal, is we're asking the province for authority to deny people access to units if they have had run-ins with the law, and I'm wondering why do we need, the question is, why do we need to ask for the province's authority? Cannot Toronto Community Housing just take it upon themselves to deny access to those units?
Through the chair, what the motion is requesting is that we ask for amendments to the legislation so that when a social housing provider has successfully evicted someone for illegal activity or seriously dangerous behavior, that currently we have to, if they apply for housing, we have to rehouse them. This is saying that if we're successful in evicting, that we have the discretion not to rehouse.
So it's in the legislation that anyone who applies for social housing has to be given consideration.
That's correct. And what we're asking for
I get that. Okay. All right, thank you. That's all, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I read the report. I just want to receive assurances that would it be the case we're asking for certain permissions here? If they were granted, would they be expected to be heavily prescriptive, or is the request here meant to generate certain permissions coming back to us, and then we get on with setting our own local policy?
So through the chair, what the motion asks is that the social housing providers be provided the discretion. So yes, there would be some interpretation as to how we would interpret the...
So there would be some opportunity, if we got expanded permissions, there would be some opportunity when we got back to make sure that we weren't in fact taking a person with criminal behavior and in fact ending up jeopardizing the housing of their entire extended family. That we would be clear in our own policies about what criminal behavior meant, such that we weren't ourselves going to be vulnerable to accusations of profiling, et cetera, et cetera.
So through the chair, we would work closely with the social housing providers, including TCHC, to come up with appropriate wording to guide the implementation of the policy.
Okay, so if we got the permissions and people read in the paper that we got expanded permissions, they should still assume, and we would have a communication response ready to say we will now develop stronger guidelines.
We would, through the chair, we would work with the providers to develop a framework and guidelines on how do we move forward on implementation.
You understand my concern.
Yes, I understand.
We'd get the permission and special constables might think, okay, I'm acting as of today. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, questions?
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone can actually answer this question, but I stood up a number of years ago with an equation on, and I'll be very clear, on Duncan Woods. It would be Ardwick, Finch area, where tenants were scared to leave their homes because of the gangbangers that have taken over in those units. And many people made jokes about it, but today it's still the same scenario. There are tenants that don't want to leave their homes because the gangbangers are taking over these areas, and I'd like to know whether or not that kind of scenario still exists, and how many of those scenarios exist in the City of Toronto. It can't be just at Ardwick and Finch in my ward.
Some Toronto Housing, do you want?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, thank you for your question. Those instances do exist. It's a reality in the City of Toronto, and specifically within some communities of Toronto Community Housing's portfolio.
Is it safe to say that trying to take these matters to court has been unsuccessful? That the courts are actually saying that we don't have the ability to evict?
The ability to evict is extended to us under the Residential Tenancies Act, but the Landlord and Tenant Board is a court like any other, where as the landlord we have lawyers on staff who have to bring forth a case and basically make our case. We are successful some of the time, but some of the time we are not.
All right, so like the gangbangers that seem to rule and want to take over in these scenarios, and thank you for admitting that it's not just one area in the city, that it seems to be happening in more areas. There are also other equations, right? I know of a few areas where people have been convicted for things like harboring and kidnapping women for prostitution and holding them in our units. And then when we've tried to evict, we can't because of the same regulations you're talking about.
The Residential Tenancies Act as it sits today and encompassed in the motion that's in front of you would extend to any illegal acts. So that's why we've worded it such that it would extend to any significant criminal behavior, including what you described.
And possession of guns and that sort of thing would fall into that category.
Yes.
So we are doing a very good thing at the leadership of the mayor, I might add, Mr. Mayor. We're doing a good thing by confronting this and saying, enough's enough, we need the ability to evict. Would you agree?
Yeah. Mark Johnson, I'm the General Counsel at Toronto Community Housing. Yeah, we have a team in place of some pretty dedicated professionals that a large part of their duties is evicting people for cause and evicting people for criminal activity. And we do it almost all day long, all year long. So we get it. We understand the role that we play, and we understand the importance of this issue to the lives of our tenants. We take it extremely seriously. I can just, we have quite a dedicated team, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Well, I sat on the board for quite some time, and it was frustrating for staff a few years ago, knowing that they can't tackle all of those issues. I would assume that it's just as frustrating unless things change?
Sometimes we wish the laws were a little different, but they are what they are at the moment. Like any punishment that the system imposes on an individual, it's very deliberative and cautious, which is probably the way it should be. We would like a little more latitude, and I think you're here discussing that today, a little more freedom. But until that day happens, we'll work within the laws and the case law as it is.
And last question. If this were to change, your particular relationship with the police department would become a little better and a little more efficient in terms of everyone kind of moving in the same direction, right? And making things safer for people.
Thank you. That was your last question.
Yeah, we've got a pretty strong relationship right now with the Toronto Police, and my team actually works with the police to gather the evidence against the wrongdoers.
Thank you.
The police actually come to our hearings.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just wonder if Mr. Leah could describe, as far as the landlord and tenant boards are concerned, there's something called an N5, an N6, and an N7 that TCHC proceeds against tenants for eviction. Could you describe N5, N6, and N7 for us, please?
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Under the Residential Tenancies Act, there are three specific applications we can make to the Landlord and Tenant Board to seek an eviction. The first is an N5, which is really known with respect to compromising the reasonable enjoyment of the unit. This is most routinely used for people who are playing loud music, engaging in generally antisocial behavior, but not illegal behavior. An N6 notice of application is the one used for illegal activity, including people who are trafficking drugs on at the residential complex, or have a significant amount of drugs at the complex, or generally engaging in any illegal activity on the complex itself, or inviting people who are doing the same at the complex. The third is the N7 notice, which is extended to anyone who has impaired the safety of the residential complex, including anyone who are creating fire violation issues, people who have hoarding problems and by virtue of their issue are impairing the safety, and the nature of those sorts of things. So those are the three primary applications for cause evictions at the Landlord and Tenant Board.
So N5 is kind of too noisy, too many parties disturbing everybody. N7 is perhaps people that have mental health issues that are hoarding or just not able to manage. And N6 is the one where we're looking at illegal activities, and you would take someone to the Landlord and Tenant Board under that. So in the motion that the mayor is putting forward today, the section where it says who have already been evicted for behavioral misconduct, would I be right to think that that is under an N6, that's the moment when if this passes, that we're saying to the province that those evicted under N6 for illegal activity would not be allowed back in the circle and back in another front door.
Yes. I should note to council that two additional things. The N6 notice is also used for tenants who may have been involved in fraud, RGI fraud, so they've misrepresented their income and by virtue of that lose their access to housing. The reason that the language includes the term, I believe it's substantial or significant criminal activity, is so that there are permissive interpretations that would guide us just to the illegal behavior and would not infringe on those subject to fraud.
So I'm going to assume that Mr. Gosling was probably misrepresenting his income on an N6 and was evicted. And we're not interested in evicting old people that are pernickety and not filling out their forms properly. But you are interested in evicting people who are engaged in serious criminal activity in Toronto Community Housing under N6.
That's the focus of the language, yes.
That's the focus of the language. And could I just have, quickly while I have time, I'm sure you were involved in number 3 here. We're talking about request the Province of Ontario to amend the Municipal Freedom of Information and Private Protection of Privacy Act to allow for special constables to obtain information regarding criminal offences. Now, back in July, I made the motion, and we finally got this through in November, which is a report about a memorandum of understanding between TCHC and the police, and a memorandum of understanding that that information could be shared. So what's the difference between this number 3 and what is already on the record between the police, who are much more power than special constables, to be available for discussing people's criminal activity or their records? Could I get an understanding, please?
So you're correct. We now have an agreement between TCHC and the police on the sharing of information. What number three would formalize that through the legislation. The agreement, we've just started using it, so it would just reinforce what we already have in place.
But one is the special constables and one is the police. They're two different organizations, one with far more enforcement capacity.
That was your last question.
That's correct. My reading of recommendation 3 is that we amend the legislation to allow the constables to obtain information from the police when they're proceeding to the landlord and tenant. So it's just a sharing of information, which is sort of the intent of what our... we have that under the MOU. This would formalize it in legislation.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Crescenti, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm just wondering if any of these proposed requests include the ability to evict persons who are engaged in criminal activity, or does that already exist?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Do any of these requests that we have in front of us, do they include the ability to evict persons who are engaging in criminal activity that we know that are currently engaging in criminal activity?
I think the answer is yes, but we already evict people who are engaged in criminal activity that we know about. Yeah.
So we already have a mechanism to do that.
Oh yeah. I've got a whole team that evicts.
So we don't need particular special permission from the province to handle that aspect of it.
Currently, we've got our legal team, my legal team, evicts or pursues evictions against people who have engaged in criminal activity. That's all set up. I'm a little foggy on what your question is, but we've got a well-established group in there.
So I might be able to add some clarity here. So through the Speaker, what the recommendation is, currently under the legislation, yes, a social housing provider can successfully evict a tenant for criminal activity, but if they reapply for housing, we have to accommodate. What the recommendation is recommending is that the legislation be amended, so if we have successfully convicted someone for criminal activity or illegal behavior, they cannot automatically ask to be rehoused, that we would have the discretion to not rehouse them if we've successfully evicted them on...
Okay, I read that, so we're looking to change that part of the legislation.
That part, that's correct.
And just out of curiosity, if that were to happen,
and they would reapply. With the long waiting list that we have, they're at the end of the line anyway. It would take 10 years before they even get close to get housing.
Through you, Madam Speaker, thank you for your question, Councillor. One of the idiosyncrasies of the Housing Services Act is it makes provisions for applicants who are disadvantaged. There are a large number of cases, as you might imagine, with the vulnerable tenants in Toronto community housing, where a number of people in this circumstance have access to that disadvantaged status. So they actually move very close to the top of the list, and that's why this is an important motion.
All right, fair enough. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Councillor McConnell, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this this letter, which I applaud, actually deals with the reentry, not the eviction. But in order to bar the reentry, one has to get at the eviction. And looking at the numbers that we are able to be successful with. One of the issues that I understand is a problem is this notion of how a precinct is described in our thinking or your thinking about where crimes are occurring. So my example this morning to you was Moss Park. Someone tries to execute somebody, but they don't live in Moss Park. They are a tenant, but they live across the road. These are some of the pieces that I think have been barriers to us getting to the end of that process in order to get here. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I understand I'm supposed to say through the Speaker, so I apologize for that. Yes, I agree, Councillor. The Residential Tenancies Act says that the act must occur on the complex, on the grounds. So if it's across the street, even on another municipal property, we can't move. So that is a frustration of ours, I agree.
So I would suggest, and we are suggesting, that we get a court ruling on that, because I don't think that was the intention. The second thing that I wanted to ask you was how many have been evicted on these grounds in the last, let's say, 18 months. I think you've got 18 months or 16 months, whatever it is you've got.
Through the Speaker, I have got here some raw facts that my staff put together for me, so they're heavily qualified. Since the start of 2015 to 2017, we have pursued, completed, and opened approximately 260 evictions for criminal behavior. Right. From the start of 2015 to about, I think it's February or March of this year.
Right. And I've worked with your staff on some of these in a particular project that we all did together, which was very successful. But am I correct? Is it part of your regular routine that when you put these pieces before, or this evidence before the tribunal, do you always take neighborhood impact and impact statements from tenants?
Yeah, generally we do. We also have our superintendents who come to the landlord and tenant boards, or operating unit managers who give that context, as well as police officers and our special constables.
Okay. Okay. And as you know, we'll talk further about that in our smaller working group. With regards to, where's our deputy? Oh, thank you, Chris. Can you just sit down for a minute and answer the question, or the deputy? Yeah. So, sorry. So the question to you and to Chris is that this is kind of a go forward with the province, but it's not an implementation. And when we come to actually implementing this, whether it's under new regulations or whether it's under these regulations, and looking at how we can make even these regulations more ironclad, would there be an opportunity, is there an opportunity for you to report back to us on how that implementation plan and framework would be, and when would that be, or do you need a motion today to do that?
Through the Speaker, no, we wouldn't need a motion to do that. We can always report back. Once we understand the regulation or the legislation, how it's changed, then we can report back on how best to move forward on the implementation and what that would mean.
Right. And you are reporting in June, as I understand, on the Rivertown / Regent Park program as well as the task force implementation. Could you do it at that time?
We can provide, through the speaker, yes, we could provide some additional information in June. We wouldn't be, if the legislation hasn't been amended, then we can't speak to those specific recommendations, but we can look at the broader issues and possibly some additional legislative asks that might help enhance this process as well.
And that would fit in with the work that we've been doing in our ad hoc working group, right?
That's correct. That's what the ad hoc working group was set up to do.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question is actually about the recommendations we got here. Number one, the last line, we're looking at people who've been charged with eviction for behavioural misconduct. What does that actually mean? Does that mean maybe doing graffiti or misbehaving or playing loud music? What does this actually mean?
The nomenclature is maybe not perfect, but it's meant to be a kind of a catch-all behavior and focusing on things of an illegal nature, really. But we don't want it to be limited such that the court will have a narrow definition of what it is. We want to have some latitude to define it ourselves during the course of making our case at the Landlord and Tenant Board.
So would you not agree that I know I get complaints from neighbors saying, someone's playing loud music and we go off to the special, people, the security company and tell them to put the music down. But I've also got people who have guns, cocaine, money, ammunition in my units. Those are the ones I'm more concerned about than someone who happens to play loud music. And if this report is going to be saying we will not rehouse people with behavioral misconduct, are we not going to be preventing whole families from getting a new home just because they played loud music?
So through you, Madam Speaker, our focus is again on that second eviction application that I mentioned. What you describe in terms of really nuisance-natured issues are what go in the N5 notice, which is compromising reasonable enjoyment. That is not the intent, and that would fall into what you're defining. We're focused on the N6 notice that is consumed of those illegal activities that I described.
So I guess my simple question, should that not say criminal activities?
Councillor Doucette, just sorry to interrupt, but there is going to be an amendment made on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I just haven't seen anything, so I'm just asking.
The mayor is going to an amendment on
Excellent. I like to hear that. So let me just get this right now. We have our unit managers go to court to evict a family, and right now my understanding is for criminal activities. My unit manager happens to work very well with my police department, my police division. They work very well hand in hand. And I appreciate that Councillor Fletcher had a motion earlier, a couple of months ago, insisting that they do work well together. Part of this also is talking about special constables. Are those going to be people on top of like I have 11th Division who actually are in my units around my area every day, so that the tenants know who the police officers are and can relate to them and talk to them? I've been involved doing some pilot projects. Does that mean I'm now going to get special constables who maybe don't know the kids who live in my units? We'll be questioning them more, intimidating them possibly. Is that going to be in all of our TCHC properties?
Through you, Madam Chair, our community safety unit is an integral enhancement of how we build cases against people who are committing criminal offenses. To that end, they are a stakeholder, not unlike the manager, who, thank you for your compliment, is working hard to identify these folks. The staff that Mr. Johnson mentioned, the Toronto Police Service, and our community safety unit. So all of these stakeholders are essentially working in an integrated way to identify the people who are a problem, gather the necessary evidence to make us a compelling case at the Landlord and Tenant Board, and ultimately be successful at evicting the people who are at the root of this problem. They're an important partner, is what I would describe them as.
Okay. Word for word, you might be able to that way, and similar to the recommendation 1, if that legislation came through, staff would work with the social housing providers on a framework for how that's actually implemented.
today, then council's already made a decision on it. How do we bring a different decision?
Staff will just use the council decision today as guidance for their work between now and June when they report back.
Well, perhaps we should make that explicit. I might consider an amendment. On number 3, my understanding is we already have an arrangement between the Toronto Police Service and the special constables for the sharing of information. What do we gain by asking for that permission all over again?
Pardon? Does he have anything he wants to add? Does TCHC council?
Who's answering that?
Sorry, the question again, sir?
Okay. On number 3, my understanding is there is currently a very specific agreement between the Toronto Police Service and Toronto Community Housing that sets out under what conditions and on what terms TCHC special constables can get access to this information. This asks for broad permission without any qualifications. Do we create a risk that people who neither have the training nor the oversight to determine what information should be shared without any of those existing constraints if the province just takes us literally at our word for what we've written here?
I believe the intention is to ensure that special constables are included within the law enforcement exemption, but I also believe this is another issue that requires additional work and will be included in a report back in June.
So the same answer on number 3, which as you gave me on number 2. So if I've heard you on number 2 and number 3, we really do need better advice from staff before we just leap in here, and we should probably get that advice from you in June. Is that what I've heard?
I think it's fair to say there will be further work done and additional advice in June, yes.
Okay, thank you. There you go, June.
Councillor Davis?
Okay, this is an evolving set of facts. So what I've just heard is that there is a report in June that will address the very substance of the motions that are before us. Is that the case?
So through the chair, last fall, council asked that we set up a work group to look at situations such as Rivertown that are in crisis and what additional tools we might need to help make that community safe.
Okay.
Part of that is part of the work we're doing is looking at if there was legislative changes that might be recommended to help through that process.
So this is jumping the gun a bit.
Through the chair, through the speaker, we would further refine these asks as we report out in June, as we complete our work with the Rivertown Working Group.
So you're taking this as a referral to you as staff, in essence, to use as guidance for your report in June?
Yes, we would work within this legislative ask and then come forward with further refinements where we think they're recommended.
You will not be making any asks to the government based on this before we have any report in June?
Through the chair, if it's the will of council, we will hold off formally requesting this of the province until we've come back in June, if that's council's wish.
Okay, I have to say, in the absence of a report, there's information coming out on the floor today that I think should have been included in a report. I don't understand, for instance, the N6 and N4 and N5 categorization of violations that are already in place. So there is a set of violations that you use to determine and to build, you said build your case, but to support requesting an eviction at the Landlord-Tenant Board, correct? That's what I heard you say. Yes?
Well, through the speaker, I want to be clear. There is a set of rules that TCHC follows.
Yes.
The challenge is that's not helping necessarily keep the community safe because We can successfully evict someone, and then they can request to be rehoused.
I
And if there are-
understand that, but I'm
Okay.
saying there's a set of criteria I heard about today. It's not here. I know it's a re-entry, but I presume you're going to have some kind of criteria around re-entry because it says you're asking for discretion. So if you're asking for discretion, there's going to have to be some kind of policy as well, I assume. I mean, one might think that at some point someone could have potentially been rehabilitated, and maybe is a decent person again. Like, I don't know how long this bar would be. There are many unanswered questions. So one of the things I do want to ask as well, does this mean under recommendation 2 that the special constables will have the same powers as police officers in enforcing the Trespass Act? Is that what this is saying?
Through you, Madam Speaker, our special constables already have the power to enforce the Trespass to Property Act.
Then how is this different?
So,
through the speaker.
Oh, no, so number 2, it says an individual or a resident can ask for a trespass restriction to be enforced by the special constables. Is that what number 2 says?
yeah, so just to briefly explain, today, we can only trespass somebody. We're looking to trespass people who are not going to be allowed to be re-entered. But today, one of the finicky points in the Act is that somebody can be invited back in. One of the issues we face is that people will often take advantage of the vulnerable, specifically in our portfolio, to quote-unquote kind of take over their unit. But they're fearful of identifying that person as having under duress taken over their unit. This would allow them to identify through notice to us that they want specific people trespassed on their behalf. So
They can't do that now?
They cannot do that today, no.
Oh, okay. Finally, I just want to know, if we evict criminals from TCHC, they're going somewhere else. So where are they going to go? They're going to go to the private sector buildings. Many of those market buildings have exactly the same
Councillor
problem.
Davis, your question, that was your last
What are we
question.
going to do to ensure that we're not pushing the problem elsewhere?
Well, yeah. I don't think the staff can answer that question, Councillor Davis. Well, I don't think the staff are able to answer that question. Did you want to answer that question? Councillor Aljamari, questions.
I believe my questions are of legal. To specifically refuse the entrance of specified persons and to be enforced by the special constables, is that even constitutional? Is it legally enforceable? How can we give special constables that kind of power?
I don't have constitutional law concerns about it, but I do think that counsel from TCHC might have something to add in terms of how it is implemented.
And
more
just
experience
while you're up, the special constables are going to have power to access a tenant's criminal records? Is that
Do they currently
legal?
So through the speaker, what the motion is recommending is that they be able to obtain information on a criminal offense, not necessarily the entire record, and it's only for the purposes of help when they go forward to the landlord and tenant board to build a case where we know there's criminal activity to be successful in our eviction.
Speaker, there's too much noise around me.
Yeah, please, if I can ask for some quiet, please.
Okay, so my question was about access to records. And the deputy city manager has said that it would be a focused access. How can we oversee that? What would be in place to ensure that that access be focused?
So through the chair, currently we have a memorandum of understanding, and if additional powers were legislated through the ask, the social housing provider, TCHC Legal and City Legal would work together on how we would actually implement that and how that sharing would occur and what limits there might be in terms of the information that is shared.
Okay,
It's
so if I were a
specifically-
special constable and I wanted to look up information on an individual, the police would open up their files to me because the provincial legislation would allow that?
So my read of the recommendation is to obtain information regarding it. It does not say to open up the entire file. There would have to be a discussion with police to understand what kind of information we might need. There might be specific pieces of information, and TCHC Legal might be able to enhance that in terms of building our case at the tribunal.
Okay, Madam Chair, could I hear from TCHC staff, please?
Yeah, when we put together the case, okay, to evict someone, we get information from a bunch of sources. So we get it from any tenant witnesses, we get it from the superintendent, anyone who is there. We also have this arrangement with the police where they will give us a very narrow subset of information, the criminal synopsis, name, date of the incident, brief description of the incident, the criminal code charge. We get that, we bundle it all up in the legal documents, and we send it into the Landlord and Tenant Board. We arrange for the witnesses to come to the Landlord and Tenant Board hearings. I've been to a few of them. I'm going to the ones for guns. I can't go to all of them. They're interesting, but
Okay,
we do...
I'm sorry, I'm going to have
Yep,
to
sure.
interrupt because there's way too much noise. Please, members of council, Councillor Perruzza.
City business.
Oh, please, it's way too much noise. You can't hear the answer.
It wasn't Councillor Bruce.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, please, can you take your seat, please? I appreciate it. Councillor McCon, any of the councillors standing there? Councillor DiCiano.
He's trying to get me to say he's the best councillor in Toronto. And that would be Councillor Lanziano. Disagree with that. Disagree with that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. One more question. Your colleague had mentioned the vulnerable and that it's particularly difficult to get a vulnerable tenant to admit that she has had her unit taken over by someone, and that these new rules in place would allow her the ability to tell someone that. To tell who that? To tell the superintendent of the building or a special constable?
Through you, Madam Chair, we aspire to have them disclose that to anybody from Toronto Community Housing so that we could assist.
So the special constable would not be tasked with that particular problem?
No, they would identify that the request had been made, we would document in our systems, and then they would have the ability to trespass people from that specific unit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ajmeri. There's a lot of questions being asked to staff that's really important, and I think members of council should listen to them, and so this way when you get up, you don't have to repeat the same questions. So it's an important issue. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff. I'm just very curious to know the N5, 6, and 7s that are issued by TCHC staff. This is all being done under the guidance of the cause for evictions policy. That is correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how often, because the mayor's letter doesn't state the background information, so we're reading the two-page letter, and I'm just trying to get a sense of how often those specific forms are issued versus how often are they required to be used. So between the actual operation and technical, we serve you with this notice versus there's been 10,000 complaints and we've served 100. What's the number of ratio here? Because I think we need to, it would be helpful to understand the scope of the work that you are tasked with, and what are the deficits?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the scope of the work is significant. As you might imagine, with 58,000 units, we get a crushing amount of complaints as it is. The process requires our local staff to go through each of these complaints and essentially make a decision as to whether an N5, N6, or N7 notice is appropriate. If they do, they gather the information and it's forwarded to our legal department, who then does an assessment of whether there's strength in that case to merit actually serving the notice.
So can you give us, I mean, you use the word significant, I recognize that means a great number. What are the quantums?
On a per annum basis, we feel between 10 and 12,000 complaints. Roughly 2,000 files are forwarded to our legal department for assessment, which turns into, in the case of the N6s, 270 is what Mr. Johnson said, applications actually being filed. We don't have the numbers on the N5s and N7s, but we can certainly circulate that back to council.
So the criteria is that the lawyers who are managing those 2,000 files, which come out of the 10 to 12,000 initiated complaints, they're using that policy, the cause for conviction, to measure whether or not they will actually issue the formal notice.
They're using both the policy
Yes.
and their knowledge of the Residential Tenancies Act.
And do you have enough staff actually doing that volume of work? Like, I'm just wondering, like, did they go through all 12,000 of them to come up to 2,000 files? Or did they only get to 2,000 files?
Yes, I mean, I think we've got enough staff to handle that. At least I do on my team. So I don't think the staffing resources is an issue.
So you don't believe that the staffing levels are an issue, but it sounds to me, I mean, from my experience on the ground and talking to residents, is that they believe that probably the N6s could be issued a little bit more. There could be more enforcement, more follow-up investigation. That's been my experience. Has that been your experience with the residents who have come forward and talked about concerns of either criminal activity or illegal activity in their building? They don't necessarily believe TCH is doing as much as they could?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's kind of an ongoing push and pull between our lawyers and both our staff on the ground as well as the tenants. The fact of the matter is our lawyers are the ones who are charged with making the determination as to whether the case has a chance of being successful. And there's a bit of a barrier between those folks who have the expert understanding of the Residential Tenancies Act and the property management staff and tenants on the ground who may not be familiar there. But that sentiment is a bit of a persistent push and pull.
And are you satisfied with that? Because this is an ongoing condition within TCH.
I work very closely with Mr. Johnson and his team at my level of the organization. We do case reviews, and I'm satisfied on behalf of the property management team that our legal staff is doing the proper due diligence to assess these cases.
How would recommendation 2 be for us? And I recognize there's an amendment coming, but just as it sits before us today, until the recommendation or until the amendment is tabled, how would you reconcile some of the structural inequalities? For example, targeting the drug trafficker, not necessarily the drug user, targeting those who are profiting from human trafficking, not those who are victims and survivors of human trafficking, targeting the actual criminal who is actually engaged with the unit takeover versus sweeping up those who are
Wong Tam,
in
that's
the
the
unit.
last question. Your time's
Rather,
up.
sweeping up the tenant who's in the unit themselves, who just happens to be falling prey and victim to that activity. How do you distinguish the two?
Thank you. Okay, you want to answer?
Through the chair, yeah, those are on a case-by-case basis, fact-specific. Obviously, I think we all share the view that the violent crime goes to the top of the list, and we do have to triage it, and those are some difficult decisions that I and my staff make on a daily basis.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. I'm going to refer to a particular occasion without giving names. A constituent of mine was trying to get her husband years and years and years from overseas to come and join her. She was growing as a young man and an adolescent on her own. The adolescent went wrong. Police came in, they found a gun, and she tried to explain to them that, she was on title, but he was only, coming home just to stay there a couple of times. She knew nothing about it. And she was evicted. I was wondering if you can sort of give me a sense of if this is fair, if this is what's happening, if your staff is listening to the circumstances around the situation, if there's any compassion for a mother in this situation, or we just brush everybody with the same brush.
Yeah, Councillor, I obviously can't speak to that specific case. I'm not even sure if I'm familiar with it, but generally, it's difficult, and this is the moral quandary I've got, is a lot of the times you're not evicting the wrongdoers, you're evicting the mothers and the younger siblings. And the question I've wrestled with sometimes is, do I visit the sins of the father upon the son? But, the reality is that some of these tenants, the parents, allow the young men to come in and hang around with guns and to invite their friends in, and their unit becomes a magnet for crime. So in those cases, and I can't speak to that specific one, we do have to take action because they're jeopardizing the safety of the others in the unit, and we do recognize the disruption that it causes to the family.
So there's no compassion for the mother, the difficulties that she had. I understand that, it could be a magnet, but there would be in TCHC or outside, it'll be the same magnet. I'm just wondering if there's any compassion that was showed towards the family. And what does compassion mean in exercise by staff when they're carrying out the eviction notice or the handling of the situation?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to highlight that Toronto Community Housing is kind of always acting with this measure of compassion. We have an entire division of the organization called the Resident and Community Services Division that has employees that do nothing but go into these very difficult situations to look at the social and family aspects such that we can be fully informed on where to extend compassion. It's kind of ingrained in all that we do. Again, without the ability to speak to that specific case, I can tell you that there are numerous others where we are exercising that compassion in the right way while still being responsible and ensuring that persistent issues of illegal behavior, including the existence of guns in our communities, are being properly addressed. It's a balance that's difficult for us to manage, but we think we do it very well.
In reaching out to the so-called compassion unit that you call, I was shut out, I was not listened to, I was not engaged, and although I wanted to give them facts and figures, how would you account for that? How would you account your unit, your compassion unit, not taking, not addressing the issue with the local councillor, putting roadblocks in front of the local councillor about having the right authorization and giving him and asking him or her to get all kinds of authorization forms when standard authorization form would not do? How would you address that? How would you address your staff unwillingness to engage the local elected representative?
What is your question to staff?
I'm asking the question because of this particular case that I'm handling. I'm just asking if there's any set of rules that they have in order for their engagement.
If you have a specific case, you should speak directly to staff about that.
To the staff.
I don't believe the staff could answer.
Through you, Madam Chair, respectfully, it's incredibly difficult to answer the questions, Councillor, to that specific case. I can certainly extend you my time outside of council to go through that specific matter. I can tell you that there is likely more detail to it that may not be fully disclosed. But that's also not to say that there aren't opportunities to strengthen that process, and we would be certainly interested in your input to that.
Is there a set of rules that you use in order to engage in such situations?
That was your last question. Councillor, I would recommend that maybe if your specific issue that you have, you can speak to them after the meeting.
Sure, yes, but I've asked a question.
Yeah. Yeah.
We do have an evictions for cause policy. We also have a procedure that prescribes the steps staff are supposed to take, and I can certainly share that with you.
Councillor DeGiorgio, these are questions to staff, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Leah, it is Graham. I just want to understand, first of all, the distinction between behavioral misconduct that would result in an eviction versus some serious criminal activity. I understand that there's a different form, but give me an example of where someone would be evicted because of serious criminal activity. I mean, are we talking about shooting somebody in a building?
Significant things pertaining to drugs, things pertaining to guns, things pertaining to very violent crimes.
Okay. Give me an example of an eviction that might be of a more minor behavioral misconduct.
A minor assault, robbery of a small quantity, something that the police would deem to be minor.
Okay, so when it comes, putting aside for the moment that they've been evicted, they qualify for housing again very quickly without going through any kind of filters, right?
Correct.
Okay, so given that there's a huge waiting list for affordable housing, is it fair to say that we can grab this person that's been evicted and put him right at the bottom of that list?
Well, the motion is aspiring to not have them be on the list again, and we have, because again, a lot of the people who are in this instance, in our experience, reapply, gain access to the disadvantaged code, and then move to the top of the list.
They gain access to the disadvantaged code.
There's a disadvantaged status in the application where if you were essentially, homeless after being evicted, you can move to the top of the list.
Okay. And then my last question. Oh, I have got plenty of time.
No, I know, but I...
Then my third last question is the distinction between someone being rehoused versus somehow being kept off the property. We don't, from what I understand, we don't have a whole lot of power to not allow them access onto TCHC properties, right? Maybe they're housed on some other market unit off-site somewhere. We have difficulty keeping them off our sites, is that correct?
One of the challenges we have is that, and this goes for any public or private landlord, if somebody is invited into the complex by the tenant in the unit, we don't have the ability to trespass them. And again, going to the point I made earlier, there are a number of people in our portfolio who are having issues with that under duress. So this is looking at being able to have them identify that to us proactively such that our community safety officers or the police could come and enforce the Trespass to Property Act promptly.
Okay, so in trying to understand the complexity of the issue, what has been the major stumbling block with respect to our approaching the province to change the regulations that would allow us, give us a little more power to deal with these kinds of problems that are difficult to deal with?
The Residential Tenancies Act is essentially the legislation, so it's just difficult to change from the start. The Trespass to Property Act is another. I think today Council can demonstrate the political will to partner with Toronto Community Housing and help us get to the point where we can have the ability to enforce the Trespass to Property Act and prevent people who have been evicted from Toronto Community Housing to not re-enter.
But just to be clear, does that require gaining additional powers? I mean, it's one thing to say to work together, have the city work together with TCHC to allow us to do ABC, but the reality is, do you need additional regulations, changes to allow us to do those things?
I would characterize it as a different, as additional legislative freedom as opposed to power, if we could mince words.
Okay, power is the wrong word. Freedom. More permissive.
Yes.
From our perspective, to allow us to do some other things. Okay. That's always the stumbling block.
Thank you. Wow. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, of course. Heard some questioning regarding compassion, and I presumably compassion for the person who's renting a unit, and then something happens regarding children, spouses, or whatnot. So I just want to understand the actual lease that's signed. So someone that signs a lease with TCHC, do they not accept some sort of responsibility?
Through you, Madam Chair, they do. The lease prescribes very tightly, and it is aligned with the Residential Tenancies Act, their responsibilities as a tenant.
Right, so when they know the rules going in, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we're talking about compassion. Is part of this the genesis of this, of what we're asking here, about protecting innocent people and ensuring that they not only have affordable housing, but they have safe housing as well?
Yes, that's the notion.
Thank you.
Which innocent people?
To speak, Councillor Mamalidi.
The mayor wants to speak first.
Oh, why? Speak. I apologize.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have a motion now. Has my motion been in the process of being amended?
It has been circulated.
Okay. So mine as it stands then, for the moment.
For the moment, it's yours.
All right. So this motion, Madam Speaker, addresses a question that's been asked a number of times, and I think quite properly so, over the course of the discussion so far, and it tries to take that expression, which I'm sure, the behavioral misconduct expression, which I'm sure was meant in the best of faith, and put a degree of greater precision around it. And I think as the discussion has unfolded, we found out that it probably applies to at least the core group of people we want it to, and it now talks about serious, as opposed to behavioral misconduct, it refers to serious criminal activity through an N6 application to the Landlord and Tenant Board. So as we've just heard, what that would mean is, in this case, the Housing Corporation would be given the discretion, and I think it's important to note that in the context of the discussion that's happened and some of the questions here that talk about compassion or discretion or whatever. They'd be given the discretion, though, for the, let's say, 270 people, we were told, out of 10,000 complaints, who actually became the subject of an N6 filing for criminal activity, that the Housing Corporation would have the discretion not to rehouse those people. And to me, that's a minimum, but I'm prepared to sort of describe it as a good solid start, because one can assume by the time you get to those 270 people, where they've gone through all the lawyers and all the file examination and seeing that you have serious grounds to understand they have committed criminal acts and so on, and that was the reason why they were evicted. Let's remember, that's what this is saying here. These people have already been evicted from Toronto Community Housing for serious criminal behavior after a proceeding started by an N6, and we're told there are 270 that end up in that situation where they go to that proceeding. I would say yes. I'm pretty certain those are people I don't want back. When I say I don't want back, it's not about me or about us. It's about the other tenants that live across the hall from them or down the hall. To me, the notion that we can go on with this system where I have met, as many of you have, the tenants that Councillor Mamalidi and others were talking about, who will say, I know right across the hall there, that guy's dealing drugs, or even worse, they can say, the guy was kicked out for dealing drugs and now he's back, and he's been in jail, and he's back, and he's terrorizing me again, and the notion we should go on with the status quo in that regard, to me, aside from what the tenants have told us, is an abdication of our responsibility. And it's I'll call it a failing of the law that should take account of the fact that if you have been evicted after due process for behavior that involved criminal activity involving drugs and guns and so on, and then you seek to be rehoused, and right now we have no discretion but to say, sure, come on back, I'd say it's time to change the law. It's time to change the law, not to punish those people. It's time to change the law to protect all the other people who live in those buildings. Now, I'm also prepared to accept the fact that the other items here, the other two paragraphs to this, I think everybody understands what the intent of those is. I'm also, I'm a lawyer. I mean, so I understand that the lawyer at the other side of this, who receives this at the Ontario government, or even the elected representative who receives it, needs to have a degree of precision as to what we're looking for, perhaps beyond the top statement of intent. I am willing to await some advice that we hear we're going to get from our staff in June, and finalize, not finalize the wording of this necessarily, but finalize what would be in my letter that I'm authorized to write by the City Council to the government. So I'd proceed ahead to write a letter on number one, say you could get on with this, giving us the discretion under the Housing Services Act 2011, and the other 2 points would come later. What I don't want, and I'll be upset about to the point of trying to find some other way to deal with this, is that I get bogged down in the sort of rope-a-dope where various people who have sort of hand-wringing misgivings about this are stopping us from getting on what we're trying to do here, which is, again, only about saying that the people who have told me personally over and over again, beyond telling the Eggleton Task Force, that one of the biggest concerns they had, for example, was that people are coming into these buildings and are intimidating people into allowing them to say they're a guest, and then they're dealing drugs and bringing guns into those apartments and thus intimidating and ruining the lives of law-abiding people who live in there, that we need to deal with that. And so I'll be quite happy to be careful and await some of the further advice we're going to get from our staff, and they confirm it's coming in June. But I can just tell you I'm impatient because the province is saying to us we need the formal council-approved kind of request for legislative change from you in order to be able to act on this beyond my having gone up and told the Premier and others about our concerns in this regard. And so, Madam Speaker, I urge, subject to the amendment that I've put here, people to support this amendment. I'll await the amendment that I believe is going to come from our colleague, Councillor Perks, that seeks the clarification that we perhaps would benefit from in items 2 and 3. But I think the bottom line of what we have to do here and should do in the interests of our tenants remains the same. And I commend this to you on that basis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to start, first of all, I know some, including the Mayor, may not believe I'm going to do this, but I want to thank the Mayor for bringing this forward and also remind him and staff and council that we've tried this before.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, you know the outcome of those votes. We could never get away with trying to get people to understand what's really happening in communities. And so without the leadership of any one mayor, I don't think this thing would ever survive the council floor for the reasons that you're going to hear from other councillors. The bleeding heart reasons. The reasons we're into this mess to begin with. And I would say that because I've heard it all. A number of years ago, we had one of our gang members shot to death in one of our housing complexes at Ardwick and Finch. I'll be specific, in my own ward. And this is just one example. There are many others that I could give you, not only in my ward, but around the City of Toronto. And there was a makeshift memorial that was made by the gang members to honor that particular member. Some of the residents were uncomfortable with what was going on, and they asked that it be taken down. City officials came through TCHC, took it down, and it was put right back up again by the gang members. And it kept being taken down by city officials until they were threatened and told to leave it alone. Years had gone by, and that memorial sat in that particular complex because the tenants were too afraid of the repercussions of doing the right thing. It led to a whole slew of other concerns. Threatening, not being able to leave their homes. Who are you talking to? Was it you that was talking to the police department? Was it you that was talking to the housing officials? Stay in your house or you're the next person to go. That's the intimidation that's going on in our neighborhoods. That's the tenants, and those are the tenants that are talking not only to councillors and trying to live a comfortable, easy, safe life under their circumstances. But that's also what the mayor obviously has heard and seen. And it's the first mayor, by the way, that has had the backbone to be able to come to council. So I commend you, Mr. Mayor, for that. I will say that there's going to be some tinkering, and other councillors are going to stand up and they're going to say, well, what does this mean? And what does that mean? And how dare we do this? Because they're going to be able to tell you the future. They're going to be able to tell you what TCHC staff have in mind and who they're really after. When at the end of the day, we all know it's the right thing to do right now. That the professionals at TCHC will end up doing the right thing and will have the discretion. It's in the report that the discretion is there to be able to use. And I believe that the staff will do that. I don't believe that they're going to pick on the wrong people. And some of you are going to be encouraged to change the language in this report, and I say this to you. Be cautious, because we're finally dealing with this situation, a situation where we've got the most hardened, cruel criminals as tenants. And they will go to jail, and then they will come out again, and they'll reapply, and right now we have to give them housing. One of our biggest obstacles has been that we're not allowed to refuse them. This report gives us the flexibility to tell the province to change the law so that this doesn't happen in our communities. Don't ignore this. This isn't a joke. This is happening more and more in our local communities and in our TCHC units in particular. And you're going to hear, how dare we pick on the poor? Well, it's the same poor community that are being loud and clear and telling their local councillors and this body to try to change the law to make it safer for them so that they can live in a peaceful setting outside of their unit and not be afraid of the people that are terrorizing them.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be supporting the motion, I should say off the top. Listen, I want to come to what are the objectives of what are we seeking to do here? Not just on this motion, but writ large. First and foremost, we're trying to ensure that we protect our neighborhoods. We're trying to make sure that they are safe places. That is a very worthy and important objective, and we're dealing with that here today. What are our other objectives on a broader level? Well, we're also trying to work to ensure that people who are vulnerable to violence and crime are not stuck in the criminal justice system. That's why at the city we also have programs like the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy and others to try to move people out of the criminal justice system. That's also an objective. And what's a third objective in addition to protecting our neighborhoods and moving people out of the criminal justice sphere? A third is to ensure that people have housing options. That's not to say that everybody should be rehoused after criminal activity. In fact, we know with discretion they shouldn't be. But it is to say that we should have alternative housing options to help make sure people aren't stuck in the criminal justice system. That is a third objective. Taken together, that is how we build a safer and healthier city. Now, on the first of protecting our neighborhoods, when serious criminal activity has taken place and people have been evicted, should Toronto Community Housing have the discretion to say we will not rehouse? Absolutely. They should, and I want to thank the Mayor for bringing that forward. And as Councillor Perks has said, on the second two amendments, when we consider how that's implemented and how information is transferred and shared, do we need to ensure that we are very clear and the legislation is clear? We do. And as Councillor Perks will have an amendment to clarify that, I think that's helpful, and I want to thank the Mayor for recognizing that also. Now, violence in our neighborhoods, well, violence in my ward, it is very difficult. It is unacceptable, but it's also destabilizing. We've all had violence in our communities. For many of us, and I'm somebody with the privilege who has not had it affect me personally, but it is in my community, we know that the impacts are not just in the immediate. There is long-standing trauma. People don't go outside when they're worried about violence. They're stuck in their homes. That has significant impacts for people of all ages. And so it's complicated because it has long-standing impacts. But I'll tell you why it's also complicated. Because the people who commit crimes are also the brothers and sisters and the children and the cousins of people who still live in those communities. And they still try to visit. Again, violence is very complicated. And so, do I think that we need much better coordination between TCH and Toronto Police Services? We do. Should we have the ability to refuse to dehouse people after serious criminal activity? We absolutely should. Should we support these motions for that reason? I believe we must. But let us not lose sight of the fact that evictions without alternative housing options just means moving violence elsewhere. Let's not lose sight of the fact that evictions without proactive engagement to ensure that people are not stuck in a cycle of violence just perpetuates violence. that what we're doing here today is one part of the puzzle. It is an important part, but let's have nobody under the impression that by just saying, no, you can't live here, we've solved the problem. It's an important part, but it is not the full solution, and that's why all of us, and at the city, we have more work to do. And I want to thank everybody for what I expect to be a strong debate and a strong message coming out of this chamber today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you very much. So I will be supporting the recommendations and the amendments that the mayor has made, and as well I believe that Councillor Perks is moving an amendment as well. You know, we as a council, we have a responsibility as a landlord to protect our tenants in our buildings, and unfortunately, we have not done really a good job of that, because when you attend meetings, tenant meetings, and you hear tenants screaming and afraid to walk out of their unit and to talk about all the criminal activities that are going on in their buildings, and they're afraid that we're not doing our job. We're not protecting our tenants in our buildings and to help them, to live in a safe community and in a safe environment. Now, I'm just going to go back a few years. In 2012 and 2013, when I was on the Toronto Housing Board and on the Police Services Board, we, and Councillor Thompson is not here, but he will remember that there was a report that came forward on the Police Services Board agenda, where I had requested the police to report back to the board on criminal activities in and around Toronto housing buildings. And that report came forward at the time, and when that report came forward, sure enough, the higher percentage of criminal activities were around and in our Toronto housing buildings. And so from that report, I formed a task force which, through the police services and Toronto Housing, and I had representatives from Toronto Housing, police services, and as well we had our MPP sit at the table, our school trustees, and we came forward with a report that in fact was submitted to the Police Services Board, Toronto Housing, and the Executive Committee here, and it was adopted unanimously. But and one of the recommendations was exactly the recommendation that you're seeing here today, except it was a little worded a little differently, but it was requesting the province. And our MPP, we had two MPPs that sat on it. MPP Laura Albanese and MPP Mike Cole sat on that committee. And we went around throughout the city meeting with tenants, and we had town hall meetings listening to tenants on what their priorities were, and we heard loud and clear that they were afraid to live in their units because of the crime that was happening in our buildings. Now, I know that there are some members of council that don't feel it's an issue, that maybe feel that we should be housing criminals, but I can tell you, in my ward, and I can speak on behalf of Councillor Palacio, Councillor Mamali, our wards where we have a lot of crime in our community, where we have a number of Toronto housing buildings, where I have one building 3 years ago that the postman was beaten up delivering mail, that for 5 months the tenants in that building could not receive mail because of the threats and the violence that was from the tenants in that building. Yet it took us, we could never evict these tenants. We couldn't. There was a long process. We couldn't do that. I have another building where I have 50–60% of seniors living in this building, and we have drug dealers, we have prostitution, we have all this going on in the lobby and in their units, and there's absolutely nothing we could do. They live there. I hear from tenants all the time, why is it we are not evicting these tenants? Why can't we evict these tenants? It's going through a process. It has to go through the tribunal and all the bureaucracy that you have to go through. Well, I can tell you, the tenants in my ward and tenants in the city are fed up with the excuses why we can't evict these criminals that are living in our buildings. They want to live in a safe environment, and it's our responsibility to do that. And as far as I'm concerned, the recommendations that we bring forward to the province should be very aggressive, and the province should be stepping up and allowing amending legislation. We should not allow this to happen, and we continue to have that happen. And so members of council that are not sure and feel that it's not fair, and, you know, I'd like for them maybe to come into some of these buildings that we have where there's a lot of crime and ask them if they'd be willing to live in these units, and how our poor tenants are living in fear day by day, day by day. So I support the recommendations, and I'm sorry I'm over 5 minutes. So please, members of council, be responsible and protect your tenants.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Palacio?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm rising to speak in favor of the recommendations of Mayor John Tory that were approved by the Executive Committee unanimously. And I'm hoping that City Council will also approve these recommendations unanimously, given the nature of what we're dealing with. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to share with you, to bring some context into what we're dealing with, some of my own experience when I served for 4 years in the Toronto Community Housing Board, and also with my experience in the private sector. And let me tell you that I do have a profound understanding of what it takes to get things done, especially when it comes to the Toronto Community Housing and leadership. And I'm going to say once again, leadership at the management level. Within the board, I think the board are doing an excellent job, and they are asking tough questions, and that's a good news for all of us. And when I served at the Toronto Community Housing, I was able to convince the board that we should go from the headquarters and to start having meetings all throughout the 4 quarters of the city. And that's exactly what happened. We had all these community safety meetings in Scarborough, in Etobicoke, downtown, and everywhere. And the meeting rooms were overflowing, hundreds and hundreds of people like I never seen it before. So one of the main issues that came overall, it was community security and safety overall. That was paramount to anything else in terms of any other issues that people were concerned with. Maintenance, and the state of good repair of buildings, those were concerns, but were not paramount to the real issues of drug dealing, prostitution, break-ins, stabbings, shootings, homicides, and fear of going out. Tenants were angry with the lack of action, and mainly allowing drug dealers and gangs within our Toronto community housing complexes. And the question was, why drug dealers are not evicted? Why are they allowed to be rehoused? And that was something that, you know what, no one had an answer at that point. So the solution is simple. It's like it's done in the private sector. In the private sector, we hear from the lawyers as well and from city staff with the eviction notice with N6. It's not that difficult to do it. When someone does anything that has to do with criminal activity, they are out. Mayor Tory is providing at this point real leadership to fix the wrongs of the past. And that's very refreshing, because in essence, what he's doing and what this council is doing is asking the province to provide the powers that we need to deal with it in an active way. Overall, tenants within the Toronto community housing are literally, in my opinion, they are literally pissed, angry, because they are being victimized for too long. The most victimized are people, literally seniors, people with disabilities, and children. Drug dealers and the gangs, they're taking over, and they have their own turfs there with their illegal activities, and that's a real crime. These people should never be allowed to be rehoused. And recommendation number 1 from the mayor, that's exactly what he's asking for at this point, is to try to have the tools that are needed, the legal tools, not to allow that to happen. These scams, in my opinion, Madam Deputy Speaker, they belong behind bars. They don't belong in Toronto community housing because that's a real crime. In my opinion, during the last 2 years, the nature of the problem is running rampant, is getting worse by the day. And this, in my opinion, once again, is because of the leadership and the management at the Toronto Community Housing, not with the city, but with the Toronto Community Housing. When Eugene John was there, he was a man who wanted to get things done. Very often, in my own developments, at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, he was there dealing with the police and dealing with his own security people to get things done. And that's the way to do it, Madam Speaker and members of Council. Let's get this approved. It's about time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. I'm about to recognize the next speaker, but the conversation level is starting to go up again. We should probably get it down before the speaker returns. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have an amendment that I'm going to be moving. It's been advance circulated to you. What the amendment does is take numbers 2 and 3 and change them so they're a new 2, whereby Council request the Deputy City Manager, Cluster A, and City Solicitor to provide Council advice on how best to achieve the following. And those following are points 2 and 3 from the Mayor's letter. I'll explain in a moment the purpose of doing this, but I wanted to start by saying this debate is an example of Council doing its job and doing it properly. We received a strong message from people who live in Toronto community housing that one of the preconditions for our goal of making Toronto community housing a housing provider of choice was that tenants be able to feel safe and be safe in their units. And we can't ignore that. And the Mayor took direct action to get us on the path to achieving that very important public policy goal. He put something in front of the Executive Committee and said, here's my best take on what we can do. Then there was a lively debate at the Executive Committee and a lively debate here. The Mayor recognized, if I fine-tune this first ask and make it specifically about serious criminal behavior, we communicate to the province more clearly what it is we intend, and we're both more likely to get them to act and to act in the correct way. So thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. On the second 2, it came out in questions of staff that the wording there is perhaps even more difficult to perfect. So after a vigorous conversation with the Mayor's staff and senior city staff, we thought, well, given that there's a report coming in June anyway, let's make sure we get the best and most precise language on those 2 points so that we can achieve the outcomes we want. And I think it's important that we do that because you get into a very, very tricky space in Canada when you're trying to balance different rights. When you're balancing the right for people to safe and quiet enjoyment of their property with the right to due process in law and making sure that the correct people with the correct authorities are enforcing those laws. So congratulations and thank you to the Mayor and to all members of Council who participated in this debate. As I said, this is an example of us doing our best work. We're told by members of the public that we provide housing to that there's a serious problem. The Mayor established a task force. Some ideas came forward. The Mayor felt we needed to act and act quickly on a key piece of that. We will today, on that key piece, be moving. And on the 2 subsidiary pieces, we will be tightening it up even further so that our advice to the province is effective and achieves the goals that the people we represent have asked us to achieve. Thank you for your consideration of my motion. I hope you'll support it.
Thank you. We do have questions for you on clarification of the motion. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is strictly clarification. Your motion doesn't do anything to change adopting today recommendation number 1, including Mayor Tory's amendment.
No, it actually keeps that intact, and in fact, it's my intention to support the mayor's amendment and then vote for that number 1, which will be in front of us, which will give the mayor the authority to this afternoon, sit down, pen the letter, and get it off to the province if he so chooses.
Right, and if you'll allow me to ask this question just to underscore it, because as much as we respect him, my concern is that a lot of people weren't listening at the end of the mayor's speech. What he talked about possibly doing with 2 and 3, the mayor has already spoken to, and your motion gives effect to what he spoke to with regards to 2 and 3, what Mayor Tory spoke to. Is that the case?
Yeah, I very carefully tailored the motion to reflect both his remarks and the conversations that I had with the mayor, senior staff, and the mayor's staff prior to drafting this motion.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Perks, you're suggesting, I'm looking for clarification.
Yes.
Why do you think that this step is necessary? Because would it not be the case that if we were to approach the province to ask for this authority, they would then just give us direction on what we can and can't do?
Well, as the mayor said in his remarks, the more clarity and precision you bring to your provincial ask, the more likely you are to get both an implementation and a speedy implementation of what it is you're trying to do. But if the language is uncertain or contains problems with it, you wind up mired in a long conversation back and forth, and the needs of the Toronto public are not met as expeditiously as if we take the additional month and get it right.
Is this a question that you could have asked earlier?
Well, the item was put as an added item on the mayor's agenda, so there was no staff report, so I had no opportunity to benefit from staff advice on these. If you heard during the debate, I asked staff direct questions on those 2 parts.
I didn't hear that,
and
sorry.
I asked staff direct questions on the 2 parts.
I'm just saying I didn't hear your questions, I'm sorry.
Yes, and in both cases, staff said to me that they would want to see, by some process or other, more precise language.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shan to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the initial motion was presented, it was worrisome because there was a lot of issues with it. One of the issues that got suggested through an amendment got corrected is the behavioral misconduct piece. I think we know that when we use judgments on behavior and who gets targeted and who gets apprehended and who gets evicted and so on has been mirrored in politics of class and race. So having a process that is identified as criminal activity eviction through N6 application brings clarity, and it went through a process, has a process to question it, which is something I'm more than happy to support as a first one. But if that amendment does not pass through, this will be something I would not be able to support because of the fact that those terms could mean a lot of things, and how it gets implemented and how discretion gets used is very loaded. The second piece, when we are asking the provincial government for legislation, if we ourselves aren't clear on how the implementation would take place, it will be hard for us to ask for something ahead of time. So as councillors, I think it would be better for us to have additional information before we even ask the provincial government to move forward with those legislative changes. For us to have clarity, we will need to go back to staff to find that. So not only Councillor Perks' motion helps to give the provincial government a better picture of what we are asking for, it also gives councillors like me a better picture of how it would be implemented if in case this is the suggested route. So I'm happy that these 2 amendments have been put forward as a way to mitigate any form of uncertainties or any form of potential bias that could be embedded in this motion. So I would suggest that councillors support the amendments instead of the actual motion, so that we can actually address any potential bias or any potential uncertainties or ambiguities in this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I had the privilege of serving on the original board for TCHC. Was on there for a little more than 5 years, and revisited the board for half a term in Mayor Ford's term of office. And Madam Speaker, as I remember it, TCHC was set up to be an arm's length agency of the city. And I think overall it's done a pretty good job. At least in terms of trying to address the housing challenges that it's faced right from the very beginning. We came up with the Regent Park renovation, if you will, that is now the template for the analysis and rebuilding of other TCHC communities. But, Speaker, it's been a very awkward board to sit on, because while it knows what has to be done, it simply doesn't have all the money to do it. But in this respect, the issue raised today by Mayor Tory, how do we deal with the social challenges, the crises that we perceive in many of those communities? And I have to tell you, Speaker, that in my parting remarks on the first board, I indicated that criminal behavior and the violence associated with it constituted the Achilles heel of social housing here in Toronto. And I would hope that in supporting Mayor Tory's initiative, especially as amended by him, that we will have taken an important step in stabilizing many of our TCHC communities. I think that what Mayor Tory has put forward, frankly, in 2 and 3 is very, very straightforward. I think that whether it goes forward in this form or as amended by Councillor Perks, there'll be negotiations between the city, TCHC, and the province. And I would rather, if it's going to be done, I'll do it quickly. And I would rather proceed with the mayor's motions as he has amended them, rather than to wait on a report from a further report from staff. We all know what has to be done. These are very basic steps. We also know that on a longer term basis, we've got to work with the youth of these communities. And there's more work to be done in that particular area. And I would hope that these steps, plus more programming of one sort or another, as outside of the box as you can get it, will create an atmosphere that not only is safe, but in the end is productive. And it gives a good life to adults and a promising life to its youth.
Thank you. Councillor Davis to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I will be supporting the recommendations that are here, with recommendations 2 and 3 coming back, and with the amendments to recommendation 1. But I have to say that what concerned me was that what is before us does not provide sufficient background on each of these 3 issues that are before us to understand what the insufficiency is or the inadequacy of the legislation is, how we expect TCHC to exercise the authority we're seeking. It's not clear to me what the existing relationship is between the special constables and the Toronto Police Service. It just simply did not provide the depth and rationale for these policy changes that we would normally expect in a policy report, and a policy report that is serious, with some serious recommendations for legislative change, which result in people losing their housing. Now, there are people who have suggested somehow there's some counselors around here who are soft on crime, or we're happy to have criminals live in our TCHC buildings. I just want to say that is such an inaccurate depiction of, no, there were others, my friend. I regularly spend a lot of time with tenants in my community, both TCHC tenants in the buildings that I have and in market buildings. And the problem with crime in apartment buildings in low-income communities extends beyond TCHC. And I know that in the TCHC buildings in my area, there are vulnerable tenants. I know who have people who exploit them and take advantage of them, and they're unable to deal with that situation. I know that there are many residents in TCHC buildings and market buildings who are afraid of their neighbors, who regularly see criminal activity and guns, and there are shootings and stabbings, and believe it or not, there are in my ward too. So this is not a problem either that's isolated to certain areas of the city, nor is it isolated just to TCHC buildings. And I don't know what these bigger systemic solutions are. We've struggled with them. Why are there guns? Why do our young people carry weapons? What is it that's happening on our streets and in our disadvantaged neighborhoods proportionately more? And how are we going to get at those root causes? Those are the big questions. But I would like to see a report that explains this better. I have not been on a TCHC board. I didn't know what an N4, 5, or N6 was. And I also don't know what role the police have that or don't have now that this will change. If it means formalizing informal relationships or operating guidelines, then probably that's very good. If we're using the Trespass to Property Act differently, that's also probably good as well. It's when we say we will bar certain people from returning to a TCHC building, there has to be some way and some guidance around how that authority and discretion is going to be exercised. And I would like to see how TCHC is going to do that. And finally, I don't know why this didn't come from TCHC. So if TCHC wants us to send a clear message to the province, I would like to see the TCHC recommendations. Where are they? And I hope when this report comes, maybe the TCHC staff can also provide some additional support in the second recommendations. But I agree with the mayor. Absolutely, no one should be living in fear in our TCHC buildings. Absolutely not. And we are the landlords, and therefore we have a heightened responsibility to make sure it's not happening in our buildings. But I also hope that what we're not doing is shoving a problem elsewhere, and that it has to be part of a broader strategy for dealing with violence in our communities and to deal with policing in some of the other buildings that are facing exactly the same kinds of situations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Doucette to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking the Mayor and Councillor Perks for their amendments. You heard from my questions earlier about the wording of these proposals going forward. I didn't want to see someone who's been blaring music and, yes, really, really annoying people being included in this. I have several TCHC properties in my ward, and I'm proud to be their councillor. One particular one, I didn't just get involved when I became councillor. My son's best friend lived there. They go to schools. There are residents. They live in our community and they should feel safe going back to their homes every night the way we feel safe going back to our homes. However, we have done raids and we find the guns and the cocaine and other things which go with it. And we know that the family members, most of them living in that unit, must know that something is going on. The unfortunate thing is, to protect the rest of a community, that family must move. Because if you don't move a family, as we've experienced in my ward, the older child who maybe is the one doing the criminal activity gets removed from a lease and they leave the property and they get a no trespassing order. But they can come back and visit their family. And it's when they come back and visit their family, I don't know how, but the other gangs seem to know they've come back to visit their family. And that's when the shots are fired. That is when people are getting hurt and people are getting killed. And that is when the rest of a community refuse to come out of their homes. They won't let the children go out and play. We have also experienced moving families out of these communities, and the violence goes away. Now, I agree we are maybe putting families out where not all of them have been involved with this criminal activity. But as long as that family is on site, there is a possibility that the activities will continue. So I support these motions. It isn't the complete end answer. I agree with Councillor Davis. Where will these people go to live? But the province has to step up to the plate and help. We need our communities to be safe. I don't want my residents contacting me and saying, Councillor, we hear there's another shooting. We hear it's another gang coming into this gang and this is what's going on. Because it's not just on TCHC properties. They're shooting across roads. They're going into residents' back gardens and shooting from there into the TCHC properties. So it's our whole community who's involved. This is the first step. I hope the province supports this. I thank everyone who's worked very hard on this. But we do have to let our residents know that they are safe going home at night, letting their children play outside. So thank you very much for everyone doing this, and I hope this happens really quickly.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a few comments on this particular issue. First of all, let me begin by saying that I listened to the mayor's comments, and I think most of us recognize that the mayor is a realist, very pragmatic in some of the approaches that he takes. And he recognizes that, and has stated that in the way he's amended motion number 1, he's saying that this is one small step that we can take and build on from there. With respect to recommendation 2 and number 3, I'm sure those requests have been made many times in the past. So I want to emphasize the importance of supporting recommendation 1. I also support recommendation 2 and 3. But the reality is this. Let me share an example of where some shootings occurred in buildings in my area. And across the street from these 2 buildings are single residential family homes. And surrounding these 2 buildings are single residential family homes. And I get a call from one of the residents in one of the buildings that has experienced some shootings on that property, demanding that I relocate her into a safer neighborhood. And I said to her, this is a problem that we need to deal with together. How do I talk to the person in that single family home across the street when she demands that I relocate her at the city's cost? Because understand that people in Toronto community housing buildings, how do I say this? They make demands, and it's very difficult to meet all of the demands that people make. So let me go back to what I do in situations where there are problems on TCHC properties. Essentially, I go in and I say that I hold meetings in the building, and I say it's important that we come together to deal with this problem. When I say we, I mean the residents in that building. The majority of the residents in that building, yes, they fear for their safety, but they have to step up to the plate. They have to cooperate and work with the police to establish a relationship that facilitates the police service job to deal with the problem. Because a lot of times, most residents in the building are afraid, and rightly so, and they won't make calls. They won't make calls to the police or to hotlines and whatever. Or they'll recognize that someone is coming into this building that they knew was a big problem in that building. But they close their doors and they just don't do anything about it. What I'm saying is, you know, the Police Service Act says that the police chief is responsible for keeping neighborhoods safe. And to do that, the police chief typically comes to us every year to say, here are the resources that I need. And we ultimately make the decision as to what resources we will provide to allow neighborhoods to be kept safe. But what I'm saying to you is there are not enough resources to do the job. We have to look for alternative solutions. TCHC has to look for alternative solutions. And there is no other better way than to engage the people and to get them to work together with the police, with staff, because at the end of the day, there's no trust between the residents in the building and even the TCHC staff, either on site or the TCHC managerial staff. There's not enough trust. And until we address those particular problems, you know what? We'll never solve the problem. I don't think we'll never have a perfect solution, but we can certainly, as the mayor said, this is a first step we can build if we address the problem properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, it's getting a little loud. Councillor McConnell to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to all of the people who have worked on this, and particularly to the Mayor, who has taken it forward immediately, because this is an immediate problem that is happening right now in our housing. And I think we are targeted over and over and over again with being a poor landlord as a result of the the 1.0% of the folks who we're looking at versus the 99.9% of the people who just want to live their lives in peace and harmony and are really, really good tenants. They're the tenants who pay their rents, they're the tenants who are good neighbors, but as a result of the kind of gang-banging stuff that has been going on, instead of us being able to engage our tenants, which is a TCHC directive to empower our tenants, we've spiraled into a place in which our tenants, our good tenants, have become victims, been victimized, and they have been intimidated. And that their home, their place of tranquility has been turned into a nightmare. And so it was really important that we address it and that we all address it together. And I'm pleased that from all over our geography, all of our neighborhoods, all of our councillors have spoke with one voice, because I think sometimes it's really important for us to look at, it's not just this neighborhood or that neighborhood. It's an issue that is systemic in the sense of how evictions happen, how we take them, what's the seriousness of how we take gunfire and gun activity, and then the fact that once you are out, you can easily get back in. There are other parts of this that are pretty ridiculous. So if, for example, I'm a tenant in a neighborhood, and I go and try and execute someone, which happened in my ward, but I happen to cross the road and go into a different precinct, I can't evict them because they didn't do it in their precinct. It's also that we have to start looking at the policies and see how we can challenge those in court to get some proper, sensible rulings. Because I would suggest to you that if you are in St. Jamestown in the private buildings and you own 3 buildings, they're not going to tell you that you can and must take back tenants that you've evicted. And in some cases, not even for serious crimes. So we are not and should not be harboring criminals. And I think that that's an important thing that we can do to our communities. The other thing about that is that I believe that when mothers understand that their boys in particular, or the boys and the girls, the children, but mostly boys, are going to be cause for them to get evicted, those boys will be brought into line pretty quick. But as long as we let it slide, as we have let it slide over and over again, because I believe that none of us really truly understood it, and I say that as somebody who actively represents my TCHC tenants, I didn't understand this notion of you going out and being evicted and then being able to return. And as long as tenants know that's the case, then the eviction doesn't mean anything. And I remember that when I was teaching, all of those years ago, it was always the most important thing was that when you draw the line, you adhere to the line, and you give lots of leeway in between for children to learn. And I think that that's really what we're trying to do here. We're trying to say to our young people, don't go there, because if you go there, either the wrath of mama will come down on you, or she'll be out as a result of you. And therefore, that's not a path you want to go. The path that you want to go is pathways to education. It's to university. It's to get a job. It's to pull yourself out of where we are. And let us help you do that. But if you follow the model of the gangbangers with all the money, and quite honestly, somebody said, where will they go? They'll go to their condos, which they own.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Thank you. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's getting to that point of the debate where we're starting repeating each other, but I think there has been some points that we need to echo. And I think that a point that Councillor Perks said, that this was a good piece of work where at different stages we came together, and there's something very good and very real here at the table, and I think that's exactly where we are right now. The task force looked into this issue. The task force made recommendations. We had a discussion at executive, and now we have a discussion. We have different motions in here that actually are starting to address a very real issue. And this is an issue that we need to balance and understand that criminal activity is a complex issue. And we as a city are not going to deal with it by not housing these people in here. So as a city, we still have to have mechanisms to deal with this. We cannot build a wall around Toronto and send all people with criminal record outside Toronto. We're going to have to deal with this as a city. Now, as a landlord, we also have to balance these issues. We have to balance this issue and the safety of our communities, and even as a steward of public money. You know, as Councillor McConnell was just now saying, a lot of these people own condos, and they're living off subsidized units, subsidized that a lot of people could use those subsidy. A lot of families that are struggling to use that subsidy as well. So I think that it's a very tough balance. It's a complex balance that needs to be accomplished. But I think that's where we're trying to go. It's to accomplish the balance of being a good landlord, trying to address some of the issues in our communities, but that at the same time understanding that as a city, we need to continue investing in a lot of the problems that deal with the criminal activity and that we have as a city as a whole. So I will be supporting the mayor and the motions that are on the floor as well, and I'm looking forward to having a response from the province soon, because this has been an issue that we've indicated for quite some time that we wanted to see some movement on. So hopefully now that Council has taken what I'm hoping to be an unanimous and strong position on this issue, that we can have our partners at the province taking swift action to help us to deal with some of these issues on what it is the largest landlord in our city, affecting thousands of lives, and in every community in the city. Every ward, every riding has TCHC buildings, so all of us, one way or the other, deal with these issues on a very frequent basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. What's clear is that tenants who are being evicted on N6 for criminal behavior, serious criminal behavior, because not that many are being evicted, are going out the back door under eviction and in the front door back into another unit, ahead of many people. So I support the mayor, I support that motion, and I appreciate changing that to be very clear. We're dealing with the N6, which is illegal behavior. I also support Councillor Perks's motion. I know there's something coming back in June, and I think fleshing out number 2 and 3 in the way that you've suggested, Councillor, would be very helpful, because we're very clear. We don't want people going out the back door, coming around and coming in the front door. That's clear, 100%. How do we manage the others? Special constables, police, TCH, what's all of that relationship? What is the trespassing issue? I believe that we could do a little more homework, have that back, to have another unanimous vote, I hope, then. So this is a conversation that we need to have. I know that we all understand we are the shareholder. We are the shareholder. Council is the shareholder. As a matter of fact, we've acted like that many times in the past. So we have an important role here with Toronto Community Housing. And our mayor has made Toronto Community Housing, affordable housing, TCHC, issues there, a priority in his administration. And he's made safety a major priority, because the task force talked to many, many people we don't have a chance to speak to. And they said, we're afraid in our own buildings. We're simply afraid. Sometimes people are threatened by gangbangers. Sometimes people are threatened by gunslingers and drug dealers. That's wrong. We are the shareholder. We are the ultimate landlord. We have to get a grip on what is going on in the communities. So in this amendment that's very clear with N6, it's for that type of behavior. It's not going to catch poor Al Gosling, who didn't fill his paperwork out, said, well, you're misrepresenting your income, you're out the door, and we all know what happened to him. We actually have put very strong protections in for people like Al Gosling by having a fairness commissioner at TCH that helps people that fall behind, that get out of whack with their rent. These are not the same folks that we're talking about there. We are speaking of less than 1% minimal, maybe 0.03% of tenants who are finding themselves in this position where they're being brought forward for eviction. Of the 100,000 people, more than 100,000 tenants, just a couple of hundred are in this category. We should be dealing with this in a very swift and effective way. And we should know that 99% of those tenants that Councillor McConnell spoke about, that said people that are going to work every day, people that are looking after their kids, trying to get a leg up, trying to have a better life, paying rent geared to income because they're looking for a job, new Canadians that are in Toronto Community Housing, those people support this. That community in which they live, they often don't feel that enough care is being taken with their safety. And I believe that Torontonians support this. They support helping people. We're a caring city. They support people that need help with their housing, affordable housing, rent geared to income. Give that family a leg up, help them out, help those children out. They don't support us housing and rehousing gangbangers and gunslingers over and over again once they've been evicted. So in this pathway that we're on from the MOU in July, where actually police and Toronto Community Housing couldn't share information at a landlord and tenant tribunal, that's changed. Now we have the Deputy City Manager looking into where are these issues a problem, how are we managing them. This is a march forward to get to a better day for the 99% of those people living in our Toronto Community Housing, for which we are the shareholder, that are looking for a better day in their lives.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's all been said. I think there's great consensus in the room. I think a unanimous vote would be ideal. I think Councillor Perks' motion helps us get there. I would just say, because again, I think everyone's touched on the points, and I don't have to repeat it, that more than anything, in many cases, our tenants, our residents feel that we've let them down and that we have been unresponsive, and where have we been? And they're waiting for us to do this, do something like this, and they're surprised we haven't done it 10 and 15 years ago. So let's move forward, let's vote for this, and I hope it's a unanimous vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I said 30 seconds.
Councillor Carroll.
Oh, well, Madam Speaker, Councillor Cole covered it for me. I was simply going to remind people at the end of the debate that the collection of motions together represents the joint work of the mayor and others if you adopt all the motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just wanted to rise and lend my voice in support to this particular issue. I just want to read portions of a motion that was introduced to this council in March of 2006. And the whereas is that whereas in 2005, a majority of Toronto gun violence occurred on or adjacent to Toronto community housing properties, and whereas residents living in Toronto Community Housing Corporation have identified community safety as a priority issue, and whereas there is widespread concern about violence on Toronto Community Housing Corporation properties, it is expected to increase this summer, this 2005. The point of this, just to sort of refresh everyone's memory for those who have been here for quite some time, we have been attempting to deal with this issue now for quite some time. I know that Councillor Cole said we should have dealt with this 10, 15 years ago. I think we have. We have. Many councillors here have dealt with this particular issue, not just my motion. Speaker Nunziata, you led, when we were on the Police Service Board, a committee dealing with this very issue. We've asked, we've instructed, we've cajoled, we've talked to various premiers, I think McGuinty, now Wynne, and others, and so on. The mayor lending his voice to this certainly helps, and the collaboration that we have discussed here today is helpful. I think it was asked earlier, where do these gangs come from, where do these people come from, and so on. Some of these gang members will actually have dinner tonight with each other and perhaps go out tomorrow and kill one another. I mean, that's kind of how close it is. We've dealt with a situation where I personally have been involved with the police. We spent hours in varying rooms in Scarborough and talking, helping mothers. We had one situation where on a Sunday, the mother fed her son's killer on an underground garage, and he was killed right after dinner. That young man went back to the mother's house to have discussion with the mother, not telling the mother that he was involved in the murder of her son. That mother eventually helped to protect that very young man who actually had her son killed, because there are others who wanted to kill him and so on. It's a very complex issue, but clearly our responsibility is that we actually want to protect those individuals who are having challenges and so on. I have in my desk, Speaker, victims of gun and gang violence and so on, because we've dealt with this particular issue in a number of different ways. This is an additional element of tools that we need. We talked years ago about gun-activated cameras and so on that are used in varying cities around the world and so on. We've talked about us doing this. We talked about a community safety action plan for Toronto Community Housing. We had a community safety task force and committee that was established at Mayor Miller and so on. So there's been a lot of work actually and time and effort by many people in this council chamber and many people beyond in the city. And this, as I remind everybody, this isn't simply a policing matter. A police is reactionary to the issues. People say, well, why does this happen and why are we having these challenges? Well, we're having it because of poverty. We're having it because people don't have opportunities. We're having it in neighborhoods where people are actually trying to basically scrunch for little crumbs that's available to them and so on. They're willing to kill each other for it because, quite frankly, if you have it, I don't have it, and if I take it from you, you're going to come back to me. So the solution is obviously to come to a finality with respect to involve gang and violence in our street. It has huge ramifications, huge effects on a variety of things that we do. And no matter how safe we think we are, we've seen what has happened at the Eaton Center. We see the stray bullet hitting victims, dear ones, loved ones, and so on. We understand the impact and the effect that we've actually had on this city. I was one of those who actually brought Eugene Rivers here a long time ago to talk about how we can deal with some of these issues. He was a fellow and the author of the Boston Solution and so on. So my point is that, Speaker, is that as we have a responsibility to protect all the citizens in our city, we have that additional responsibilities of landlord to protect those citizens or in properties that we are actually providing to them and so on. So this is helpful. I'm hoping that Queen's Park is actually listening, willing to act, and willing to help in order to provide solutions to this very serious problem that are affecting not only Toronto, but because we have a responsibility to deal with the issues here in Toronto, we need to take it up on ourselves to actually act now, and we can't wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put the motions together. We're voting. Recorded vote. First Amendment is on the screen by Mayor Tory. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Deputy Mayor Minawong, please.
The amendment carries 38-1.
So do you want to reopen it? To reopen on favor? Carried. Okay, let's try it again. It's the green button.
Councillor Karygiannis, please, and thank you.
The amendment carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Okay, the next one is amendment by Councillor Perks. Recorded vote.
Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor Mamalidi and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Layton.
The amendment carries 38-2.
Okay, item as amended. Recorded vote.
It's all right, I get it. It's unusual. You just couldn't make yourself work.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Robinson and Councillor Mihevc, please.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Our next timed item is on page 3, EX 24.8, closure of Toronto Community Housing. Do we? Okay, we just talked about security. So, yes, questions to staff. Councillor Mamalidi.
So I'm just going to try to bring out a bit of the history through questions, just to see if staff recall or agree with what's happened to date. This particular site has been an ongoing discussion for years, has it not? In terms of how to redevelop the Fir Grove site?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
And initially the board, of which I actually sat on, agreed that we should move in the same direction that we've moved with Regent Park and Lawrence Heights, and how we're moving in other areas to bring a mixed flavor to that community and tear down a very decrepit, old site.
Through you, Madam Chair, it was considered for revitalization in 2008.
And since then, there's been a couple of different decisions, one of which was to remove some of the barriers that everyone's had some concerns about, and to build inside the shell of what's currently there to formulate a different model on the site. That's how the one of the boards has decided to move forward, right?
That's correct.
And then a short time after that announcement was made, and some research and engineers and everyone else, architects, got involved, we quickly determined that the state of some of those units was actually pretty dangerous, and that they had to come down.
That's correct.
And those units are about 134 units?
134 units, 2 blocks.
I thought it was a pin. That's weird.
Now, since then, there has been some extensive dialogue with the community, with TCHC, with the departments of the City of Toronto, and a plan has come forward to help revitalize not only that site, but to work in conjunction perhaps with the school board and others to try and make this site what it should be, with ideas. We're formulating ideas.
So we are considering options for the site.
And the options that have come forward really talk about revitalizing the whole pocket in the community at Jane and Finch there, not just this particular site. Am I accurate?
So we're looking for a way to make Fir Grove a healthy, vibrant community in this part of the city.
Okay. And it's best to try to do that all at once as opposed to a piecemeal kind of approach. Am I accurate in saying that that's the opinion of everybody that's been at the table?
So with the buildings being demolished, that would be accurate.
So I'd like to ask our planning staff just some questions as well. Would our planning staff feel comfortable with the approach that's been brought to the table to try and deal with the whole quadrant the way it is and find the partners that are necessary to make it work, as opposed to the piecemeal approach on that site?
Through the Speaker, yes, and we have a master planning approach for TCHC sites that we can apply to this site in a master planning process.
In a master plan approach, along with building social housing units, we're looking at a mix similar to what we've done in other parts of the city. We're looking at potential hubs, recreation hubs. We're looking at child care. We're looking at recreational space. We're looking at potential partnerships with school boards. All of that is a part of this equation, right?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. I think the only piece you missed there would be a new public road layout as well.
Right, yes. And there's still some dialogue to be had on that, right?
Through the speaker, there's a considerable amount of work that needs to be done to create that plan, but we saw as of yesterday a preliminary plan that was drawn up by TCHC.
All right. So there is a bit of urgency, and I guess to TCHC and to planning, there is some urgency to deal with the issue of tearing down a very unsafe condition in 134 units. We need to do that right away, right?
That was your last question.
He's a local councillor, isn't he?
I am the local councillor, but I don't know if that makes a difference.
Not for questions.
That's correct.
That's correct.
I missed the answer because... Yeah.
They said yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's... Councillor Algemari.
I'd like a map, Madam Chair, to be put up. And I can ask my questions.
Who's got the map?
So Speaker, my...
Okay, there it is. There's a map.
So what percentage of the Fir Grove community, so is the green, the yellow, and the blue the entire Fir Grove community?
Through you, Madam Chair, the green, the yellow, and the blue represent the townhouse portion of the community. In addition, there is a high-rise building in the community.
And which parts are suggested for closure?
The yellow and the green. A total of 134 units, 108 families.
134 units represents how many out of the total?
There are 236 townhouse units and 136 units in the high-rise.
Okay, and when the local councillor speaks about wanting to do this revitalization in a totality, he's speaking of the high-rise as part of that. Is that right?
That's correct. We're looking at the community, but the urgent issue in front of you today is around the green and the yellow blocks that are uninhabitable. We need to vacate.
Green and yellow. Okay? And you had said in your responses to Councillor Mamalidi that this was considered for revitalization in 2008?
That's correct.
And what happened at that time?
So there was a market sounding conducted at that time, and it wasn't financially feasible. So we moved to put a plan in place to address major capital repairs and deal with some of the unsafe built form conditions, and it was found to be more expensive to repair than to replace.
So since that time, have you had someone from the private sector come forward and say that they would be interested?
We haven't issued the site through the required RFP process.
Do you foresee someone coming forward and partnering with TCH to create something akin to Regent Park?
It's a much smaller scale than Regent Park. Would there be interest in the private sector in investing in this site? We would have to test again in the market.
So if we want to contribute to Councillor Mamalidi's argument and propose the idea that we want a quadrant full development, what would you do in that case? Would you put a hold on rebuilding the yellow and the blue on the site and wait and close down the others as well?
The motion that's in front of you now is to seek the approval to close those 134 units because they're unsafe. The community very much wants to see those buildings demolished once they're closed. They're worried about an unsafe living environment if those buildings remain vacant.
No question, but I'm asking you, if we want to buy in to Councillor Mamalidi's vision, and I'm going there, I think I'm going there, what would you propose to do with the rest of the property in the next 5 years?
So we would work with planning We would look at a new road system through the site. We would look at the possibility of additional public infrastructure. We would look at the possibility of additional net new units, but all of this would have to come with a strong business case and a funding source.
Okay, and that's it for my questions about the built form. My question now is about the safety of units. I've always said, in my 40-year history with this file, that building the way we built public housing is not the safest thing we can do for families, and that if we integrate some market value with a sliding scale and some full-out affordable units, it's the best way to build. Will you be looking at that form when you rebuild these units?
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we heard the Mayor mention, this was one of the projects for the RESET program, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from what I'm hearing of this revision, revitalizing the site, it will no longer be part of a RESET project at this point in time. Is that correct?
It will become a revitalization project because we're demolishing units and rebuilding from the ground up.
Right, so the funding which was allocated to it as RESET will not be staying with that property? Would you be selecting another property in TCH to add to the three projects, or?
So we have many developments in Toronto community housing that require major capital upgrades, and RESET is a way of delivering whole community capital upgrades. So yes, we would look to fund whole community capital upgrades across the portfolio.
In the map we just saw, the blue version is not included in these units being closed. Are those units suitable to go to RESET and be revitalized, or are you wanting literally to do the whole project as a whole?
We have done some investigative work on the blue block, and we believe that they are not far behind the yellow and the green.
Okay.
The townhouses have the same basic built form flaws.
So they are beyond help with RESET. We need to look at the whole project and do a whole community.
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there has been questions here if this could be a revitalization site. I believe you are starting to look into this possibility.
That's correct.
So, we have 7 revitalization sites right now?
That's correct.
Other than 250 Davenport, have we had to put money into those revitalization projects?
Yes, we have.
So in all revitalization projects, we had to put in there. So we have also a backlog of $1.7 billion in repairs.
We have had a backlog of $2.6 billion, the unfunded portion 1.7, 1.8.
So do you need to have a little bit, well, not a little bit, but actually a lot of certainty of the funding in the future from whatever order of government ends up coming? But if you're going to have your capital repair backlog funded in the future to do a better analysis of projects such as this one. Is this why, one of the reasons why you don't have also a revitalization process in front of us is because you are waiting to see what's going to come out of the provincial budget, you are waiting to see what's going to come out of the tenants first to adjust your capital repair plan that includes new revitalizations, that will include looking at new revitalization sites?
That's correct.
So the plan has been up to this date done in pretty much accordance with what we had approved in 2013. We need to continue until 2023 to have it fully implemented, to have an FCI of 10%, and that could include some other revitalizations that with the appropriate business case should be provided to this chamber for financing.
with the appropriate business case.
And that's what you're actually working with your board and your staff right now to do?
Correct.
Councillor DiCiano, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do we know how big this site is in terms of acreage?
Site is 13.5 acres.
13.5 acres. And how many units on 13.5 acres?
383, including the tower and the townhouses.
Okay. Oh, that includes the tower.
Correct.
Okay. Have we costed the replacement of these townhouse units if we were just going to replace them?
Yes, we have.
What is the cost per unit to replace them?
So we are looking at somewhere in the order of just over $200,000 for a very straightforward stacked town arrangement.
And, okay, and for the 108 affected households, how do we just replace or move them to new homes when there's a backlog in place?
So we have found within the portfolio 108 vacant units that are being offered to the families that are impacted through our relocation process.
And is that happening within their community or across the portfolio?
We're trying to keep the relocation as close as we can to their community, but we do have some tenants who would like to move to other areas of the city to be closer to family, other schools, so we're entertaining those opportunities as well.
And once they're gone, the plan is to tear down the affected dwellings?
That's correct. That's the desire of the remaining residents on site. They don't want the unoccupied buildings to remain standing.
And then this sits in limbo, or we're going to work fairly quickly to replace these units?
So we are going to work as quickly as we can to secure the funding required to replace these units. We very much want to see that happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll direct my questions to the interim CEO of Toronto Community Housing, Mr. Kevin Marshman. Mr. Marshman, welcome to the Chamber, first of all. How much money is needed to repair our Toronto Community Housing stock right now? In other words, what's the state of good repair backlog overall?
Through you, Madam Speaker, first, thank you, Councillor Cressy, for your welcome. And that amount would be $1.7 billion.
$1.7 billion.
That's correct.
And in 2018, as part of the 10-year capital plan, next year, how much money is needed to prevent the closure of additional units, as estimated right now?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that amount is $350 million.
And $350 million is needed in 2018 next year to prevent the closure of additional units.
That is correct.
And we don't have that money right now.
That is also correct.
Okay. Now, City Council and Toronto Community Housing had come up previously with a one-third funding plan for our state of good repair. One-third from the province, the feds, and the city. How much money has the province of Ontario put in as of today?
As of today, we have not received money from the province of Ontario, but we are optimistic about the decisions that they're making as they debate their budget.
So, but to be clear, as of today, the province of Ontario has not put in money into our state of good repair backlog.
With the exception of a small amount of money being $28 million through SHARP, that is a correct statement.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I'm not sure if who this question goes to. The city has put in some money. The city has also supported some mortgage refinancing and loans and so on. How much money is direct cash from taxpayers of the City of Toronto, and how much is refinancing and other tools similar to that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So the total is now over 900 million. I believe we're 930, 965 million, something like that. And off the top of my head, I can't recall the split between refinancing, DCs, sales, and cash. I'd have to get that number from you, though.
Would I be right if it is between tax forgiveness and DCs and cash, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 million? Is that about?
It may be a little more. The bulk is certainly debt financing and refinancing.
Debt financing.
Yes.
And we're not actually taking, as the Corporation of the City of Toronto, the responsibility to pay that. We're backstopping. The payment would come from TCHC through money they collect in rents and whatever other ways they can raise money.
Well, it's two ways. So we've provided guarantees to IO, so that debt sits on our books. And we, the TCHC has a $129, $130 million annual budget for debt repayments, of which we subsidize that through our social housing program. So it's a mixture of both rents plus our social housing grants that go to support the existing mortgage.
And how much money is that annually?
The grant is now up to $237 million after the 2017 budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How old are these buildings? What are the age of the buildings?
The development was built in 1970.
So the development, the complete development, including the whole, all the separate blocks that are there, everything?
That's right.
Okay.
Correct.
So you've identified, it says in the report that the report addresses closure of 2 of the 3 blocks of townhomes. So are you suggesting that then the other blocks are in good shape?
So there are 3 townhouse blocks.
Yeah.
The 2 that were seeking approval to close had a stucco finish put over the brick 20 years ago that has caused the substructure of the building to basically break down. The 3rd townhouse block had a metal cladding put over it, which was more robust, so it still has a few years of life in it. We estimate in the order of 3 to 5.
So how old did you say they were?
Built in 1970.
1970, all of them, okay. How much have we invested in the ones that that are being recommended to be vacated?
Over what time period?
Okay, let's say over the last 5 years.
5 years, we've spent in excess of $2 million just trying to stabilize them, keep the roof in reasonable condition, provide external hoarding, parging, to try and maintain as much livability as possible in the structure.
So after a $2 million investment, there's, I guess we're at the point where there's nothing further that we could do, and we're going to probably be dealing with the other blocks in a similar manner in a few years as well.
That's correct. It's the built form issue, the way those towns were constructed, 2-story, 4-story stacked towns with a connecting parking deck roof, built not well, and they are at the end of their life.
Okay. But we probably knew this 5 years ago before spending $2 million, that we were probably approaching that near-life stage.
We knew we had significant problems, but we had individuals living in this housing, and it's a very hard decision to make, to vacate a complex. So over the last 5 years, we've invested the minimum dollars required to maintain a living condition in the unit. We did what we could with what we had.
And the remaining units that are there, what is the estimated, well, how much more do you think we need to continue to invest to keep those going, and how long of a lifespan do you anticipate we'll get from those properties?
We're projecting maximum 5 years, but more realistically 3. and we're going to have to spend in the order of $100,000 a year to just maintain them in their current state.
So for $100,000 a year, we could possibly get 3, maybe 5 years out of them. But at some point, in that time frame, we'll be in the same situation as we are with these properties
Right,
you're
and
recommending in
our
your
hope
report.
is by the time that happens to have a comprehensive funded plan for the whole community.
Are there other properties in the portfolio that are approaching the stage of the condition of these properties that we're going to have to again speak to or deal with coming up shortly?
So the majority of Toronto Community Housing's building stock, like schools, like roads, was built out for the baby boom. So we have a number of buildings built in a very short period of time that are also experiencing capital repair needs. There'll be a further report coming to Council in June through Tenants First. Today, we're focusing on these 134 units.
Okay, I look forward to that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to go over a couple of things. And how many families need to be relocated from this property?
Through you, Madam Chair, 108.
I'm sorry, 108 people or 108 families?
108 units. with
Okay,
families
108
living in them.
units. That's good. And how many are 3 bedrooms? How many are 4 bedrooms? How many are 5 bedrooms?
So I have that breakdown. I can find it. The majority are 3s and 4s.
So 3s and 4s, not something that is easy to relocate to, because there's not all that many 3s and 4s, particularly 4s in the portfolio, am I right?
They already have.
That's correct, but we have found the replacement units required in the portfolio.
But of course, once there's a replacement unit, that means that's not open for someone else.
That's correct.
So 108 units have now been taken by families to be replaced while we deal with Fir Grove. And how many are there generally, if you have any idea, you might not because it's not your division, but that are currently, units are being filled with families that are on a relocation from a redevelopment or revitalization?
So we do have that data. We can come back to you. I don't have it with me today. Today, we're focusing on these 108 families, 134 units.
108 families, 134 units, or 108 units, 134, which one?
So there are 134 units, 108 families in occupied units, 26 of them are vacant.
And how long have they been vacant?
It ranges. We've had to board them up as they become uninhabitable. So we have some that have recently been boarded up, some that have been boarded up for some time.
So in 2008, as I think I mentioned earlier, at Executive, I believe Fir Grove, there were units that were boarded up at that time at Fir Grove and Grassways. Were there not?
I don't have that data, but it was considered for a revitalization project.
Apparently there was a few. According to the local councillor, there were a few at that time. And it was determined are you aware, are there any records that you have of you being aware that it was determined at that time that that place could not be salvaged? And
so I looked for those records after the committee meeting, and I couldn't find them. What I did find was reference to the revitalization
the 13
plan in 2008.
And the cost to replace those units, do we have a ballpark cost now to replace the 134 units?
So the cost, if we were to do straight up simple stacked townhouses, would be in the order of $200,000 a unit.
So the total that you're budgeting for replacement is what? What amount?
So if we are to replace all units and do the deep refurbishment on the tower that's required, we are looking at somewhere in the order of $60 million.
Is that 60?
That's correct.
60 million.
That's for all 383 units that are on the site.
So a larger redevelopment at 600. And how many buildings and houses and units has TCHC sold over the last number of years?
Councillor, I don't have that data.
Who has that that's here from TCHC?
So that would be.
I think Mr. Lawson might know that.
Revitalization unit and commercial unit, we can bring.
Could you hold my time for a second, please?
Anybody have the answer?
Does anybody have the answer? Maybe the city has, because we've approved them all. Maybe the social housing unit understands and knows how many we've sold.
Councillor, we don't have that on hand, but we can get it for you.
It's very related to today's debate, so perhaps we could get that before I spoke, Mr. Raftis, since the city has approved the number.
Okay,
Hugh Lawson's looking that up right now. Thank you.
thank you.
Take me a minute.
Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a couple of questions. So it's my understanding that the families that are going to be relocated as part of the demolition here, they basically went on a ballot system in order to sort of develop a priority list of who goes where and what, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it was like I don't know, like bingo balls or something, right? In
So
a drum.
we have a process that we use for relocation. The goal is to be transparent, to have all 108 families there, and to have them all witness the draw that identifies
And
the
basically,
sequence.
that all 108 families, they all agreed to that system?
So they have attended the first meeting where they were given an opportunity to get their draw
I guess where I'm
number.
driving at, if somebody
Councillor
is...
Perruzza, please allow the staff to finish.
She finished.
No, she didn't. You interrupted.
Well, I'm asking the questions, and I know the information I'm looking for. I got the information I was looking for.
So if you
I'm
know,
good
why
with
are
that.
you asking if you have the
Well, no,
information?
because I got it, because now I have another question, and you're interrupting me, right?
Jeez,
You're just eating up my time, just like you allowed Perks to eat up 20 seconds of my time earlier, to stand up and show us how smart he is on the rules.
You're eating up your time.
Are you holding us down?
Okay, ask your question, Councillor.
Thank you. I guess the question I'm asking is, if there's somebody there with a disability or special needs, and they've asked for, those special needs to be met, do they still sort of, and in terms of the ranking, they're not at the top of the list, at the bottom of the list. Is there any sensitivity shown to those people in terms of dealing with them and making sure that their needs are met at the end of the day when they're being relocated?
Yes, there is. We meet with each family individually to understand what their needs are, to make sure that where we relocate them to works.
So what would it mean to somebody with special needs, and they didn't sort of the sort of the bingo balls that came out of the machine or wherever didn't give them the high enough priority, but they're like down here. What does it mean to them in terms of their options being somewhat limited in terms of what they might or might not get?
So we establish the ranking. We meet with each family individually. Those that find a fit are relocated. We go through another round, and we keep going through that process until we have met the needs of each.
And then it would also mean that if somebody has special needs and they don't have a very high ranking, they're sort of at the lower end of the rankings, that means that they would be relocated much later in the process, all of that stuff, right? They're not the people that are dealt with first, correct?
they're not dealt with first in terms of sequence, but their needs are addressed individually, family by family, in sit-down
So could you give us those assurances today that those people with those special needs, and especially the ones that had already indicated that they wanted a move because their special circumstance or their special needs weren't being met in their current situation, that those people are given that kind of understanding and that kind of prioritization, even though they may not have ended up with a ballot that's at the top of the list?
That's correct. We'll work with each family individually.
Thank you.
Councillor McConnell.
I have just one question, Madam Speaker. Having listened to Ms. I'm wondering, Sheila, are you using the Regent Park framework? Sorry, I can't see you with those glasses on. Are you using the Regent Park framework for the relocation?
Yes, we are.
Yes,
It's
and that's
that
been very
process.
successful.
Yes.
So I'll go and speak to the councillor about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that Councillor McConnell ticked that box because we've used this process now for over 1,000 families, from Donmount to Regent Park to the first phases of Lawrence Heights to Villa Ways to Allenbury Gardens. There's a way, and it's not perfect, but it has worked quite successfully, and people have returned to their homes, and some have liked the relocation so much they don't return. Is that not the case? They sometimes stay in the place they've been relocated to.
That's correct.
So can we say, as a bellwether, that's an indication that the relocation process is in fact as sensitive as people are concerned that it be?
Correct.
Right. So on to the real estate itself. I think you've already covered in questions that this started out as a reset. You then found out that the shells of the buildings was of a catastrophic level of condition, unbeknownst to the original assessment. And so we're moving to demolish, and it's quite urgent. The question is this. Has the board of management of TCHC, have they received early advice on what this real estate is worth now and what new category we're going to put it into? Should we as council be comforted that the board is already on the way to having the management decision as to what to do with the real estate?
We are working very closely with our board on opportunities for this site and all our developments in TCH.
So what you're here for is the permission to deal with this urgent changing condition, this urgent new set of facts that takes us out of the realm of being able to do a reset and into a reevaluation of what is the best strategy. But you will have all the authorities you need to be able to work that out with your own Toronto Community Housing Corporation Board of Management?
That's correct, with a proper business case and funding model. That's
right.
What's key.
So what's before us today, you simply need, because you're demolishing without a planning application in place, as we always ask any property owner for, you need council's permission to deal with this urgent situation. That's all that's really before us today, because the rest is not yet fully evaluated and ready for proposal. Is that not the case?
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi to speak.
I'm going to move that the City Council request City Manager to ensure that City Council receives ongoing updates on TCHC's ongoing revitalization efforts for the Fir Grove Crescent site. Now, this is about an emergency. It's about tearing down 134 units that we have known for quite some time were at risk. 3 boards ago, which I sat on, we agreed that there'd be a whole slew of communities that included Lawrence Heights, Fir Grove, they included Driftwood, they included Etobicoke and Councillor Crescente's area. There was a whole slew of, in Councillor Carroll's ward. The board that came after that recognized that there wasn't enough money, and governments, federal and provincial, weren't there for them, and decided that they were going to downscale to a large degree. And on Fir Grove, they came up with this plan to create housing with the shell of the homes that are there now. So the mayor came out, and we all, Councillor Balau came out, and we talked a little bit about how this could happen. And yes, it's another I told you so moment, because some of us had said right from the beginning that these units were at risk and that we couldn't do it. We needed to move forward with a much larger plan. I'm glad that at the very least that we are now moving in that direction. And I'm going to do whatever it takes, Madam Speaker, to ensure that it's done as quickly as possible. Because if it's not done as quickly, there's a lot of people talking, Madam Speaker.
Yeah,
Hold my
sorry.
time.
Members of council, please. Councillor Carroll, Thompson, Cressy, Matlow, McMahon. Okay.
So city staff, TCHC, have all come together already recognizing that there is no time to waste on this, that we have to start talking to the community, to City Hall, to its departments, about what it is that can be replaced as quickly as possible. I know you got to do it again,
Hold
don't
on.
you?
Hello?
I'm listening.
Everybody on this side, please. Can you keep it down?
Use the gavel.
Councillor DiCiano, I can hear your voice. Councillor de Bearmaker, Mayor, Mayor staff, everybody on my right. Okay. Councillor Mamalidi, continue.
So for me anyway, the report that's in front of us speaks to tearing down immediately, for safety reasons, the 134 units. But I also know that if you do that and you take your time with all of the other initiatives that may want to take place before a proposed revitalization of that area, if that isn't done relatively soon, we run the risk of that particular community being boarded up and never being rebuilt again. So my motion, what it does is it basically says, let's move in a particular direction with TCHC, tear them down, get their feedback, get the community's feedback, and bring back any reports to City Hall, so that if we have to adopt a plan, a preliminary plan, or some kind of an initiative that needs City Hall's approval, we'll do that right away. That in itself makes me feel comfortable, makes the community feel comfortable. I can envision what can potentially be done on the site, and I've shared my vision with all the staff, and believe it or not, they all agree. If we're going to do this, if we're going to revitalize a community, we need to do it right. You can't do it piecemeal. You can't build one building at a time. We now have got an opportunity to revitalize a whole community. Let's take advantage of that. We've got governments now willing to come to the table to say it's time that we contribute. We've got to start looking at the recreational needs of that particular pocket. We all know that community hubs are needed in that area. We all know that childcare spaces are needed in that area. In fact, we've got funding to build a childcare facility. We're trying to incorporate that into an official document that you will see and that we can work together on to try and make happen. So for me, it's a bit of bad news in having to tear down 134 units, but it's actually good news, because we are going to revitalize a very old pocket of social housing, revitalize it into a mixed form, I hope, on the site that replaces the social housing, that brings all the components, whether be it recreational or childcare needs, and puts it all into the community. And I'm, quite frankly, excited and looking forward to working with everybody on this.
Where's the money coming from to rebuild?
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, it really upsets me that we find ourselves in a situation where we are once again going to be considering closing down units that are sought after by over 100,000 people who are struggling to make ends meet and looking for a home that they can afford. It deeply saddens me that we are going to most likely, unless we find new money soon, be reviewing even more units that are falling into disrepair that we may have to close in the future. And every member of this council, I would assume, have had conversations like I've had with countless residents who have knocked at our doors, who will tell us the most difficult stories, personal stories about how they're looking for a home. They need our help. What are you going to do, counselor? What are you going to do? What are you going to do right now? I can't wait another month. I can't wait another week. What are you going to do right now to provide a home for my family and myself? And we know in our heart of hearts that the answer is that we can try to change the system. We can try to make the world work better. But today there isn't a unit available. What we have is over 100,000 people who are waiting for units. There's an 8 to 9 to 10-year waiting list. I work with, as you know, so many seniors who realistically, many of them are not going to live long enough to ever receive that home that I know all of us believe they deserve to have. And we're in a crisis. And I don't think it's intemperate or wrong to just call it for what it is. We have a housing crisis in the city of Toronto. But I also question our priorities. We talk about how much money we need from whether it be the federal government or the provincial government. Well, what have we done as a city council? What have we done? When we had an option to approve one of two options for the gardener, we chose the more expensive one by hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, even if you were on the side of that debate where you would have said, well, I really like the hybrid version rather than the boulevard version, you can like something, but if you don't have enough money, like all of us who actually know how to, manage our household budgets, and we deal with these things every day, you've got to go for the more inexpensive one because you just don't have enough money for all the priorities you have. When we had an option to decide on a 7-stop LRT plan for Scarborough, that would have cost so many fewer dollars than a one-stop subway that now we're going to be paying at least 3.35, if not 4 billion or above, to pay for now, that will provide less service for more money and leave more people on the bus. We chose that as a council. Now, we just heard an answer to Councillor Cressy's question that if we had $1.7 billion, we could actually deal with this problem right now. We could fix every unit that's in disrepair in the entire TCHC stock. Yet we are spending billions of dollars on unnecessary projects, infrastructure projects, especially when there were alternatives available to us. So I'm asking us, yes, we can make big speeches about how we want the province to come and pay for everything, and yes, they should pay for more. And we make big speeches about how the federal government needs to get back in the in the game of supporting municipalities, and this government is demonstrating that they want to. But what are we doing? How did we allow ourselves to get into this situation? I really believe this council has a significant and serious priorities problem. So get up and make speeches about how angry you are. I'm angry. Tell us how sad you are. I'm sad too. But if you feel this way, then make some hard decisions about how we're going to spend the few dollars we have. Put them in our priorities. And if we're not going to be prioritizing our city's most vulnerable people, then we shouldn't be here.
Please, no applause. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to keep my comments to a larger housing context, because I'm worried that today's discussion foreshadows a bigger debate that we're going to have in a few months' time. The big picture, as we are all acutely aware, is a housing crisis in our city, and a crisis that looks like the following. For those who live in Toronto community housing, we need $1.7 billion just to repair the housing units we have, just to repair them, not to make them spectacular, just to repair them. That's $1.7 billion, and many of those units are already too far gone, like Fir Grove. That's Toronto community housing. We have a waiting list for affordable housing of 177,000 individuals waiting. 177,000 individuals, 100,000 families, and we have a strained rental housing market. And so if you look at this housing context, we should be asking ourselves and debating how many units can we build. We should not be debating how many units must we close. Given the context, that should be the debate. And in a city, and importantly, and I'm going to speak about this, in a province, I'm going to come back to the province, in a city and a province as wealthy as ours, closing units is a failure. That's what it is. It is a failure, full stop. Now, all three levels of government have a role to play. All three levels of government have a role to play. The federal government has signaled good intentions, and we're waiting on details. The City of Toronto, we have put in a third. But here's the thing. The provincial government has not put in money at all. We asked them for nearly $1 billion in our one-third, one-third, one-third framework. They have given under $30 million. That's it. That's the province of Ontario. The provincial budget is tomorrow. If we in this chamber don't hear the province step forward tomorrow and commit real dollars, significant dollars, to Toronto community housing, then every single member of this chamber should call them out. Because you cannot say you care and are working for the interest of Torontonians and then let us close units because they refuse to fund them. The province must be held to account, and tomorrow we will either cheer them on and thank them, and I will be the first to do so, or we should all, left, right, in the middle, call them out loudly and be prepared to do so. But I think this foreshadows something, which is if the province does not come forward tomorrow, and while I'm hopeful they do, if they don't come forward tomorrow, we will criticize them, we will call them out, we will demand more, but we will have very tough choices in this chamber. That's the hard reality. We should not be in that position. The province should be there, but let's not kid ourselves. If they aren't, we cannot let units close. We cannot do that. So call your MPP, get on the phone, make it happen, and in a few months, let's hope we don't have to make some tough choices, because then it's going to be on us, and it shouldn't be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So not only do we have a report before us today to say that we have to close 134 units, those residents have spent a year, like my residents, like Councillor Ainsley's residents, going through this reset program. Now, for those of you who don't know what reset is, 3 locations of TCH properties were chosen because they need repairs. Basics: roof, windows, doors, furnaces, boilers, the things which we take for granted we have in our homes. If you've looked through your mail today on your desk, your emails, we have an email from a resident who lives in these units, in one of these units. And all right, she is now okay with being relocated, but they've just spent a year helping city staff and TCH staff design how we could improve their homes. And now we're not able to do that. So I appreciate that. But I don't think we should be in this situation at all. We should be putting more money in. We shouldn't be letting these buildings get into this disrepair. We've got to work on these. We've got to give the TCH the money to move forward on the other reset programs, because otherwise we're going to be back here in a few years' time on more projects which we were too late getting into fixing. Yes, we need to ask the other levels of government to help. Yes, we need to put money in, but the city hasn't put their full 1/3 share in. If you can't do it in 1 year, let's spread it out. Let's spread it as we'll be doing our projects. My residents went to our MP and said, hey, we need money from the federal government. And they're going to get him engaged, and they're going to get other MPs involved. My residents are going to our MPP and saying, we need you at the table. We are all 3 levels of government responsible for every resident in our city. No, the city can't do this on their own, but we have to keep pushing and keep telling the other levels of government that these are the lives of our residents and everyone has to come together. I don't want to be in this room again where we're saying we're closing more units. Part of me says I want to vote against this because we're closing units, but I know that won't help. I support Councillor Mammoliti completely on this one, that we should be revitalising. We've got to move forward, we've got to get these demolished, and we've got to get new ones built. And I hope when we build different size units. We make sure we've got elevators. If we've got someone overhoused, we can rehouse them in a more appropriate unit size. When their children grow up and leave from a 3-4 bedroom, move them down to a 1 or 2 bedroom. That's the way we need to be working through this, but we can only do this if we keep the stock we have now in a livable form. So I will reluctantly support this motion, but in my heart of hearts, we should not be here today shutting any units down at all. And we have to help TCH move forward to put the money in, to catch the units which in 3-4 years' time will be in the same predicament. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, you have an announcement to make.
I do, Madam Speaker. It's my honor to rise right now to welcome and recognize the city champion, North Toronto Hockey Club, who are here with us in the chamber today. Led by their head coach, Mike Diamond, these 15 boys and 1 girl won over 50 hockey games this year, including many come-from-behind dramatic playoff wins. The team was the regular season champs, won the Toronto Championship, the GTA Championship, and went on to represent Toronto in the provincial finals. All season long, this group of 10 and 11-year-olds, I think they're all still 10 and 11, worked extremely hard on and off the ice and consistently displayed good sportsmanship and teamwork. I'd like to congratulate the entire team, their coaches, and especially their parents on their spectacular season. Congratulations.
Councillor Cole, I understand that you have one of them that's very personal to you.
I do have one. You want to stand and wave?
Congratulations. So, members of council, we will now recess to 6:30. Members of council, if you can please come up to the council chambers. Dinner hour is over. Because the clock doesn't work. Okay, members of council, we have quorum. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating item EX 24.8. Before we return to that item, I would take the release of member holds. I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda, and that's only if we have 30 members of council. Okay. Please, members of council, if you have any release of holds, can you release them? Please? Because we do want to get as many items completed today. Councillor Holliday.
I do. I'm looking for it.
And Councillor
EY.
Councillor Doucette.
What page?
Page 8.
Page 8.
EY 21.16.
Yes?
I'd like to release that.
Okay, Councillor Holliday is releasing page 8, E1 21.16.
Yeah, there's a Councillor Doucette has a motion that we should all be supporting.
I do have a motion for this one, I believe.
Yes.
No, then we'll have to hold it.
Oh, no. No, let's just let it.
It's not quick. Councillor Davis, quick item.
Yes. EX 24.19.
It's on page 4.
Sorry, page 4. EX 24.19, Toronto Water 2016 year-end capital budget and 2017 to 2025 capital plan adjustments. I've had my questions answered.
Okay, on page 4, EX 24.19, Councillor Davis is releasing. On favor. Recorded vote.
The lead water report is next month.
Councillor Campbell, you have your name in the wrong spot.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Thank you. Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Mihevik, Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Mamalidi, please.
We're doing quick releases, Councillor Fletcher. Well, I mean, we
Councillor
want
Fillion
to
and
finish the
Councillor Mihevik,
agenda.
please.
Councillor DeGeorge, you can't leave your seat in the middle of a vote.
The item carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Councillor Karygiannis?
Madam Speaker, quick releases, PG 19.4A. There's some supplemental amendments from staff, and I'm asking for it to open in order for us to vote on them.
That's the one that we
Page
voted on
7,
this morning for
19.48.
4655 Steels, and was reopened because there's a supplementary report. We did receive the supplementary report, so it's here.
Technical amendment for staff.
Yeah. Recorded vote. No, we already reopened it. This is on the item. Yes, recorded vote. Yes? Okay, Councillor Shiner?
I had moved to reopen it, to have it in front of us, and no one's even signed the motion yet. I really have to say, Councillor Karygiannis, let the process continue and we'll get it approved. I'm holding it till we sign it and then we'll go forward with it.
But we have the supplementary report.
Yeah, I know, but there's a motion that has to be signed. You may have it. I am the one that reopened it.
All
It's
right.
my item right now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 13, item CC 28.3, 316 Bloor Street West zoning amendment application, request for direction. I have a motion that had an event circulation that I would like to move.
Okay, that's on page 13, CC 28.3.
That's correct.
It's right there. Is everybody okay with that one? On favor? Carried.
And I think
Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor McMahon.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's my third time trying to release this, 3 times a charm. Thank you, Councillor Shiner, for checking it out, your due diligence on TE 23.9.
What page?
And, sorry, page 11. And I have an amendment. Here we go. And so it's the Queen Street restaurant study in the beach, obviously. And so we are opening up the 30-year-old constraints for size. So attention, Toronto and the world, beach is open for business. Bring your delicious restaurant down.
Okay.
Love your support. Recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, on page 11, T 23.9, the amendment is on the screen. On recorded vote, did you say? Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Bailão, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Cressy, when you're seated, please. Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Fragadakis.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Fragadakis, please. Can I have your vote? Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Fragadakis, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Okay, item is amended. On favor? Carried. Now, Councillor McMahon, you have another one. Did you want to release that one? Councillor McMahon? Councillor McMahon, you have another one. Did you want to release it? On page 12? Permit parking? Okay.
I could. So this one, I don't have an amendment, but I will just tell you that, and I will encourage other councillors across the city to do this. If you're interested in number 1, generating revenue for the city for all the great projects and things we do, and number 2, for making your wards equitable to everyone in your ward. 90% of my streets have permit parking, 10% do not. So everyone is getting permit parking.
Okay,
and
it's a quick item?
Well, I was going to just talk about it. I could hold it forever. I have one more sentence.
I only do it out of the city.
Yeah, but I already do this.
Well, it's interesting that there's no permit parking on my predecessor and predecessor's streets, but now there will be because it's all equitable. Thank you very much.
On page 12, T 23.118, Councillor McMahon is releasing. On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Lee, please.
Councillor Palacio, please.
The item carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Councillor Fletcher.
Coming back?
Thank you, Speaker. On page 3, EX 24.13.
Sorry, what page?
Page 3.
What item?
Page 3, EX 24.13.
He heard you.
Yes, Glenn.
Okay, so
Providing new housing opportunities at 389 Church Street. I've had all my questions answered.
Okay, on page 3, EX 24.13, Councillor Fletcher's releasing. On favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
On page 4, EX.20, 2017 capital budget and 2018 to 26 capital plan for the facilities.
Okay, on page 4, EX 24.20, Councillor Fletcher's releasing. On favor, carried.
I think that's just about it for now. Thank you.
You have the page,
That's it for now.
page 6.
That's good. I'm good now. I'm fine. Till tomorrow.
Who? Deputy Mayor Minawong?
Yes, I have a motion. This is essentially to bring the council, remove from committee the striking committee recommendations that we made today. It's on the screen. It's for the Board of Health and FCM.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's all fine.
Just introducing.
Yes.
on the screen, on favor, carried. The item will be circulated. Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry, page 6, actually. You reminded me. Page 6, GM 19.8, expropriation of the property known as 1234 Weston Road for a new Mount Dennis Early Learning and Childcare Facility. Release that.
Okay, page 6, GM 19.8. Councillor Fletcher's releasing. On favor, carried. Just to let you know that Metrolinx is paying for all of this, 100%. It's not costing the taxpayers a penny.
Well, sorry, it's costing the taxpayers as much as it costs to expropriate.
So, okay, we have some motions that we want to introduce. Okay. Oh, Councillor Wong Tam, you had a quick item?
No, Madam Speaker, I was going to introduce a motion.
Okay, well,
if it was
you
ready.
have to, we'll have to wait until the staff are ready. I know. Okay, Councillor McConnell, you're up first, and you have a few of them.
I have quite a number of them.
Yes.
The first one, if I could, is alterations to a designated heritage property at 60 Mill. It's urgent because it's going to the OMB.
Okay.
And it's the easement agreement.
On favor, carried. Okay, your next one?
The second one, I just have to see.
Sit down.
Well, we're going to put it on the screen for
I know.
you.
I'm just waiting for it.
Are you going to be here tomorrow? Yes, you are. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
This one is, it's for Parks and Forestry for the capital budget to complete the construction on Bursey Park. The reason for urgency is that we need the funding in order to open the park completely, and it's all done except for this. It's not any money, it's coming out of the money that's allocated in this ward.
On favor, carried. Okay.
You have to, it's required. Okay?
It's over, Pam.
No, I got lots more.
Okay, the next one, Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much. It's a similar motion, same situation.
It's the same motion.
That was the same motion. I think the next one is on the ferry docks, is it? I'm sorry, it's hard for the staff, so let's just, I'll be calm. Here we are.
That's the same.
No, I think that's the same one. The next one is on the ferry docks, I believe. Problem is, they all look similar.
Here it is. They got it now. Oh, yeah, I need you to sign the thing for me, Gary. You signed this for me last time, but I pulled it off.
We got it.
I pulled it off the agenda because I wanted to see if we could resolve it, and we haven't been able to. Yes, I need your little.
Okay, Councillor McConnell, there it is.
There it is on the Jackpot Leighton Ferry Dock Terminal. The reason for it to have to be done is we have to get on with the construction time.
Okay, on favor, carried.
And then the last one. At least I believe it's the last one.
Okay, there's the next one.
So, and there's a photograph that goes with this one I'm happy to share with anybody. It's what we found in the archaeological ruins of the south, of the North Market while we've been doing the dig, and we've got to get and salvage that immediately so that we can get on with the construction.
On favor, carried.
The monies are in the ward.
Is that it? Okay, Councillor Cole, you're next.
From 1836.
Councillor Cole is not here. Who's the seconder? Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher is not here. Okay, Councillor de Bearmaker, can you introduce this?
Absolutely. I'm moving that motion about a utility box mural. Oh, I know this one, yep, and it's a good motion. Thank you.
On favor, carried. Who's next? Councillor Ford, do you want to introduce this on behalf of Councillor Carmichael Greb? You said you were the seconder.
Yes, on behalf of Councillor Carmichael Graham, I'll introduce this motion for term prohibitions.
On favor, carried. Councillor Thompson, you're next.
Okay, can you put it on the screen, please, and just see which one it is? Is mine a utility box as well, Glenn? As a matter of fact, it is. Thank you. Yes, Speaker, so this is seeking to move some funds to dress up about 9 utility boxes in the community.
Okay, on favor, carried. Should Bell be paying for this? Okay, Councillor Holliday, can you move this on behalf of Councillor Ainsley?
Certainly can.
Oh, Section 37 money. I'll do it.
I'd like to move a reallocation of Section 37 funds, please.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Wong Tam, you're next.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the clerks are preparing to put the motion, or at least the reason and the motion on the screen, and there it goes. This is regarding a heritage matter that is being seized from the Toronto Preservation Board regarding the property known as 10 St. Mary, 81 and 85 St. Nicholas, and 718 Yonge Street. And the matter is urgent.
On favor, carried. Councillor Fillion, you're next.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I believe you're next.
Bayview? I'm put it up, and I'm. Oh, okay, right. Technical amendment. All right, now I remember. Yes. Yes, it's a technical amendment, and it is urgent.
It was urgent that you couldn't remember. On favor? Carried. Councillor Matlow, you're next. Councillor Matlow, you're next.
I'll wait to. I move what you're about to see.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Crawford, you're up.
You're probably right. It is probably
Madam
why
Speaker,
they
I'll
don't
need to
want
see the
to-
motion
they won't do it till after
myself.
the That's going to be disruptive.
It's changed to the capital budget and
You know,
plan.
we're gonna get-
It's urgent because we have to get the monies
Already a nightmare.
out.
On favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for now. So now we'll go back to the item, EX 24.8. We can put the speakers list on the screen. Councillor Wong Tam, you're up to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this particular, sorry, Councillor Matlow? Councillor Matlow?
Councillor Matlow, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, like many members of Council today, we are all quite troubled with what is before us, and we can certainly assign a lot of responsibility and blame, and it can probably go back decades, and it probably can, lay right here on the foot of Council, and even during my 6.5 years here. So I'm going to wear some of that responsibility, and I think that what I would like us to do now is to reflect about what we need to do as a Council moving forward to ensure that we don't allow this to happen again. Yes, the structure was poorly built. Yes, it was poorly designed. And yes, it has been neglected. Yes, other orders of government have downloaded these facilities upon us. And yes, we didn't really have a say in the matter. All those things are true. But it's also true that we have far more power and far more resources at our disposal than we actually are willing to admit. We have a number of assets here at the city, which are city-owned assets, whether it's through the portfolio of the TTC or the Toronto Parking Authority, or perhaps other facilities that are held in trust by Real Estate Services or perhaps Build Toronto. And every single time we have released those assets into the public, asking for highest and best use, we have squandered quite a bit of opportunity here on the floor of Council. And we've done this in incremental effects over the year. I can point to just a few occasions in my ward, in my short political career here at City Council, where this has already happened. 37 Yorkville was a facility, was a parking arcade right in the middle of Yorkville. We sold that for highest and best use. That was a city property. We could have used those monies and those lands to actually build something of public interest. Instead, I have now 2 gleaming luxury condominiums being built right in the middle of a neighborhood that already has 20 applications for luxury condominiums.
Hold on, it's way too loud in here.
And there are other TPA parking lots that are currently under consideration along the downtown corridor because they are very, very lucrative and they're worth an extraordinary amount of money. An acre of land downtown is sitting in valuation between $50 to $65 million. We're giving up those assets and we're placing them on the market, and we are proposing to developers through the tenders that you can actually build 2 or 3 towers on those sites, maybe just a little bit over an acre. This is actually being done by our own agencies. Pretty soon, and I know that actually pretty soon this council will be asked to consider two structures. One of them is at 15 Wellesley West. That's a TPA parking lot. The other one is going to be at 610 Bay Street and 130 Elizabeth. You'll know it as the bus terminal. It was on the TTC agenda most recently. So I recognize that these are incredibly valuable assets, but the conversation about whether or not we're going to leverage our own city assets into a asset that is going to serve the commons and the public in greater means than selling it only for highest and best use is a question that we have to answer today. And I want us to think about what we're going to do. We're going to close down 134 units. We are asking 108 families to leave their homes. These are 3- and 4-bedroom units, which are almost impossible to find in the city right now at some type of affordable rents, almost impossible. We're being asked to do all of that with no real exit strategy in hand. On the other hand, we have agencies of the city, and Hydro could be one of them as well, that are looking about how are we going to monetize and capitalize all those assets. And very, very seldom is there a conversation at those decision-making tables about what does the city need, and how do we ensure that we're not going to just sell our assets, find ourselves in a position of diminishing returns when it comes to the stock that we require to replenish affordable housing. 389 Church Street is a building that's right on the agenda today. It's been sitting vacant with 70% vacancy for a number of years. 70% vacancy. That means that there are
Thank you,
dozens of-
Councillor
Yeah,
Wong-Tam.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
You get my point.
Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just make some brief comments. First of all, I want to just make sure that we focus on what is properly before us, and that is that there is a crisis that developed because while we were undergoing at TCHC, we were undergoing a reset program, which essentially basically says, let's do comprehensive repairs at 3 sites, 3 pilot sites, and see whether we can generate some savings if we repair on a comprehensive basis. Fir Grove was one of the areas identified as a reset sort of project. While we looked at that project in a deeper and more comprehensive fashion, it was established that in fact it didn't make much sense to go through repair of those buildings. They were too far gone. Structurally, they were not sound. It would cost much more money to repair than to demolish and build all over again. Problem number one, once you make a decision, by necessity, that you're going to rebuild, demolish and rebuild, the funding for that type of project is no longer available through the monies that are allocated on a repair sort of basis. In other words, the $1.7 billion that is supposed to be shared by all 3 levels of government, the money that we get there cannot be used for capital projects where you're taking a look at total revitalization. That money were allocated for repairs only. So that was one fundamental problem that we had. The other thing was we had somebody come forward and say, look, the housing has been an absolute failure. Well, the reality is, and not only that, he said, here's the right way to go. We should basically be building mixed-use buildings where the rent geared to income units are 1/3 of the total number of units. Well, that's terrific. If we had started out doing that on every single project right from the start, that might have made a lot of sense. But that's not where we are today. Where we are today is that we have buildings where 90% of the units are rent geared to income. If you're going to revitalize a building of that nature, that is to say demolish it and build it all over again, you have to go to 3 times density just so you get a replacement of the affordable units, but in 3 different buildings, where the number of units in that one building that are rent geared into income get distributed amongst 3 buildings, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So you have to have 3 times density. Now, somebody would say, well, you should develop at 5 times density. And that makes a lot of sense. You should. You should engage private enterprise to come in and do 5 times density. One problem only. Those units that you rebuild 5 times density may not be sellable. They may not be marketable. So notwithstanding that you have to revitalize or redo the existing units because they need to be redone, the market units may not be saleable. So it's not as easy as what those people who claim to understand housing come forward with these magical solutions. So I guess what I'm saying indirectly is we don't really have an option. Those units that need to be replaced now need to be replaced now. Not only that, but TCHC has to find a source of financing. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak. Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I don't have a motion to move, Madam Speaker. It's more along the lines of comforting people, both here in the council chamber and in the executive committee room. People asked again and again about the relocation process. And I can tell you this from my experience of having gone through it 2 times and about to go through it the 3rd, because one of my Revite neighborhoods will be done in 2 phases. And so part of the 75 families were relocated. The rest will be relocated in the next phase. And of course, in Leslie Nymark, 126 all at once. So not unlike the number of families in Fir Grove. And many councillors have witnessed this, been through it, held the hands of their residents going through it. Lawrence Heights, Don Mount in the very beginning. We've learned every step along the way. It isn't always smooth. I heard lots of questions about special needs, and people get hung up on the lottery and think if you put them all in a room and you do a lottery with all those tenants, then how are you going to account for those special needs? And in fact, the lottery is simply a way of booking the appointments. But I can only attest to the level of sensitivity with which these are handled. And to my mind, I ask the question, isn't it true that a significant percentage relocate and then don't come back? In the case of revitalizations, don't come back to brand new homes. And it's because the sensitivity with which they are relocated is such that an adult child may be heading off to school and you may end up in an entirely different neighborhood, but we've made it so that you're one bus stop away from college. The relocation just created an opportunity. There was a relocation of a family from Don Mount. They ended up all the way out at Eppringham so that mom could go to Scarborough Centennial Campus. And a mom who hadn't worked through the birth of 3 of her kids is now a nurse in our system and self-sufficient and a grandma. So things like that happen as a result of relocation. Sometimes that person with special needs, because they just wanted to be in TCHC, isn't in the best situation for their special needs right now. And since they first became a tenant of the Housing Corporation, we have built more accommodating units, and we're now able to see that tenant who needs to be in a multi-handicap unit on Dan Leckie Way or somewhere like that gets that opportunity as a result of relocation. Yes, there are challenges, but yes, there are also some surprisingly positive stories that come out of it. So that's really the thing that the deputants at Executive were grappling with. It was residents who came, and that was their immediate concern and the thing they wanted to hear about. What's important for us to note today, and Executive covered it in saying they wanted regular updates, is that Council is not the Board of Management. We're the shareholder, but we're not the Board of Management. You just heard from a board member. There is a lot to do. A lot of consideration has come before. Then there is the urgent error, if you will, of finding out the conditions are not what they were. And where we sat in Executive and heard the mayor again and again and again try and impress upon deputants that was the situation here, up to and including a former mayor, that this is an urgent and unexpected consequence of the last-minute building inspection. Now here we are in the council chamber having to again and again and again try and make people understand that that's the case here. We have funding problems in Toronto community housing, heaven knows. I don't think we've ever really sincerely asked residents, do you want us to keep asking the province, or do you want us to just start fixing it right now? Are you Torontonians prepared to help and help now? Do you care which tax pocket it comes out of? Do you want us to just start this work? We do need to ask those questions. Because if that's the case, you don't necessarily need a revite to be tendered out and find that private developer to get going on fixing these Fir Grove units. The work can begin much faster. But in the meantime, while we're having this debate, the permission of us is demolition. The work, we have to remember there's a corporation and a board of management, and the next steps, we have to allow them to go back and do themselves. And I'm prepared to hear what they have to say when they come back to us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm not going to speak for very long. Not as fast as Councillor Cole today, though. That was a record. But I just want to say we have found ourselves in this very unfortunate situation, and who's in the really unfortunate situation are the tenants that got surprised and realized they have to be relocated somewhere, and move to places they hadn't prepared themselves. You know, if you know you have to move somewhere, you kind of prepare yourself mentally. And then a lot of our revitalizations, one of the stipulations that we've put in there is that they don't have to move. They can stay in the community. So it is just, the perfect storm where now we found out that they can't possibly, we would be throwing good money after bad if we went in to try to fix them. So there will be a major revitalization on this site, which was actually first put up for revitalization in December 2008 as a site, one of 13 that really desperately needed to be revitalized because it would be very hard to simply fix it. I want to pick up on Councillor Wong-Tam, who got cut off, talking about 389 Church and how it's been sitting empty for a period of time, looking for a great use, and that we're just prepared today. I did release that in order to proceed with building 1 and 2 bedroom apartments there at this property, which is owned through TCHC. I also want to remind you, or maybe tell you for the first time, if you didn't know about 389 Church, that the great tenants of Toronto Community Housing, for whom I have tremendous respect, they are our bedrock, continue to be our bedrock, stood up and stepped up in 2008, 2009, and said, don't sell 389 Church, because 389 Church, along with many, many other buildings, were all simply for sale in order to rebuild other buildings. That was our model at that time. Let's sell all these things and then we'll rebuild something else. Some of you might not know that was on the closure list and had to be retrieved by very passionate tenants who went on, number one, to stop the sale of all of the single-family homes, to be part of the Mayor's task force on Toronto Community Housing, be part of Tenants First, to have engaged over and over again, saying this is the Toronto Community Housing we envision. Please don't sell all of these homes. Now, I just want to say that I think it's very short-sighted to be simply disposing of properties. If we had sold 389 Church a number of years ago for, boy, a lot less than we would have gotten today, we would have no site that we owned, nor could we afford to buy a site in that area in order to house the women and children that will be living in that site in Councillor Wong-Tam's ward. I asked Mr. Lawson, I got my number, how many single-family homes have we sold in our city? And remember, they're one of the few places that are 3, 4, and actually 5-bedroom homes. In our portfolio, there aren't a lot of large units. That's not what people are building these days. They're building small units. It's too expensive. So we have sold 141, actually more than we're trying to replace. 134 relocations. We have sold 141 places where we could have relocated people and not taken a big bite out of our portfolio and had people move in off the waiting list. Every time we have to relocate somebody, it means somebody who's been waiting for housing can't get in. So that's penny wise and pound foolish in my estimation, because we don't have those large bedroom homes. We don't have them for people to move in. Although one of the good news pieces there is Wigwaman did buy 22 of them. We managed to transfer 22. I worked very hard on that with other councillors, that they would not be sold to the highest bidder, to the wealthy in our wealthy neighborhoods, but now is the Aboriginal housing, 22 units. So I really think we need to put all the sale and idea that we're just getting rid of places into context when we realize we still need as much housing as we can possibly keep and build more and more and more in the city.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Councillor Carroll, because she actually did a great overview of what actually is in front of us and what is happening with fir growth. And I want to talk a little bit about the housing and TCHC. The reality is, Madam Speaker, is that when this corporation was created in 2002, it was set up to fail. We had a corporation that was an amalgamation from different levels of government with no reserve funds. For decades, the needed capital investment was not done. It just accumulated. And on top of it, we have buildings that are now reaching that age of 40 years, 50 years old, that need a great amount of repairs. Operationally, we also know, the task force has informed us, that the funds are not there. The funding is not done properly as well. So you have the recipe for a disaster. That's what we have in front of us. And that's why in 2013 we said, you know what? We need a long-term capital backlog repair because we need to address this situation once and for all. And you don't address a capital repair backlog from decades ago in 1 year or 2 years. There was a program that was put in place that this corporation could develop, could implement of millions of dollars over 10 years. We've been doing that work. We're in year 4, and up to year 4, that work has been done. And it needs to continue to be done. And that is the most important thing that we need to say in this council is that we knew that the 2017, 2018 were going to be the most crucial years. We knew that the backlog was going to be the highest at this point in time. TCHC had predicted that. But they also predicted that if we continue with this program, by 2023, we're going to be back down again. And that's why it is imperative that we continue with this program. And why have we asked the 3 orders of government to come to the table and acknowledge this issue and participate and be part of the solution? Because they all had a hand in this. Fergro, for example, was Ontario Housing. That's what it was. They had a hand in building this and subsidizing this in the times that they were part of a housing solution. And they need to be back at the table. That's why we've been calling for a national housing strategy for years. That's why we've been calling on the province to come here and say, you know what, this is actually the economic smart thing to do. You're going to be saving on healthcare costs. You're going to be saving on safety issues. Come to the table, partner with us, because this should not only be done with the City of Toronto. And that's why it is disappointing when you see budget after budget after budget having this issue not acknowledged. There's TCHC units in every riding of the city. Every MP has TCHC units. All the governments have said that they want a poverty strategy. How do you tackle poverty without tackling the housing situation of 110,000 residents of this city? That is 7% of the population of this city. Do not talk about a poverty strategy or housing strategy if we not address the social housing issue that we have in here, that all 3 levels of government had a hand in making and have the responsibility in solving. And I trust that when the Tenants First report comes through, and if these governments are not on a table, I know that the City of Toronto will be at the table and stand up for these residents. But it would have been really nice to have the province and the feds right by our side.
Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I know I've probably said this before a number of times, but at the risk of sounding repetitive, I'm going to say this again. I heard a word the other day at the committee, because I attended the executive committee when this matter was being dealt with, and the word failure came up. And it just was a word that reminded me of my own thinking on the weekend when I reflected on this particular issue and how we would be standing here talking about the demolition of homes and the relocation of people, and no clear plan as to how to rehouse them or create new housing. And it's something that's been sort of bugging me for quite some time. I heard a number of people here, and I remember this particular housing when it was first built. I was a teenager. I delivered pizzas for an outfit called Metro Pizza on Finch Avenue. And this was a newly built development, maybe some 10 years plus old. And I remember going there and it was already tired. It was built poorly. It was neglected. it was in a bad state then. I remember in the early 90s when elected provincially, when one of the deputy ministers at the ministry that I was at meandered into the office knowing that I was there and I was new, and I guess he'd never met a dipper before and wanted to see what we looked like, came into the office, and first advice that he basically handed over or gave me was, you folks are in a perfect position to deal with housing because it's the albatross around the provincial government's neck. That was Monsieur Russell's advice. Day one on the job. Some 5 or 6 years later, the Harris government, well, yeah, we understand what the Harris government did, basically gave the housing to the city to add to the rest of its portfolio. So I asked for a particular statistic, because I've heard some of the other councillors, we need to spend more. Well, the question that's sort of been kicking around in my mind is, how much more and how much have we spent to date just on capital repairs or capital? 2002 to 2012, 1.168 billion on capital repairs, state of good repair. 2013 to 2016, the following 3 years, 600 million. Grand total, 1.768 billion since we got MTHA from the provincial government on state of good repair. I don't know what the number is. If the number had been 5 billion, would we be taking down these houses today? I don't know. Councillor Doucette mentioned earlier that we need to spend more. Maybe she understands it better than I do, and maybe if we had spent 5 billion or 10 billion, we wouldn't be demolishing these houses. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure that in fact we would be having that conversation. So are we failing there? I'm not sure that we get an F grade in my mind on that question. But I'll tell you where we are failing. And it's exclusively within our power and our jurisdiction. When we talk about regeneration, i.e. the rebuild of some of the social housing that is not working, that is falling down, Regent Park, Lawrence Heights, Alexandra Park, I believe it's called. Regent Height. We've gone from somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 or 50 units to the acre to 108, or 60 units to the acre to 108. And we think that at that density level, we're not going to bust the bank on the rebuild. You're nuts. That's where we get the F grade. That's where we all take ownership. Lawrence Heights, 40 units to the acre, we're going to rebuild at 50 units to the acre, and we think we're going to be successful and not bust the bank.
That's phase one only.
And not bust the bank. That's nuts. That's where we're failing. If we're really serious about getting it redone, if we're really serious about affordable housing, then it's not going to happen at those levels. And that's what we do have control over, because we don't have all these gazillion dollars from the property tax.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Aljamari. Oh, sorry, I have to reset the time. Just one sec. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Aljamari.
Thank you. I'm supporting the motions today, and like some of my colleagues, there are good emotions that I'm feeling about it, and then there are some very negative ones, because yes, how could we have been part of a system that allowed it to go so far, that allowed the residents to live in such dire circumstances? Of course it's doomed to fail. This system is doomed to fail because there has never been in the history of this city, this province, and this country a government that's been in place that is truly committed over everything else to getting the poor out of poverty. Poverty, the fight against poverty is multi-pronged, or should be. It ought to be. It is not. People have been corralled into public housing in this city and elsewhere. It has been a very, very racist type of housing in the past, and a very, very racist type of development. People have been undereducated, underemployed, underhoused for generations in this city. I'm speaking very generally, and I'm trying during this speech not to get very upset because it's very emotional for me, having grown up in public housing. We don't do real affordable housing here. We don't, because the affordability factor in a city like Toronto, especially now, with the housing prices and property values the way they are, it's impossible. It's really impossible. The affordable housing that we call affordable really isn't. And that's another discussion. But the social housing that we're into, we've been forced into by a provincial government. The feds and the province have never given us enough money to overcome the challenges, the billions of dollars of challenges, worth of challenges that we have to overcome. There will never be a tripartite agreement here to resolve poverty because there isn't a tripartite agreement to really tackle poverty. Housing has been a way to get people out of the mainstream, people that you don't want to see and you don't want to hear from, and as I said, to ghettoize and corral into certain pockets of the city, and some have more of their share than others. The solution is Roding Place. Roding Place is a model for housing, and it's been called the best building we have. And it was built with local community support. All the ratepayers around in the Downsview community supported Roding Place. It was built with substantial children and senior services all around it, including a pristine park. And it was built, more importantly than everything else, it was built on a scale, on a humane scale. It's not a high-rise, it's a mid-rise. It has very good components for people who are physically challenged and mentally challenged. And it has a sliding scale of what you can afford. Some units in Roding Place are 100% rent geared to income. Some are 50%, and there's a sliding scale, and some are market rent. That's the only type of housing that works. No one in the building knows what their neighbor is paying. So there's no stigma. Because when you're a student and you go to the local school, you are stigmatized because you live in the housing project. You are stigmatized at the local grocery store and the bank and the church and whatever other institution you go to, including the dentist and the doctor. So, are we going to rebuild with the Lawrence Heights model in Jane Finch? When I was on the Board of Housing, a developer wouldn't touch it. So what are we going to end up with? I don't know. But if we don't end up with mixed housing, it will not be a step out of poverty. It'll be a step towards further misery, because these people live in misery. And I hate to say it, but the amount of drugs and murder have, in these communities, erupted into unsolvable crimes. And, Speaker, it's cyclical. It goes from generation to generation, and it's almost impossible to break out of. Have I exerted my... I'm sorry, I've gone over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our last speaker is Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very interested in listening to just the last. All of these remarks have been very interesting, but the last remarks, because I believe right now that actually things are changing in the city, and there will be, if we can have the will necessary to go and find the person who will come forward from the private sector to build in the Jane Finch area, because I think they're coming to understand. I mean, they're in business, and I understand that, but I think they're also coming to understand that we've seen the successes when we build these kind of complete mixed communities. And so I look at the Fir Grove matter that we're discussing today, and while I think there have been a number of people who've stood up and kind of described it as a sort of an entirely bad news story, and then there's unfortunate aspects to it, mostly historical. I mean, I do think those who try and tie it to current decisions that we're making and so on are, just playing politics, because the fact is the roots of this, the seeds of this were sown, as Councillor Bilo and others have said, Councillor Prutza, many years ago. And there's no point in going back over that. The fact is they weren't well built, they haven't been well maintained, and here we are. And I think if there's any good news in this, it is the fact that we, first of all, did recognize that those particular units were in a very poor state and went up there with money to go about repairing them. And then I see it actually as further good news that when somebody went in and looked at them and said, these buildings are beyond repair, actually, which is different sometimes than government does, if we're being honest about this, we were honest. We fessed up on it and said these buildings are in such a bad state over such a long time that they're better off to be torn down. And that is very, very regrettable in the context that somebody said earlier on about taking housing units out of the inventory. But it's the honest, and it's the right, and it's the responsible thing to do. Then the question becomes really what we're going to do in the aftermath of that. That, I think, is the bigger question that's not on the table for us today, but is on the table very much looming over all of these kinds of decisions. And I think the first and foremost task we have, and a number have made reference to it, is to bring home the money from the other governments. Bring home, as it were, as in get it here. And actually get it delivered. I'm actually very encouraged at the fact that in the federal budget already delivered, there is a substantial sum, but we still don't have any idea how much is going to flow through to us and on what conditions. Although I will tell you, the Minister of Infrastructure, who doesn't directly oversee this, but he was in my office today during our lunch break, and he understands how strongly we feel about the need to have the provinces match what they've done. And I think he's already got the message a long time ago that we need the flexibility with that money, both the money that's coming from the government and the money that will come through CMHC, to use some of it to help with this repair bill. The bigger question that I don't have any real inkling on the answer to is the question of the provincial budget tomorrow. And I think I heard Councillor Cressy talking about that earlier on. And I wish I had some sense of what was going on there, but I don't. I did hear the Premier say they were going to put up some land, and I was encouraged by that because we've been talking about that for some time, but I didn't hear anything much about money as yet. But maybe tomorrow we'll get some indication, again, within the context that they have their discussions going on with the federal government, and those aren't yet settled. I think the other challenge that we have beyond bringing that federal money home now is to do what we can to build the inventory up and to look at redeveloping this. I heard Councillor Fletcher referring to and I don't think she was referring to Firgrove, because there's no proposal whatsoever. I went back and checked the recommendations to make sure I hadn't missed something. There's no proposal whatsoever to dispose of this land or do anything with it. In the case of Firgrove, it's simply to demolish these units, and I say simply, recognizing that there's a lot of human consequences. And I should say at the Executive Committee, with some very good questions from Councillor Carroll and myself and others, I think we did two things. We established what is going on with the residents and what isn't, but also I think maybe sharpened up the TCHC sensitivity index with respect to making sure these people feel well communicated with and sensitively treated. But the bottom line is that the challenge in front of us now is to build inventory up. And I think there's some very good things we're doing through the Open Doors program, and we have put up, as I remind both the province and the media all the time, $100 million worth of land, and that there are actually 3 or 4 projects actually happening now. But they build up the affordable housing inventory in small increments. I think we have to find some bigger things to do with help from the other governments, and I don't apologize for the fact that we cannot do these things on our own no matter what anybody says. It's billions of dollars, and we're not going to be able to do it on our own. We need their help. And even Mr. Sewell at the Executive Committee conceded the point that St. Lawrence would not have happened were it not, first of all, for a minority government. There may be a lesson in that in the context of future elections, but there was a minority government in Ottawa. The NDP pushed the then Liberal government under Pierre Elliott Trudeau to provide the money to first buy the land and then to build the housing at St. Lawrence, and that happened in partnership with other governments, and we have to repeat that. And the second thing I think we have to do is come up with a plan for Firgrove in particular. And I'm encouraged that I've had some chats with Councillor Mammoliti, who says some of the stakeholders are meeting now to discuss how to do that. I think we can bring somebody from the private sector to the table because we can make it an interesting enough proposition for them, and that will help us to complete this. And I just say that that's something that I hope we can address ourselves to in earnest after this decision is made and that work is done to unfortunately demolish those units, and maybe be happy not too long from now that we can go up there and look at an entirely renewed community with better recreational facilities, mixed-use housing, streets that go through it, the kind of street life we've seen, and so on and so on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
On the amendment by Councillor Mamalidi, recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside and Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Layton, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 43 in favor.
Okay, so do we want a recorded vote for item as amended? Councillor Mamalidi, I believe that's your first, right? Carried? No? Okay.
I've been here 27 years. You really
Okay. On the item as amended.
Councillor Peritza, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Davis.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 43 in favor.
Page 3, EX 24.2, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Speaker. I've got questions. I guess my first question is that this organization's been around since 1949, is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you. And can you help me? I understand that you're reducing the size of the board itself?
So the report recommends reducing...
Sorry, I'm just asking a question. Are you reducing the size of the board, yes or no?
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct.
I then wanted to understand the criterias that are in place in order to provide board membership. What are the criteria? What are required for the membership of the board?
Through the Speaker, can I just clarify, Councillor, are you asking about board qualifications?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
The board qualifications that have been approved by Council in the City's Public Appointments Policy for Heritage Toronto include broad interest and knowledge of cultural, environmental, built heritage, preservation, and a good understanding of heritage issues, expertise in fundraising and corporate partnerships, expertise in good governance, including legal and accounting expertise,
right,
and understanding of marketing, advertising, and public relations.
And where in the report would I find that information?
That information is not in the report because
see.
the report is not dealing with qualifications, it's dealing with the board composition.
Right, so the composition in terms of membership of the board, and so as a person reading this report, I want to know and understand what are the basic qualifications. Now, you're providing with some additional information, which is very helpful, so I thank you very much for that. But I wanted to understand then, you have, there was an email that was sent, I believe, to my office. It was sent from Ms. Bain, and it talked about the current representation on the board. Heritage professional, someone from Ryerson University, York University, University of Toronto. So all of these people reflecting from such organizations have those expertise that based on the criteria that you've just read out?
So the public appointments policy for board qualifications look at the qualifications of the board as a whole. So as a whole, those members would have the qualifications that have been approved by City Council.
I'm sorry, the last part, I didn't hear that. Last part.
They would collectively have the qualifications that have been approved by City Council.
Right. So now, looking at reducing the size of the board, so the members that are currently on the board, because there are members on the board currently now, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so will those members be staying on, or will you be looking for new members to the board? How will that process take place?
So we're suggesting that the board reduction be done over a phased approach so that we're not removing any current board members and that we're using vacancies in order to do that reduction over time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Fragedakis?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, if you could sort of give us a sense of what's the mandate of Heritage Toronto?
The mandate of Heritage Toronto is essentially public education and advocacy, and they essentially provide public programs to build awareness across the city around heritage matters. They facilitate heritage awards on an annual basis. They facilitate heritage tours in various areas across the city, and they facilitate commemorative plaques on heritage buildings, as well as provide advice to the city, predominantly planning staff, on heritage master planning matters.
Great. So this report is in addition to recommending a decrease over a phased period of time in terms of the numbers of board members from 29 to 25, is it recommending a change to the mandate?
We are suggesting and recommending a very minor change to the mandate of the board. Currently, one aspect of their mandate is to assist and advise in the development of the city's heritage master plan, and we're suggesting that that language be slightly broadened to say assist and advise on heritage master planning matters.
And there's also, in this report, it speaks to some changes that are coming around the appointment to the Aboriginal community. Could you speak to that?
Certainly. So they have a Aboriginal designation appointment on their board, and there has not really been a good process of recruitment and selection of that member. So we're suggesting that it be folded into the public appointments process and be done through a transparent recruitment process that would still ensure an Aboriginal representation on the board.
So can I ask, my question then also is, how long has the City Manager's Office been in discussions with the Heritage Toronto staff and board around the changes to the policy, to the relationship framework?
We've been in discussions with the staff and the board for close to a year and a half, predominantly because there's been a number of changes at the executive director level, and so this is the third executive director that we've worked with, and we wanted to ensure that the executive director and the board were comfortable with the changes we were proposing.
Okay, and my last question is around the number of board meetings, because you're also recommending a change to the number of required meetings in the year. Can you speak to why you're recommending that be reduced?
So at the request of the board, the relationship framework currently requires the board to have a minimum of 6 meetings per year, and the board has requested that council reduce that from 6 meetings to 4 meetings, with the understanding that additional meetings could still be called by the chair of the board. And the rationale for that is Heritage Toronto has, I would describe, an incredibly comprehensive committee structure that meets on a very regular basis on a whole range of matters, and they are very active. And the board as a whole, from their view, doesn't need to meet as often.
Okay, and it's actually, I have one other question, and it's in regards to recommendation number 5 in regards to the Heritage Nominating Panel. And my question to that is that recommendation being put forward by staff to bring Heritage Toronto, the process by which we recommend people, more in line with the way we recommend people to other agencies in the city?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. So the Heritage Toronto Board has actually been doing its own recruitment and outreach and nomination process, and we now have a formalized public appointments office in the City Clerk's office that has developed best practice expertise around appointments, and in collaboration with the Executive Director and the Board, we suggested that we could add some value by bringing that process in-house and still working collaboratively with them so that we were getting the best candidates possible.
Thank you very much. That concludes my questions.
Councillor Shan, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question. Now, currently you have members at large who are not appointed through the community councils, right? How many are currently in the board right now?
So the relationship framework laid out 8 members of the board that would be recruited and appointed through community council. Unfortunately, no process was ever implemented in order to do that. So the 8 community council appointments has in fact never happened. And those 8 members have always been selected through a public recruitment process. And part of the intent of this report was to essentially correct that error and put it more in line with our current practice.
So out of currently outside the councillors, how many are public members in the board?
Currently, so the board is currently 29 members, and 4 of those would be councillors.
Okay, so outside, within the public members, how do you have a geographic distribution of where they're from? How many of them would be from, say, Scarborough?
So I don't have that information with me. However, one of the things that we have suggested to the board and the staff of Heritage Toronto, when we bring the appointment process into the city, one of the criteria that the Public Appointments Office looks at is geographic representation, and we would ensure on a go-forward basis that that geographic representation was ensured through the appointments process.
So that is for moving forward, but currently have you not done an assessment because there's been an emphasis on the community council piece? Has the board, have you or not the board looked at the geographic distribution of the current board at all?
My understanding is the board has tried to ensure geographic representation through their own nomination process. Again, I don't have a breakdown with me, Councillor, so I'm not able to provide the specifics on that.
Is the rationale for having community councils appoint people is to make sure that there is geographic distribution? Is that what the rationale was for?
So, as I said previously, Councillor, the community council nomination has never happened.
Yeah, but I'm asking if the rationale was for geographic distribution.
I'm not sure what the rationale was because it's not a process that we ever implemented. I think that through our public appointments process, geographic representation is always one of the criteria that we ensure is adequately addressed, as well as diversity, expertise, and other factors.
That's the other part I wanted to ask about, is the diversity. Out of the board of directors currently, how diverse, have you looked at the diversity? Do you have any numbers to share in terms of diversity of the board, other than gender?
So, again, Councillor, because the board has been doing their own process, the city has not been collecting data on them, and that's partly why we're trying to bring them into the city's process so that it's more formalized, that we're collecting diversity data, and on a go-forward basis, we're improving the outreach, nomination, and appointment process for this board.
So is it your understanding that this particular change to the process would make the board more diverse and more representative of the geographic diversity of this city?
That is certainly the intent, and that's the intent with all of the city's agency recruitment and appointment processes pursuant to City Council's public appointments policy.
Also, has there been challenges in terms of engaging diverse communities or geographically more distant communities in Heritage Toronto activities in the past?
So again, I can't speak to the nomination process that the board has done in the past because the city wasn't involved in it. I can really only speak to what we do on our other agencies and what we're hoping to accomplish on a go-forward basis.
Thank you.
So we're going to hold this item down. And what we'll do is we'll do quick releases and then the bills. So quick releases, put your name up, request to question. Councillor Crawford, quick release.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 3, EX 24.11 to 2017 Education Property Tax Levy and Clawback Rate by Bylaw, Wards All. I have an amendment for that from staff.
Okay, if we can put the amendment on the screen.
It's just about the tax rates, school purpose tax rates. Councillor Davis had her questions answered by staff. I want to thank her for doing that. And this will allow the tax bills to get out tomorrow to the city.
Okay, so on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Shiner, quick release.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. On page 12, TE 23.85, payment in lieu of parking, 84.5, 86, and 88 Adelaide Street East. I have had my questions answered by staff and am prepared to release that.
Okay. On page 12, TE 23.85, Councillor Shiner is releasing. On favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Shiner, you have another one?
The other one is the item which we reopened,
Okay.
PG 19.4. There is a motion which staff have, that is the reason I couldn't release it before, and put it up on the screen. I'm prepared to move that and release that item.
Okay.
I understand that we have to do a recorded vote on that again, which I would
Yes.
ask for. And then I believe I have one more that I'm looking for.
Okay, recorded vote. Yes, yes.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Davis, Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor DiCiano. Councillor Balau, please. Mayor Tory.
The item carries 39-1.
Councillor Shiner, you said you had another one?
Yes, I did, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
On page 8, PW 20.7,
Yes, 20.7, yes. You're releasing?
water and sewage cross-boundary servicing requests.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, on page 8, PW 20.7, Councillor Shiner is releasing. On favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker. I have on page 4, Toronto Community Housing Corporation multi-build energy retrofit financing request. I think that our staff from Toronto Community Housing have been here a long part of the day. I'm just going to release that, Speaker.
Okay.
Got all my questions answered by Mr. Baxter.
So that's on page 4, EX 24.22. Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, carried. Any more releases?
Page 7.
Page 7.
LS 18.3.
Yes.
Review of Chapter 510 Holiday Shopping Next Steps. Well, then I'll hold it. That's fine. Oh, is it timed item? No? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. I didn't know my item was timed. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cressy, you... Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, I will also release page 7, GM 19.10, application for approval to expropriate 3300 Kingston Road, Ward 36.
Okay, on page 7, GM 19.10, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. All in favor? Carried. And Councillor Cressy, you have those, the traffic lights. Did you want to release that one? Councillor Cressy? It's not a quick item. All right. Okay, so, Councillor Fillion.
Speaker, would we be dealing with the item that we were on? Would we be dealing with that first thing in the morning, or would we be going to other timed items?
No, we have other timed items. We have the audit committee items tomorrow morning.
I know the
And then the
staff,
holiday shopping.
the key staff the key staff person has to be somewhere at noon tomorrow related to the budget. So if we could perhaps either complete the item or at least complete the questions of staff before we leave tonight.
Well, maybe we can ask the members that are asking the questions to take their name off.
What can we vote on?
I mean, do we need to ask those questions? Okay. So Councillor Fillion is moving to complete the item, the heritage. Recorded vote. I think if the members of council, there was 3 of them, just took their names off. There's a motion to complete the,
Councillor Perruzza,
to complete the item.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon.
Because apparently staff are not available tomorrow.
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Bailao, please.
The motion to extend to complete the item does not carry. The required 2/3 majority has not been achieved. The vote is 23 to 15.
Okay. Yeah. I asked the members of council that had their names up for questions, they could have withdrew their questions. Councillor Aljamari, Councillor Fragadakis.
So I'm just wondering if I can then ask that this item be the first item on the agenda tomorrow?
No, because we already have timed item.
Can we not vary the order paper?
Well, you can, but you can do that tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it tomorrow morning.
Okay, all right. So Tom's
Councillor Aljamari, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Yes, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 28 on April 26, 2017.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill, recorded vote?
The best.
Thank you. Convinced me.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Layton, please, since you're on the floor. Councillor Matlow.
You know,
Councillor Grimes, please. Councillor McConnell.
Councillor Perruzza,
Councillor
please.
Crawford.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw, recorded vote?
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Holland. Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Holland. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Holland, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Holland, please, thank you.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Okay, thank you to staff and members. Recess till tomorrow, 9:30.